Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Secret Anbu Prodigy. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Iruka happily announced a review of the basics of the transformation jutsu, noting the exceptional talent of his students. He felt as if he were witnessing the future versions of Kakashi's time but quickly shook off the thought. He called Sasuke to step forward first. With a confident declaration, Sasuke transformed into Iruka, impressing everyone with his perfect mimicry. Next was Sakura, who also transformed into Iruka, her inner thoughts challenging Ino to do better. Just as Iruka marked her off the roll, the door swung open to reveal the third Hokage. Iruka greeted the Hokage, who informed him that he was bringing in a new student named Naruto. As the Hokage stepped aside, a blond boy entered, matching the age of the other students. He had distinctive whisker-like markings on his cheeks, blue eyes, and blonde hair. Dressed in a simple black shirt and navy blue trousers, he exuded a mature and wise aura, which caught the attention of the girls in the room. Naruto introduced himself, but the Hokage quickly corrected him, emphasizing his full name. Naruto, feigning shyness, expressed his hope to be treated kindly as he was new and unfamiliar with anyone. However, he had already recognized several classmates by their resemblance to their parents. In a flashback, Naruto recalled a conversation with the Hokage, who had tasked him with covering his Anbu tattoo and entering the academy to protect the last Uchiha. The council insisted on this mission, and though Naruto preferred more thrilling assignments, he understood the necessity of this duty. Returning to the present, Iruka asked Naruto if he could perform the transformation jutsu. The Hokage intervened, suggesting that Naruto was a special case. With a confident gesture, Naruto transformed into the fourth Hokage, leaving Iruka in shock and the other students impressed, even if they didn't fully recognize the likeness. After the Hokage left, the class resumed, and Iruka introduced a lesson on shinobi history. As he pulled out a map, Naruto felt a bit bored, already familiar with much of the content. Sitting beside him were Ino and Hinata. Ino introduced herself with excitement, while Hinata shyly followed suit. Naruto, eager to make friends, welcomed them both, causing Hinata to faint from the overwhelming attention. As the class continued, Naruto accidentally dozed off, resting on Ino's shoulder. When he awoke, he quickly apologized, causing Ino to blush and invite him to rest on her shoulder anytime. The other girls expressed their jealousy, clamoring for Naruto's attention. Feeling overwhelmed, he excused himself and dashed out, leaving his jacket behind. Rushing to the Hokage's office, Naruto greeted the Hokage, ignoring the current team turning in their mission. The Hokage dismissed them, and Naruto chuckled at their youthful enthusiasm. Once alone, he shared with the Hokage that he had fallen asleep during class, but nothing significant had occurred. The Hokage sighed, reminding Naruto that the genin exams were scheduled for the following day. Hiruzen smiled as he informed Naruto about the mission, knowing the boy would struggle to sit through a whole year learning what he already knew. Excited, Naruto dashed out, momentarily forgetting his jacket. As he raced to the academy, the sun made him sweat, and he considered changing his shirt but decided against it, planning to take a bath after retrieving his jacket. He arrived just in time to see the girls leaving the academy. Spotting Ino, he called out to her, causing her to squeal and rush from the crowd, earning glares from the other girls who wondered why he only acknowledged her. He asked if she had seen his jacket, oblivious to the attention he was drawing due to his shirt clinging to him. Ino handed him his jacket, and he thanked her before moving to the shade of a nearby tree, causing the other girls to follow him unconsciously. He remarked on the heat of the day, momentarily forgetting his surroundings. He accidentally called Ino by her father's name, which flustered both of them. Embarrassed, he quickly explained that he had taken off his shirt because he was hot and sweaty, and then he hurried off, regretting the mix-up. As Naruto raced home, he tried to shake off the embarrassment but was interrupted by a familiar cry for help. He heard a man taunting Hinata, calling her a freak. Determined to help, he rushed toward the voices. When he arrived, he saw a group of villagers surrounding Hinata. As he approached, one of them attempted to trip him, but he expertly dodged. However, another villager swung a katana at him, and Naruto's eyes widened as the blade cut through his jacket and grazed his skin. Drawing his own katana, he swiftly disarmed the attacker, growling for them to leave. The villagers, shocked, quickly fled. Concerned for Hinata, he asked if she was all right, noticing she was trembling. She managed a weak smile but then noticed his injury. Naruto removed his damaged jacket, feeling frustrated over the loss of a new item. Hinata blushed as she saw his wound and expressed her concern. He reassured her he was fine, pouring water over the gash and wrapping it with cloth. Standing back up, he noticed Hinata's gaze on his muscles, which made her blush even more. Before he could ask what was wrong, his vision blurred and he collapsed. As he fell, he thought about the poison coursing through him. Hinata cried out for him, but he was already unconscious. A Hyuga appeared, rushing to Hinata's side and asking if Naruto had hurt her. She explained that he had saved her but had been injured by a villager. The Hyuga quickly lifted Naruto onto his shoulder and led Hinata to the Hyuga compound. When Naruto slowly regained consciousness, every muscle in his body ached. He realized he was in a large room surrounded by people. A stern voice informed him not to move much, as the katana that had injured him was coated in poison. The voice belonged to Lord Hayashi, who expressed gratitude for Naruto's protection of Hinata. Naruto was surprised by the rare display of emotion from Hayashi. As pain surged through him, he struggled to remain conscious, attempting to write down the name of the poison before passing out. Hayashi, noticing the effort, called for his doctors to act quickly. Naruto's scream echoed throughout the Hyuga compound, startling Hinata as she prepared for her academy test. Holding Naruto's slashed jacket, she felt tears welling in her eyes, worried for him. All because of her, Naruto was suffering. All because she was too weak to defend herself. There was a knock on her bedroom door. Hinata, startled, quickly hid the jacket and called for the visitor to enter. The door slid open, revealing her father. He surprised her by stepping forward and embracing her. Her father had never shown her such affection before. He expressed his sorrow, and Hinata felt tears welling up in her eyes. He admitted to being a bad father, realizing how selfish he had been by not looking out for her or considering her feelings. He whispered his apologies into her ear, and Hinata took hold of his hand, her concern for Naruto evident. She asked about Naruto's condition, and Hayashi noticed the worry etched on her face, along with the edge of the slashed jacket peeking out from under the pillow. He understood her feelings for Naruto. Hayashi reassured her that Naruto should be fine, explaining that they had the name of the poison and would be able to provide the antidote in time. He described the poison as one that primarily affected movement, causing muscle fatigue over time. Anger surged within him at the thought of anyone using such a thing on his daughter's friend. Hayashi then excused himself, brushing off his knees before leaving the room. Irika walked to the front of the classroom, where the academy students sat, eager for the day's tests. He noticed one student was missing. Concerned, he asked about Naruto, but the girls were too busy speculating to respond. Just then, two members of the Hyuga clan entered, supporting Naruto as they helped him walk to his seat. Irika rushed over, alarmed by the sight. He inquired about what had happened, surprised to see Hayashi and Hizashi assisting Naruto. Hayashi leaned in to explain that Naruto had been poisoned and that it would take time for the effects to wear off. Irika was shocked, wondering who would poison a 13-year-old boy. He guided Naruto to a seat next to Ino and Hinata, who watched him with concern as he slumped forward, his head resting on the desk. Irika noticed the silence in the room and the worried expressions on the students' faces. One girl asked if Naruto would be all right, glancing at him with curiosity. Ino shot her a glare but remained silent. Irika reassured the class that Naruto was just tired and distributed the test papers, excluding Naruto. He asked Naruto if he wanted to take the test, and after a slow nod, Irika handed him a paper. As the test began, Irika noticed that Naruto hadn't even touched his. Suddenly, a loud thump echoed through the room, causing Hinata to gasp and drop her pencil. Naruto had collapsed onto the table, unconscious. Irika rushed to him, calling his name and gently shaking him. He lifted Naruto upright, noting his closed eyes, shallow breathing and faint heartbeat. In a flashback, Hayashi had warned Irika about the lingering effects of the poison, explaining that it could cause Naruto to faint due to the toll it had taken on his body. Irika had promised to do what he could to help. Returning to the present, Irika carefully laid Naruto down on his desk, lifting his shirt to check his condition, unaware of the astonished gazes from the other students. He was taken aback by Naruto's well-defined muscles, wondering what kind of training he had undergone. Irika placed his ear to Naruto's chest, listening to his irregular heartbeat, then moved to check his back, noting the rapid, shallow breaths. He called for the class to stop the test and instructed them to take a break, urging them not to leave the room. Irika hurried to the hospital, hoping that Lady Tsunade would be available to help. He rushed to the receptionist, asking for her assistance, and was relieved when she confirmed that she was present. The receptionist called for Tsunade and Shizun, who quickly emerged from the office. Irika explained the situation, detailing Naruto's condition and the irregularities he had observed. Tsunade's expression shifted to concern as she learned that the Hyuga had been looking after Naruto. She realized that the poison might have been a mixture, which could complicate the antidote's effectiveness. Without wasting any time, Tsunade rushed toward the academy, with Irika and Shizun following closely behind. Meanwhile, chaos erupted around Naruto as the girls crowded around him, arguing over who could touch him. Ino and Hinata desperately tried to protect Naruto's privacy when he began to regain consciousness. Weakly, he called out for Hinata, his vision still blurry but slowly clearing as the healing chakra worked to expel the remaining poison from his system. He felt a few fingers brush against his stomach, and he swallowed hard. Confused, he wondered what was happening, his throat dry and his voice slightly husky. Many girls around him swooned, feeling faint at the sight. Hinata, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed to hug him, tears welling in her eyes. Ino watched, a twinge of jealousy stirring within her. She had started to develop feelings for Naruto, drawn to him because of his blonde hair, and found herself growing bored with Sasuke. Ino called out to Naruto, trying to capture his attention. As he sat up groggily, he felt a bit dizzy but relieved that he could move without pain. He quickly pulled his shirt down to cover his stomach, ignoring the envious looks from Sasuke and Kiba. Suddenly, Irika burst back into the classroom, accompanied by Shizun and Tsunade, their expressions a mix of shock and concern. Irika stuttered in disbelief, while Tsunade recognized Naruto immediately. She exclaimed in frustration, urging him not to scare her like that, reminding him that both she and Shizun disliked such surprises. Shizun shuddered at the thought. In a flashback, doctors hurried around, preparing a room for a new patient. The third Hokage carried in an ANBU member, who turned out to be just a boy. He was covered in blood, with visible wounds, some deep enough to reveal bone. Danzo arrived with Root and ANBU members, a rare display of concern for the boy's well-being. It was noted that Naruto had somehow changed Danzo, softening the once cold man. It was said that Naruto had a unique ability to connect with others, even befriending the demons sealed within him. Shizun tugged at Tsunade's sleeve, reminding her that they needed to return to the hospital. Sighing, Tsunade ruffled Naruto's hair one last time, telling him to take care before they left. Naruto smiled back, pleasantly surprised that Tsunade was sober. The classroom buzzed with shock as everyone processed the revelation that Naruto knew Lady Tsunade. Once things settled, Irika announced it was time to return to the He handed out papers and the students got to work. Just 10 minutes later, Naruto raised his hand, and Irika approached him. Naruto declared he was finished and handed in his paper, leaving everyone astonished. Having only been in class for one day and having fallen asleep, they doubted he could have completed it. Irika's jaw dropped as he reviewed Naruto's perfect answers, utterly baffled. Feeling satisfied, Naruto leaned his head on Hinata's shoulder, startling her. She blushed deeply as he murmured about how comfortable she was. Ino watched, feeling a pang of jealousy. She wished it were her shoulder he chose, lamenting the unfairness of it all while stealing glances at his perfect features. As Irika announced that time was up, he instructed everyone to hand in their test papers. Hinata gently shook Naruto, trying to wake him. He mumbled about not wanting to leave the warmth of her shoulder. Noticing the glares directed at her, Hinata whimpered. When Naruto woke, he asked her what was wrong, and she quickly averted her gaze, feeling faint. Irika, trying to regain control, announced the next portion of the test, the clone jutsu. He instructed everyone to sit and wait for their names to be called. Sasuke stood up, ignoring the fangirl's squeals, and followed the teacher to the next room. Bored, Naruto yawned, wishing for sleep as he lay his head on the table. Suddenly, a girl appeared, asking if he would sleep on her shoulder. He raised his head to see a crowd of girls surrounding him, all vying for his attention. He waved them off, and Ino, feeling bold, offered her shoulder again. The girls tensed, waiting for his response. Turning to Ino, he replied that he wasn't sleepy anymore, casting a teasing glance at the girls, who gulped in response. Then, to everyone's surprise, he turned to Hinata and asked how her day was. She blushed and fainted, prompting Naruto to grimace as he gently lifted her head from the hard table and rested it on his chest for comfort. Soon, he too drifted off to sleep, either oblivious to the glares or simply ignoring them. Irika's shout echoed around the classroom, drawing everyone's attention to Naruto, who was waking up slowly. Hinata was trying to move from his chest, but he was hugging her so protectively that she couldn't escape. He blinked a few times, finally noticing the stares directed at him. He yawned and asked what was going on. Irika's face turned slightly red as he looked at Naruto, pondering how it seemed like Naruto and Hinata were a couple. Irika's thoughts drifted to Kakashi and his Ika books, but he quickly dismissed the idea, focusing on the task at hand. As Naruto stood up, Irika announced that it was time for Hinata's test. Hinata quickly freed herself from his embrace and rushed out of the room, blushing furiously. Naruto felt the girls' gazes on him but chose to ignore them. He pulled out a scroll and swiftly unsealed it with a series of hand signs, examining its contents. Although he was posing as a genin student, he would still participate in Anbu operations when Sasuke was in the village. That was the council's decision. The mission details read: S-Rank Mission P, number 47. Detail: Assassination. Location: Land of Snow. Target: Sensui Karasher. Priority: S-Rank Missing Nin, proceed with caution. Commissioner: Daimyo, Land of Snow. Approved by Danzo. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the approval signature Danzo. It was unusual for Danzo to send ANBU members for assassination missions, as he typically relied on his Foundation members. However, sometimes he recognized that his Foundation members wouldn't suffice. He also recalled the letter he received alongside the scroll before entering the academy that day. It was a letter of pardon from the Third Hokage, indicating he was expected to pursue this target immediately. Handing the letter to Irika without a second thought, he left the classroom, ignoring the stunned expressions of his classmates. Once out of sight, he used Shunshin to transport himself to the Foundation headquarters, where Danzo awaited him. Naruto greeted Danzo with a respectful bow. Danzo inquired about Sasuke Uchiha, to which Naruto replied that Sasuke was fine and should become a genin without any issues. Danzo nodded and briefed Naruto on the mission. The target was an S-rank missing Nin with no known bloodline techniques but was extremely powerful. He was currently threatening the daimyo of the Land of Snow into marriage, aiming to control the land and establish a ninja village. Danzo emphasized the importance of eliminating him, as the Land of Snow had requested assistance from the Leaf. The target possessed 3 chakra natures: wind, fire, and lightning. As Naruto donned his ANBU attire, Danzo whispered a caution for him to be careful. Naruto acknowledged the warning silently, focusing on the mission ahead. The next day, all the academy students who had passed their tests arrived and took their seats, proudly displaying their headbands. They quickly noticed Naruto, and the girls felt relieved, hoping he would be on their genin team. Ino and Hinata took their seats next to him, but both noticed the cloth tightly wrapped around his right thigh and arm, along with a few burn marks on his face. Ino expressed concern, asking what had happened to him. Naruto casually replied that it was just a cooking accident, and Ino accepted his explanation. Hinata was surprised to learn that Naruto cooked. Irika then walked to the front of the classroom, announcing that it was time to reveal the teams. As Naruto dozed off, trying to catch up on sleep, someone tapped on his shoulder. He turned around, glaring at the girl but not returning to sleep. Iruka announced the first team, and when he called out Naruto Uzumaki's name, everyone sat up straighter, curious about who would be on his team. Next, he announced Sakura Haruno, prompting a cheer from her. She was thrilled to be on a team with one of the popular boys, and the other girls looked on enviously. Finally, Iruka announced Sasuke Uchiha, causing Sakura to faint from excitement. The girls began to complain about the unfairness of Sakura's luck, but Iruka remained focused on the announcements. Once all the teams were announced, Iruka left the classroom, and one by one, the Jonin sensei arrived to take their teams. Naruto sat next to Hinata, both waiting for their sensei. Noticing Hinata shaking slightly, Naruto expressed his concern. She calmed down a bit, blushing at his use of the affectionate suffix. Hinata confided that Shino scared her and Kiba could be. She buried her head in his neck, quietly sobbing. She wished to be on a team with Naruto because he made her feel safe and valued. Realizing who she was leaning on, she quickly sat up, apologizing to him. Naruto smiled and wiped her tears away, reassuring her that everything would be fine because they were friends. He suggested visiting her house for dinner, as her father had invited him. Hinata's heart raced at the thought, especially when the sunlight illuminated Naruto's face, making him look angelic. Just then, a female jonin with black hair and red eyes entered the room, announcing herself as Kurenai. Kiba and Shino eagerly approached her, and Kurenai asked about their third member. Kiba pointed to Hinata, and Kurenai's gaze shifted to the handsome boy next to her, noting his resemblance to Minato. Hinata stood up shakily, ready to join her team, while Naruto sighed and looked out the window, ignoring the glances from Sakura and Sasuke. Kakashi then poked his head in through the door, announcing team. The three remaining genin looked at him, and Kakashi smiled. His first impression was interesting. He instructed them to meet him on the roof, then vanished. They all made their way up to the roof. The house was quiet. Hayashi sat at the table, observing as Hanabi, Hinata, and Naruto took their seats. An awkward silence lingered until Hayashi began to eat, prompting everyone else to follow suit. Hayashi turned his attention to Naruto, noting what a fine young man he was becoming. At such a young age he was already part of Anbu, and there was no doubt he would become one of the greatest shinobi in the village. He saw Naruto glance in his direction. It had come to Hayashi's attention that Naruto didn't have a true home, just an apartment. He hesitated, unsure how to approach the topic. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. "I live in an apartment, Lord Hayashi," Naruto replied respectfully. Hayashi felt a sense of approval regarding his daughter's secret affection for Naruto. "Well, for saving my daughter, I'd like to offer you a place to stay within the Hyuga compound. It will be temporary, just until you find a suitable home," Hayashi said, choking slightly on his food as he realized the implications of his offer. He cleared his throat, continuing, "Until you found a proper house to live in, that is." Naruto looked at him in surprise, noting the changes in Hayashi over the past day. "I'd be honored, Lord Hayashi," Naruto replied. Hayashi felt a rush of joy at the response. It was only temporary, he reminded himself, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. He cleared his throat again, noticing the astonishment on Hanabi and Hinata's faces. Their father had never been like this before. "I'll have a special room prepared for you," Hayashi said, feeling a slight spring in his step as he planned. Naruto had finished moving his belongings into the Hyuga compound, accepting his role in protecting the clan heir. He imagined Hayashi had petitioned the council for this arrangement, given the Hyuga's importance to Konoha. As he entered his new room, located right next to Hinata's, he sighed at the thought of Hayashi's overprotectiveness. "That paranoid geezer," he muttered to himself. It wasn't as if Hinata wasn't surrounded by a clan of Byakugan users. He neatly placed his clothes in the wardrobe and sat at the desk, lighting a candle. He pulled out a brush and began to write in his notebook. He reflected on his recent encounter with Sensei Karasher, noting the impressive mastery over chakra natures and the cold, calculating nature of his opponent. Karasher had spoken of peace, dreaming of a single governing body to rule the shinobi world. Naruto pondered how one could achieve peace through conquest, questioning human nature's tendency to resist dictatorship. The answer eluded him, but he hoped to find someone who could provide clarity. As he set down his brush to wait for the ink to dry, a sudden flash of thunder and lightning illuminated the sky, followed by heavy rain that drummed against the walls and windows. He extinguished the candle and prepared for bed, pondering the words of the ninja he had faced. In a flashback, Karashir had asked him how he would find peace, challenging Naruto's quest for answers. Suddenly, he heard a muffled scream and crying from Hinata's room. Moments later, Hinata peeked into his room, her voice trembling as she called out to him. Naruto, lying on his bed, asked what was wrong. Hinata, visibly shaken, expressed her fear of storms, recalling a traumatic memory of her mother's death during a night like this. She admitted her vulnerability, seeking comfort from Naruto. He wrapped an arm around her, trying to soothe her fears. He was a trained assassin, but in this moment he felt uncertain. He laid her down on his bed, standing up as she looked up at him in fear, pleading not to be left alone. Naruto reassured her, promising he wouldn't abandon her. Naruto decided to keep watch over Hinata throughout the night. He closed his bedroom door and settled on the floor beside the bed, leaning against the wall. Hinata, curious, asked if he wasn't going to sleep. He assured her he would be fine. Hinata insisted he should sleep on the bed instead, blushing as she moved to the edge. Naruto, however, stopped her, expressing gratitude and reassuring her that she was neither a nuisance nor a burden. With a small smile, he climbed onto the bed and wrapped his arms around her protectively, promising to keep her safe. As Hinata fell asleep against his chest, the sound of thunder outside faded away. Naruto felt his heart race, overwhelmed by a warm sensation in his chest that was unfamiliar to him. He gazed at Hinata's peaceful face, illuminated by the moonlight, and brushed her lavender hair away gently. He found her beauty captivating but reminded himself that she was only there because of her fear of the storm. The next morning, Hinata awoke to a warm sensation against her face and realized she had fallen asleep on Naruto's chest. She noticed his muscular physique, which made her cheeks flush. Trying to move, she found herself held in place by his arms. Remembering his promise to protect her, she felt a sense of happiness. As she traced the contours of his chest with her eyes, she quickly stopped, worried he might think it was strange. Suddenly, Naruto stirred and softly brushed her hair away from her face. He complimented her beauty, which surprised Hinata. After sitting up, he mentioned needing to get ready for a survival test with Kakashi. As he stretched, Hinata watched in awe, admiring his physique. She pointed to a cloth tied around his bicep, noticing the others were missing. Naruto dismissed it as nothing and got dressed, suggesting she return to her room. Flustered, Hinata dashed out, embarrassed about her pajamas, while Naruto chuckled, thinking how pretty she was. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Hayashi smiled with satisfaction, feeling confident that Naruto was developing feelings for Hinata. Later, during the survival test, Kakashi explained the rules while holding two bells. He informed Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke that only two would pass, leading to shock among them. He encouraged them to approach with the intent to win. As they scattered to hide, Kakashi observed their positions, impressed by their attempts. Naruto climbed a tree to watch, while Sakura hid in a bush. When Kakashi approached her, she panicked and fainted, prompting Naruto to smirk at her misfortune. Sasuke, meanwhile, engaged Kakashi in combat, demonstrating impressive skills for his age. Kakashi countered Sasuke's fire technique with ease, showcasing his own prowess. Afterward, Naruto approached Sasuke, who was still recovering from being caught. Despite Sasuke's reluctance to accept help, Naruto pulled him free from the ground. They discussed their next steps, with Naruto suggesting they work together to rescue Sakura from her predicament. Sasuke begrudgingly agreed to follow him, while Naruto's thoughts lingered on Hinata and the strange feelings he had experienced the previous night. He was determined to understand this new sensation that had captured his heart. Naruto pondered the reason behind his racing heart whenever he gazed at Hinata's lovely face. Surely, he wasn't nervous about her appearance. So what was it that made him feel this way? Naruto waited until everyone was ready. Sakura blushed when she noticed that both Naruto and Sasuke were looking at her. Eager to start, Naruto dashed out from behind the bush, drawing a kunai and preparing to engage Kakashi. Sasuke and Sakura quickly followed, attempting to flank him. Kakashi, noticing their movements, put his book away and withdrew 2 kunai, ready to meet their attack. Hayashi watched his daughter with a determined expression. He was trying to teach Hinata the Hyuga's gentle fist technique, but it was proving more challenging than he had anticipated. He glanced at his brother Hisashi, who was training Neji nearby. In the past, Hayashi would have opposed his brother's decision, but Naruto's influence had changed his perspective. He now viewed the branch house learning the gentle fist as a way to strengthen the clan. Hinata felt disheartened, believing she was failing. Hayashi sighed, recognizing that it would take a miracle for her to master the technique. Hisashi seemed to be having more success with Neji, who appeared to be a natural prodigy. Suddenly, the front door of the Hyuga compound opened, and both Hayashi and Hisashi activated their Byakugan, turning to see a tired Naruto entering, slowly removing his shoes and resting on the floor. Naruto sighed, feeling the weight of the day on his shoulders. Not only had he endured a chaotic day with a loud fangirl and the arrogant Uchiha, but he had also had to play the fool during the survival test to keep Kakashi from discovering his ANBU status. This had led to him sustaining injuries he would have normally avoided. He was exhausted, having secretly asked Kurama not to heal him too quickly to avoid suspicion. His fatigue stemmed from completing ANBU assignments immediately after the survival test. Danzo had tasked him with several infiltration missions to locate Orochimaru, but the secret bases were heavily guarded and filled with traps and experiments that had nearly cost him his life. All he wanted was some rest. He walked past the training room where Neji and Hinata were practicing. Hayashi told Hinata she could leave, stepping aside to allow Hisashi to continue teaching Neji. The moment Naruto heard Hinata's name, his head turned. Hinata greeted Naruto as she exited the room. He turned to face her, revealing the extent of his injuries. Cuts adorned his face and arms. Even as an ANBU, it was impossible to eliminate Orochimaru's curse mark experiments without sustaining some harm. Concerned, Hinata asked if he was all right. Naruto managed a weak grin, assuring her he was fine, but then he suddenly fainted. Hayashi observed with amusement, recognizing Naruto's stubbornness, a trait he had inherited from his mother. Hayashi reassured Hinata that Naruto was simply tired. The following weeks passed in a blur for Naruto. Hinata steadily improved her mastery of the gentle fist technique, while Naruto earned enough from his S-rank missions, which he secretly undertook alongside his genin team, to consider moving out. However, he hesitated, as Hayashi insisted he stay. He reflected on his recent mission, frustrated by the constant need to find a troublesome cat that should have been noticed by its owners. He took out his brush and began writing, contemplating the wording of his ANBU mission report due for SBMSN to the Hokage the next day. A knock on the door interrupted him, and he invited the visitor in, momentarily forgetting he had emerged from the shower wearing only a towel. Hinata fainted at the sight of him. Realizing the situation, Naruto gently laid Hinata on his bed before returning to his report. He sighed, hoping for a break from the relentless S-rank missions he had been taking to save money for moving out. While he enjoyed the Hyuga family's company, he suspected Hayashi was keeping an eye on him with his Byakugan. Naruto had heard that the Hokage wanted to assign his team a C-rank mission involving the escort of a bridge builder. All the rookies had decided to celebrate with a spa party before Team 7 set off. He approached Hinata's bed and shook her gently. When she opened her eyes, her face flushed red as she recalled what had happened. He reminded her that they were going to the spa for the party, and she nodded, unsure of how to respond. By the time Kakashi arrived, everyone was waiting outside. He attempted to offer an excuse for his tardiness but fell silent under the weight of their glares. Ino urged everyone to hurry, eyeing Naruto. They had planned to enjoy the gender-segregated spas before changing into swimsuits for the mixed spa and dinner, which Kakashi had cleverly arranged for Asuma to handle. The girls and boys separated into their respective changing rooms, with their senseis following suit. Kiba was the first to enter the spa, quickly wrapping a towel around his waist after removing his clothes. Shino, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Choji followed suit, ready to enjoy the relaxing atmosphere. They watched and scoffed as Kiba tested the spa's water with a foot before he removed his towel and slid in. Everyone followed suit, and they observed Asuma and Kakashi entering. There was mild surprise as Kakashi wasn't wearing his usual black mask. He had traded it for a waterproof one that was white. Everyone face-bombed. Sasuke, feeling unexpectedly irritated, wondered where Naruto was. He felt annoyed that his self-proclaimed less impressive rival was taking his time. Kakashi glanced at him and informed him that Naruto was still in the changing room. Not a moment later, the door to the changing room slid open. Sasuke muttered under his breath, acknowledging Naruto's arrival. Naruto entered, closing the door behind him to keep the heat in. He looked at the expectant faces, completely wrapped in his towel. He stated that he would be getting in shortly, which caused Sasuke to scowl, muttering about Naruto's attention-seeking nature. As Naruto sat down on one of the chairs, still wrapped in his towel, the others couldn't see much of his body apart from his arms and legs. They noticed the cloth wrapped around his left bicep. He withdrew a sheet of paper and a brush, beginning to write. Everyone thought it was odd that he was writing there, but Naruto felt the stares and ignored them. He needed to write the report without being questioned, especially since he didn't trust Hayashi back at the Hyuga compound not to spy on him. Quickly finishing his brush strokes, he set the paper aside and placed the brush back in its box before turning the paper over and putting the box on top. Naruto announced he was coming in, and the others looked at him with disdain. Kakashi sighed, stood up, and wrapped his towel around his waist. He noted that it had been about 30 minutes and that they were moving to the open spa for dinner, mentioning that Kurenai was already there. The rest of the group stood up, securing their towels, and headed into the changing rooms to change into their swimsuits before entering the shared spa. There was some excitement as Ino and Sakura squealed at the sight of Sasuke, the first to enter. Everyone followed, and lastly came Naruto, still wrapped in his towel. As he entered, he excused himself with a slight apology and walked outside. Once outside, he summoned a fox and gave it his ANBU report, instructing it to take it to the Hokage before heading back inside. Taking off his towel, he joined the others in the shared spa. Hinata blushed but managed to keep her composure, having seen him without a shirt before. Everyone stared as he lowered himself into the water, noting his impressive physique for a 13-year-old. Kurenai thought to herself about how muscular he was. Naruto innocently asked if they were eating, prompting Asuma to cough and gather everyone's attention. He revealed that they had some sake for the adults and specially ordered barbecue meat, which he brought out from a cooler prepared in advance. As they began to eat, a long sigh escaped from a purple-haired NBU member who was observing the scene. 3 unconscious Jonin sensei, 8 sleeping genin in their swimsuits, and their fellow ANBU member drinking sake all while in the spa created a rather chaotic image. The purple-haired ANBU addressed Naruto, who was on his undercover protection mission. He reassured her that he had slipped something into the sake, ensuring they would be asleep for hours. Rising from the spa, he gently placed the sleeping Ino, who had draped herself over him, onto the side. He signaled for 3 other ANBU members to appear. Naruto ordered them to set up a barrier, and they quickly formed a square formation. He bit his thumb and wiped the blood across his palm before performing the summoning jutsu. A fox appeared, handing him a small scroll. He opened it and read the mission details quickly. His mission was to serve as Uchiha Sasuke's bodyguard, but intel indicated that S-ranked missing Nin Zabuza Momochi would attempt to assassinate the person he was escorting. His task was to dispose of Zabuza and any accomplices without raising suspicion from Team the Hokage emphasized the importance of eliminating Zabuza, as he would pose a greater threat if left alive, and instructed Naruto to detain Gato for questioning upon arrival in the Land of Waves. Naruto nodded to himself, and the Hokage appeared before him using the Shunshin technique. He warned Naruto to be careful, as Zabuza was a master of silent killing and a member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, was a dangerous and unstable man, and the Hokage expressed hope that the Mist rebels would overthrow him due to his troubling methods of training shinobi. After wishing Naruto good luck, the Hokage disappeared, and the ANBU members deactivated their barrier. The purple-haired Anbu wished him luck before vanishing as well. Naruto quickly covered his Anbu tattoo with a cloth and slid back into the spa pool, raising his hands into a hand sign to dispel the effects of the chakra-suppressing drag he had slipped into everyone's drinks. Once activated, he pretended to be asleep. Team 7 met up at the front gate 4 hours later. All of them, except Naruto, had sore heads and were quietly cursing the sake that Asuma had brought. The third Hokage appeared alongside 2 Anbu, Irika, and a large man carrying a bottle of sake, causing everyone to cringe at the sight. The Hokage introduced the man they were to escort back to the Land of Waves. His name was Tazuna, and he looked at the team with skepticism. He couldn't believe that a group of young ninjas was meant to protect him. Kakashi, though still feeling the effects of the sake he had consumed, reassured him that he was a jonin. The Hokage stepped closer, sharing a secret with Kakashi about the council's decision. To help Sasuke move past his desire for vengeance, Kakashi was to reveal himself as an Anbu and personally train Sasuke. The Hokage warned him about some dangerous individuals they might encounter on their way to the Land of Waves before departing with Irika and the 2 Anbu. As they set off, the journey was mostly quiet, aside from Sakura's persistent attempts to engage Sasuke and Kakashi. She ignored Naruto, who noticed Kakashi's subtle glance at 2 figures disguised as a puddle of water. Suddenly, chains shot out and ensnared Kakashi. In a shocking moment, he was overwhelmed, leaving Sakura frozen in fear as the demon brothers smiled at Naruto. With one of their targets down, the brothers charged at Tazuna, throwing their chains. Naruto, initially paralyzed by fear, observed Sasuke's response. Sasuke sprang into action, deflecting the chains with kunai and launching an attack on the 2 Chunin. Just then, Kakashi reappeared, swiftly incapacitating the brothers, who struggled against him as he tied them up. Tazuna, visibly shaken, pleaded for their mission to continue, explaining that the Land of Waves was in dire need of the bridge to free themselves from Gado's control. Kakashi, sensing the urgency, encouraged the team to move forward, and Tazuna hurried to catch up with them. After crossing the lake without incident, Kakashi suddenly shouted for everyone to get down, pulling Tazuna with him as a large sword swung through the air, embedding itself in a tree. A figure with half his face wrapped in bandages appeared atop the sword, revealing himself as Zabuza, Naruto's target. Naruto felt the weight of the council's expectations pressing down on him, knowing he would soon have to step into a more significant role. Kakashi directed the team into a formation to protect Tazuna as Zabuza summoned a thick mist that obscured their vision. Sasuke and Sakura trembled in fear, while Zabuza's mocking voice echoed around them. However, Naruto stood calmly, twirling a kunai and maintaining his focus. Zabuza, unnerved by Naruto's composure, decided to skip his intimidation tactics. In an instant, Zabuza attacked, but Kakashi countered with a swift strike. Zabuza laughed, revealing he was merely a water clone. The real Zabuza then struck at Kakashi, who also vanished in a splash of water. Just as the situation seemed dire, Naruto intervened, blocking Zabuza's sword with his kunai. Kakashi recognized Naruto's stance and style, surprised by his strength. Naruto taunted Zabuza, then quickly formed hand signs, unleashing a powerful gust of wind to disperse the mist. Zabuza, impressed, acknowledged Naruto's talent, and the battle intensified. As Naruto engaged Zabuza, he drew his own sword, clashing against Zabuza's legendary blade. With determination, Naruto unleashed a water technique, surprising Zabuza and shifting the tide of the confrontation. He watched in shock as the water dragon formed in the land behind Naruto. Zabuza couldn't believe what he was witnessing. A fresh genin should not be able to manipulate chakra natures so easily, especially to create a water-style jutsu without being near a source of water. Gritting his teeth, Zabuza jumped to the side to dodge the water dragon and charged toward Tazuna. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. He had forgotten about Tazuna, and he knew this would be a costly mistake. Without hesitation, he dove in front of Tazuna, taking the slash that Zabuza had aimed at him and kicking Zabuza away. Drawing a kunai, Naruto enhanced it with wind chakra and threw it at Zabuza. However, before it could hit, 3 Senbon struck Zabuza in the neck, causing him to collapse. A hunter Nin appeared beside Zabuza, stating that he had been trying to capture him and needed to dispose of the body, which held too many secrets. Everyone stared at Naruto, and Kakashi looked at him with concern. He knew everyone was eager to understand how Naruto had become so powerful. Naruto remained silent, collapsing onto the ground. Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. He had forgotten that Naruto had taken the slash meant for Tazuna. Quickly, he lifted Naruto's shirt, hearing Tazuna gasp in surprise. The 13-year-old looked stronger than many people twice or even 3 times his age, but what shocked Tazuna was the deep cut across Naruto's chest, which looked severe. Tazuna urgently suggested taking Naruto to his nearby house. The 2 genin nodded, still in shock. They had not expected to see their teammate jump in front of a blade to save Tazuna. Kakashi had a sinking feeling, knowing that Sasuke was also in range of the blade. Sasuke stood frozen in fear, unable to move. Kakashi thought about Naruto's secret mission and the implications of his true identity as an Anbu known as Fox. Naruto opened his eyes to see Kakashi looking down at him. Sasuke scowled from the door, while Sakura fussed over him. He exchanged a cryptic look with Kakashi, who nodded slowly. Kakashi then asked Sakura and Sasuke to leave so he could tend to Naruto's wounds. After they left and the door closed, Naruto sighed and sat up. He instructed Kakashi not to say a word to anyone, to which Kakashi agreed, understanding that Naruto was undercover. Kakashi smiled, acknowledging that he was not oblivious to Naruto's situation. Naruto smiled back, a rare sight. He admitted that his mission was to keep Sasuke safe, deciding not to reveal his true nature to him. Kakashi nodded, understanding Naruto's concerns. He announced that he would head out to train the others, knowing Sasuke would be curious about their conversation. Naruto caught the underlying message. Kakashi would keep Sasuke safe while he recovered. As Kakashi left, Naruto stared at his back for a moment, feeling guilty for having to keep his identity a secret. Raising his hands, Naruto formed a seal. Kakashi froze, feeling his Anbu tattoo pulsate. Kakashi acknowledged that Naruto would share everything when he was ready. Naruto sighed, disliking the need to use the tattoo to erase memories, but it was necessary to protect his identity. He quickly rearranged Kakashi's memories to ensure nothing seemed suspicious before waking him up. Naruto informed Kakashi that Sasuke and Sakura were waiting to train with him. Kakashi, still healing, agreed to watch and learn. Kakashi instructed Sasuke and Sakura to concentrate and focus their chakra into their feet to climb the tree. He demonstrated by walking up the tree, leaving them in shock. He emphasized the importance of chakra control and handed them kunai to mark their progress. All eyes turned to Naruto, who leaned against a tree, his head slightly down. Sakura questioned why Naruto wasn't participating, assuming he didn't know what to do. Kakashi pointed out that Naruto was injured from protecting their client, unlike Sakura and Sasuke. He clarified that Naruto didn't have to do the exercise unless he wanted to. Naruto, feeling annoyed by Sakura's attitude, decided to participate. He approached them, wincing slightly from the pain but not focusing on gathering chakra. Instead, he walked straight up the tree and sat on a branch beside Kakashi, who resumed reading. Ignoring Sakura's protests and Sasuke's glare, Naruto leaned against the trunk and fell asleep. Later, Naruto awoke to find Sakura and Kakashi on the branch with him, while Sasuke struggled to climb the tree. Observing Sasuke's lack of progress, Naruto felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. He stood up to stretch, noticing that the deep wound he had received was no longer there, thanks to the Kyuubi's healing factor. Time to start on the mission, Naruto thought as he yawned. He felt tired, the injury still bothering him. He informed Kakashi that he was going to sleep as he slowly walked toward Tazuna's house. Once out of sight, he used a Shunshin technique to change into his ANBU gear. Cracking his knuckles, he set off toward Gato's base of operations. When Naruto arrived, he hid in a bush to assess the situation. He noted that Gato was in his bedroom, while Zabuza was being tended to by a figure. Concentrating on locating other chakra signatures, he sensed that the civilians had little chakra, but he could still detect them. Gato was alone, with 2 other chakra signatures standing guard nearby. He slowly drew a kunai from his pouch and waited for the crunching of a patrolling guard's footsteps. As the guard rounded the corner, Naruto dashed to the wall. Applying chakra to his feet, he ran up the wall, pausing briefly to locate any nearby chakra signatures. Although he wasn't a sensory type, his connection to the Nine Tails and his Anbu training gave him some skill in this area. First things first, Zabuza and his accomplice. Naruto located the window and burst inside. The hunter Nin dropped her medical equipment in shock, and Zabuza turned to face him. He demanded to know what Naruto was doing there. In response, Naruto raised a kunai and threw it at the hunter Nin. Zabuza warned Haku to watch out, but Haku managed to deflect the kunai with a sunbon. Naruto smirked, realizing he was already one step ahead. He formed a chain of hand seals and unleashed his jutsu. Fire style. Dragon Flame Jutsu. Naruto sent flames along the thin cord attached to Haku from the earlier kunai. Haku's eyes widened, but Naruto wasn't finished. He quickly formed another series of hand seals. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu. He focused his chakra and expelled it in a massive orb of fire aimed at Haku, who was still trying to cut the cord. A loud scream echoed as Haku was engulfed in flames. Once the flames dissipated, only the smoldering remains of Haku's clothing were left. Naruto frowned and turned to block the sunbon flying at him. Haku was still alive, leaning against the door frame, breathing heavily, his right side severely burned. Haku expressed his sorrow to Zabuza, feeling like a useless tool. In that moment, Naruto moved swiftly, stabbing Haku in the stomach. He then turned to Zabuza, raising his kunai as he crossed the room. Before he could strike, he had to leap back to avoid Zabuza's swift attack. It seemed Zabuza was not incapacitated but merely recovering energy and chakra. Zabuza scowled at Naruto and stood up, furious. He swung his sword, forcing Naruto to jump back to evade the blade. As they both retreated, Zabuza began weaving a series of hand seals at an incredible speed. Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized the technique. Water style. Water Dragon Jutsu. Zabuza summoned a large water dragon from the ground. Realizing the danger, Naruto thought about the swampy area surrounding Gado's house. He knew he had to use a jutsu he had been warned against. Apologizing silently to Jiraiya, he jumped back to create some space. Earth style. Mud wall. Naruto placed both hands on the ground, and a wall of mud rose to block the water dragon. He concentrated, focusing his chakra into a spinning sphere. This better work, he thought as he formed the Rasengan. Adding wind chakra, he created a shuriken around the Rasengan core. It was small, but it would have to do. Hearing Zabuza's sword tearing through his wall, Naruto dashed out, ducking under the blade before moving his own weapon into Zabuza's body. Wind style. Rasen Shuriken. The force of the jutsu sent him flying back. Breathing heavily, he limped toward Zabuza, who lay lifeless on the ground. Quickly sealing Zabuza's sword, he cut off the head and sealed it in another scroll. Exhausted, Naruto collapsed onto the ground. He sighed, realizing he still had to detain Gado. Deciding to do it later, he picked himself up and took one last glance at the destroyed room before limping out of Gado's house. Unfortunately, he didn't make it far before Gado himself confronted him. Naruto groaned, knowing this would not be easy. It was almost morning when Naruto stumbled back into Tazuna's house. He tiptoed into his guest bedroom, where Sasuke and his clone were sleeping. Dispelling his clone, he felt rejuvenated. He quickly wrapped his right arm and hand in bandages and cleaned the blood from his clothes and body. Then he lay down on the bed, allowing exhaustion to take over. Sasuke gently shook Naruto, trying to wake him. When Naruto didn't respond, Sasuke grew frustrated, wondering how he could sleep through everything. He shook Naruto again, but Kakashi intervened. Kakashi explained that Naruto was still tired and injured. The bridge was finishing that day, and Gado was gone from the Land of Waves, so everyone was pitching in to speed up the process. It would be completed by that afternoon, and Kakashi advised Sasuke not to wake Naruto, as he would need all his strength to recover and make the journey home. Sasuke had definitely changed as he watched Kakashi stand up. Kakashi informed Sasuke that he should continue working on his tree climbing while he headed to the bridge, leaving Sakura behind. Sasuke felt a mix of determination and frustration. He wanted help from Naruto, who he recognized as strong. He needed to get stronger, even if it meant learning from Naruto. With that thought in mind, Sasuke brushed past Kakashi and made his way into the forest, muttering to himself about completing the tree climbing exercise. Sakura walked past the open door and decided to peek inside. She found Naruto sleeping but without a shirt and felt a blush rise to her cheeks. His upper body was on display, showcasing the muscles he had developed. However, her gaze was drawn to the fresh burn-like wounds and the bandages on his right arm and hand, remnants of a deep gash from Zabuza that was almost healed but still left a noticeable scar. Concern filled her as she wondered how he had recovered so quickly from such a serious injury. Suddenly, someone cleared their throat, startling Sakura. Tsunami, Tezuna's daughter, stood before her, prompting Sakura to blush and hastily come up with an excuse before dashing off. Tsunami scoffed, then peeked inside, her face turning red as she quickly closed the door and hurried to the kitchen to regain her composure. A few hours later, Team 7 set off on their journey back to Konoha after midday. Kakashi felt relieved that they encountered no trouble following the incident with Zabuza. Sakura was confused about her feelings for both Sasuke and Naruto, the latter of whom she found surprisingly attractive. Sasuke maintained his usual scowl, while Naruto struggled with fatigue and pain from the numerous injuries he had sustained during the attack by Gato and his thugs. The deep gash from Zabuza was still healing, and Naruto suspected that the weapons used against him had been poisoned. He trudged behind his team, feeling exhausted. As they crested the last hill and saw the gates of Konoha, Naruto sighed in relief, thinking of Granny Tsunade, Gramps Hokage, and Pervy Sage. Just the thought of Tsunade's medical expertise, which would help him recover by morning, motivated him to move faster. He half ran, half staggered toward the gates, alarming Kakashi and the rest of the team. Kakashi called out to him, but they all exchanged worried glances, wondering when Naruto had sustained more injuries. They quickly followed after him as he stumbled from side to side. Kakashi instructed one of the gate guards to take Naruto to the hospital while he explained that they needed to see the Hokage first. As they caught up to the now unconscious Naruto, Izumi lifted him and rushed off to the hospital. Kakashi then led his team to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, they greeted Hiruzen, who smiled at them. He asked Kakashi if everything was all right and inquired about Naruto's whereabouts. Kakashi took a breath and explained that they had been on an A-rank mission involving the missing Nin Zabuza Momochi, during which Naruto had been injured and was now receiving medical care. Iruka looked worried, but Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, an ANBU member appeared before them, delivering a scroll to Hiruzen. After unsealing it, a puff of smoke revealed Zabuza's head on the table, causing Team 7 to gasp in shock. Many questions raced through their minds, but they remained silent. Hiruzen asked the ANBU for further information, and the team noticed that the ANBU was shorter than both Sasuke and Sakura. A moment of silence passed before they heard enraged shouting. The door opened, and two ninjas entered, dragging a short man who identified himself as Gato. He protested vehemently, claiming he was not a tyrant, but his demeanor changed to one of fear upon seeing the ANBU's fox mask. Team 7 stared in disbelief as Gato was pulled into the room, cowering next to the ANBU. Hiruzen commended the NBU, glancing at Team 7 with a knowing look. He sighed, aware that Naruto would not give up his ANBU status, a fact that Danzo and Hayashi supported, while others insisted he must reveal himself. Kakashi observed his former teammate with interest, having never seen his face, as the Hokage motioned for Gato to be taken away. Just then, the door opened again, and the village elders, Koharu and Hamura, along with an angry Danzo, entered. Hiruzen regarded them with annoyance as they questioned why the ANBU remained masked. Hamura insisted that they had all voted for the ANBU to train Sasuke personally. Sasuke perked up at the prospect of being trained by someone strong, while Danzo explained that unmasking would cost the ANBU his status forever. Ignoring him, the elders continued to argue, prompting Kakashi to step forward, ready to defend his former teammate. Kakashi interjected, expressing his willingness to take on the task. Anyone who had ever associated with the Anbu known as Fox understood his deep passion for it almost more than anything else. Koharu, visibly frustrated, turned to Danzo and insisted that he order Fox to unmask himself. Danzo sighed, a smile creeping onto his face as he explained that Fox was no longer a member of Root and thus, he had no authority over him. The two elders glared at the Hokage, demanding answers. Fox's hollow voice broke the tension as he asked if the Hokage wished for him to remove his mask. Hiruzen gritted his teeth, managing a reluctant nod. They had been outvoted, leaving them powerless. Fox pressed for a definitive answer, and Hiruzen finally stated that Fox would no longer be part of Anbu but would instead become Sasuke Uchiha's personal instructor. Joining Team Kakashi bowed his head in respect, anticipating that Fox would likely throw a fit once he left the office. He felt a pang of sympathy for Naruto. Team 7 turned their attention to the Hokage, who was gazing out the window. Fox's hollow voice echoed again as he removed his mask and dispelled his genjutsu, plunging the room into silence. Team 7 stared at the back of the blonde-haired boy, the tattoo on his arm confirming his Anbu status. Naruto placed his mask on the table and, after a brief moment, expressed his intention to leave. The Hokage remained silent, unable to respond. As Naruto bowed once more, he bid farewell, ignoring the two elders as he headed for the door. Team 7 watched him pass, noticing the tears streaming down his face. In an instant, everything he had worked for was lost, deemed less valuable than the last Uchiha by the council. Later, Naruto sat alone in his bedroom, grappling with the reality that Hiruzen and Danzo had no choice but to abide by the council's decision. He fell back onto his bed, torn between laughter and tears, laughing at the absurdity of dismissing the strongest Anbu and crying over the loss of everything he cherished. A quiet knock interrupted his thoughts. Hinata entered timidly, a slight blush on her cheeks from a memory of their previous encounter. She mentioned that her father had informed her and offered him tea, hoping he would like it. Naruto sat up, managing a tired grin as he accepted the cup. The tea was still hot, soothing him despite its unusual taste. He masked his reaction, not wanting to hurt Hinata's feelings, and felt a warm sensation wash over him. As he looked at Hinata, his heart raced. Concerned, she asked if something was wrong. He reassured her that nothing was amiss, but he felt an odd urge to get closer. Without warning, he leaned in, pulling Hinata onto him as they both fell back onto the bed. She gasped in surprise, and in a moment of impulse, he kissed her. Hinata's face turned crimson, and overwhelmed by embarrassment, she screamed before hitting him on the head, knocking him out. As she tried to regain her composure, thoughts raced through her mind. Had Naruto really kissed her? Did that mean he liked her, or even loved her? In another room, Hayashi lay sprawled across his bed, half-conscious with a trickle of blood coming from his nose as he processed what had just happened. He hadn't expected the effects of the substance he secretly added to the tea to be so potent. After purchasing it from a dubious dealer, he found himself laughing uncontrollably, only to be interrupted by a cough. One of the Hyuga clan members, concerned, checked on him. Hayashi quickly assured him he was fine. Moments later, his brother Hizashi entered, taking in Hayashi's state with a mix of disbelief and concern. Hizashi inquired about Hinata, and Hayashi informed him she was in Naruto's room. Hizashi realized Hayashi had been using his Byakugan to spy on them, prompting a shocked response. Hayashi fainted, blood flowing from his nose once more. Naruto regained consciousness on the floor, a bump on his head reminding him of the kiss. He reflected on the unusual behavior that had led to that moment and noticed Hinata still in the room, blushing and staring at him. He apologized, suspecting someone had tampered with the tea, and immediately thought of Hayashi. He asked Hinata if she could give him a moment to change, and she nodded, leaving the room. With his new role as Sasuke's teacher looming over him, he changed into a black shirt and a jonin vest, keeping his pants the same. As he descended the stairs of the Hyuga compound, he heard someone call his name. Turning, he saw the Hokage, Danzo, and the two elders seated in the living room alongside Hayashi. Danzo nudged the two elders, causing them to jump slightly. Hamura cleared his throat and informed Naruto that they had decided Kakashi would be training Sasuke, and they wanted Naruto to keep him safe and watch over him. Naruto looked at them for a moment and nodded in agreement. Hamura continued, explaining that due to Naruto's contributions to the village as an ANBU member, the elders and the council had decided to throw a celebration in his honor the following night. The entire village would attend to recognize all he had done to protect them from the shadows. Danzo, ignoring the shocked expressions and glares from the two elders, emphasized that the celebration was his idea, and nothing would deter him from it. Naruto grinned, understanding the underlying message. He expressed his gratitude to the Hokage, Danzo, and the council with a respectful bow. Hayashi, standing nearby, added that they had also agreed to give Naruto a small break from work 1 week, to be exact. Danzo and the Hokage concealed their grins, while the two elders looked as if they might explode. Hayashi's thoughts wandered to arranging for Naruto to spend time with Hinata, hoping they could enjoy each other's company. The Hokage cleared his throat again, addressing Naruto. He explained that although Naruto had been officially discharged from ANBU, he would be recognized as an elite jonin and would work closely with the ANBU. He then pointed out that Hayashi had blood dripping from his nose. Hayashi quickly produced a tissue from his sleeve to wipe it away, leaving everyone to wonder if it was due to weak blood vessels or something else entirely. They all assumed it was the former, as the strict and stoic Hyuga seemed unlikely to be anything but proper. Naruto left the Hyuga compound feeling thoroughly confused. He had expected the elders to impose more decisions on him, but instead, they had relieved him of his duties. As he walked down the street, a group of girls squealed upon seeing him. He was taken aback when he noticed posters lining the street. One in particular caught his eye, detailing him as the hero of Konoha and the one who defeated various threats to the village. He noted that the word killed was conspicuously absent. Had it been there, he suspected the villagers would regard him with fear rather than admiration. With a sigh, he realized it would be a long day. Suddenly, everyone began to stop their work and move toward the Hokage building. Deciding to follow, Naruto found his vision blurring, but he could hear someone calling out to him from above. Naruto jolted awake in a hospital bed, disoriented. It took him a moment to gather his thoughts and realize where he was. His team and Hinata were present. Kakashi stood up from a chair, having been reading his book. He explained that Naruto had fainted upon arriving in Konoha, likely due to poison circulating in his body. It had been a day since they needed to report to the Hokage about their mission's success. Confused, Naruto struggled to process this information. Tsunade had informed them that he had been in a dreamlike state for the past day. Relieved, Naruto thought about still being an ANBU and not having kissed Hinata. He heard the voice of the fox in his head, reminding him of his foolishness, and winced at the volume. He shook his head, questioning why he was thinking about Hinata and why he had been dreaming about her. As he sat up, he noticed that someone had covered his ANBU tattoo with a bandage, likely Tsunade's doing. He smiled at the thought. Kakashi suggested they report to the Hokage, and Sakura and Sasuke stood up alongside him. Naruto briefly wondered why Sasuke was there, noticing Sakura glaring at Hinata for some unknown reason. He called out to Hinata, pulling her protectively along with him. Her lavender scent calmed him, and despite his racing heart, he found he didn't mind. Sakura's annoyance faded into the background as he focused on Hinata. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, informing him that a masked ninja had come while he was unconscious, right after Kakashi had brought him to the hospital. Kurama explained that everything that had happened since he fainted at the gates of Konoha was not real. The masked ninja had placed him in a genjutsu, but Kurama had managed to pull him out. He advised Naruto to inform the Hokage that it was the same ninja who had controlled him years ago. Naruto's grip on Hinata tightened as he processed this information, causing her to wince. Realizing he was hurting her, he immediately let go and apologized with a goofy grin. Hinata smiled back, understanding. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto turned to her and asked if she would like to go eat with him, stuttering slightly. Naruto was puzzled by his stuttering as he approached lunchtime. Kurama's sarcastic remark about his intelligence went ignored. He noticed Hinata's cheeks had turned a deep shade of red, prompting him to ask her name. Startled, she responded with a quick, yes. Kakashi suggested they report to the Hokage first and began walking toward the office while still engrossed in his orange book, which featured a romantic storyline that had captivated him. He felt a slight trickle of blood as he read the action-packed version, a limited edition gifted by the Toad Sage. As Team 7 entered the Hokage's office, Kakashi was surprised to see Hinata with them, likely because Naruto was still holding her hand. Hiruzen, the Hokage, expressed his displeasure at Kakashi's tardiness, which was only a minute late after the usual 3-hour wait. Kakashi smiled and explained that they had been waiting for Naruto, who had been in the hospital. A small smile spread across Hiruzen's face, and the others in the room shared a similar sentiment, relieved it wasn't just another excuse. Kakashi handed over a written report detailing their mission before they prepared to leave. Irika, however, was distracted, staring at Hinata. He asked why Hinata was with Team 7, and Hiruzen sighed, suggesting that Irika had noticed how close she and Naruto had become. Irika pondered this for a moment before asking for clarification, prompting Hiruzen to bury his face in his hands, signaling that it was best to drop the subject. Once outside the Hokage's office, Kakashi suggested they take a break before their meeting the next day, acknowledging their hard work on the mission. Naruto grinned, took Hinata's hand, and led her toward one of the village's more upscale restaurants. He promised to share all the details of the mission with her while they ate, causing Hinata to blush even more. Sakura watched the two with mixed feelings, slightly annoyed yet also thrilled for them, and she clung to Sasuke's arm, exclaiming how cute they were together. Sasuke, startled by her enthusiasm, quickly distanced himself, calling for his brother as Sakura chased after him. Hinata, feeling shy, questioned why they were at such an expensive restaurant, the Golden Clam, where she had only been once with her father. Naruto, oblivious to her concerns, reassured her that it was fine and pulled her inside. The receptionist eyed them critically but remained professional, asking how she could assist them. Naruto requested a table for two in a corner, making Hinata blush again at the mention of the corner. The waiter led them to their table, and once seated he offered them menus. Naruto insisted they would look at the menu first. As they browsed, they both attempted to speak at the same time, causing them to blush again. Naruto felt nervous, unsure of how to navigate this situation. Hinata suggested he go first, and he managed a tight smile, feeling butterflies in his stomach. After 2 hours, they left the restaurant feeling full and elated. Both secretly considered it a date and enjoyed their time together, although Naruto felt the pinch of the meals cost more than Hinata did. They found a spot under some trees to relax and sighed contentedly. Naruto expressed how much he enjoyed the time spent with her, and Hinata shyly echoed his sentiment, thanking him for sharing about his mission. They locked eyes for a moment, and in a spontaneous move, Naruto leaned in closer. Hinata's heart raced, wondering if he was going to kiss her. Just as their faces were inches apart, Naruto suddenly pulled back, his face flushed as he apologized profusely for making her uncomfortable. Hinata, still blushing, fainted at the thought that he had almost kissed her. Naruto called out to her in concern, feeling flustered as he made his way toward training ground. Yesterday's lunch replayed in his mind the whole time, so by the time he arrived at the training ground, his face was flushed. He had been thinking about the near-kiss incident. Sasuke and Sakura immediately noticed his red face and questioned him about it. Sasuke smirked, curious about Naruto's state. Sakura echoed his inquiry, her tone teasing. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts, his blush deepening as he insisted there was nothing wrong, though he knew they didn't believe him. They stared at him for a moment before Sasuke turned away with his usual indifference. Sakura, however, continued to observe him, comparing his features to Sasuke's. She felt a rush of excitement, her mind wandering to thoughts of combining their strengths. She quickly composed herself, determined not to lose her cool in front of the two most attractive genin in the village. Suddenly, a poof of smoke announced Kakashi's arrival. He was on time for once. He greeted them cheerfully, though Sakura pointed out that it was already afternoon. Kakashi apologized, claiming he had lost track of time. He then noticed the eager expressions on Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's faces. With a grin, he announced that he had decided to nominate them for the Chunin exams. Although those exams were still some time away, he felt they were more than ready after the Zabuza mission. He planned to focus heavily on their training, stating they would undertake 1 or 2 D-rank missions a day to earn some money. As Kakashi spoke, Naruto zoned out. He considered skipping the Chunin exam since he was already an Anbu under the Hokage, but he kept that to himself. Kakashi's voice broke through his thoughts, calling his name sharply. Startled, Naruto returned his attention to Kakashi, who sighed, knowing it would be a long day ahead. Kakashi wiped the sweat from his forehead after an afternoon spent working on teamwork. Despite the progress, he noted that Sasuke remained arrogant and Sakura was still overly dramatic. Naruto, however, seemed to have an innate understanding of teamwork, though Kakashi suspected he was hiding something. He shrugged off the thought and decided to indulge in some reading. He pulled out an orange book and began to read, admiring the writer's skill in capturing the beauty of a character that resembled a redhead and a scene involving a large blonde. Suddenly, he froze, realizing the implications of the author's identity. Jiraiya had witnessed his sensei's most NTMT moments. Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all, but he quickly snapped the book shut when he noticed his genin staring at him. Clearing his throat, he pretended nothing had happened, grateful for the timely arrival of his rival to distract them. A loud voice echoed across the training. Grounds as Guy, a man with large bushy eyebrows and an eye-catching green jumpsuit, landed in front of Kakashi and the genin. Sasuke felt a wave of nausea, Naruto grimaced, and Sakura fainted at the sight. Guy exclaimed that he had heard about Kakashi's plans to nominate his genin for the Chunin exams. Kakashi smirked, confident that his team would pass the test. Guy assessed Kakashi's team with admiration, noting their impressive skills. He expressed his belief that his own team had even more youthful energy. Kakashi countered, claiming that his team had a wealth of experience. Guy, undeterred, declared that they would train every day for 20 hours to reclaim their youth and bask in victory. Kakashi, feeling overwhelmed, urged Guy to leave his team alone, not wanting any distractions. Once Sakura regained consciousness, Kakashi outlined their training plans for the Chunin exams. He would focus on Sasuke's Sharingan, arrange for Naruto to receive specialized training from the Hokage, and have Sakura work on her taijutsu skills. As he prepared to teleport away, Sasuke frowned, realizing he would be left with Sakura until she fully woke up. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, 4 ANBU members knelt before the Hokage and Danzo. The Hokage informed them that the Chunin exams were approaching and instructed them to deliver an invitation to the Kazekage in Suna, where they would remain until a response was received. One ANBU member stepped forward to take the scroll, and the others swiftly vanished. Hiruzen turned to Danzo, indicating that there was a matter of interest that required their attention. Danzo responded by forming a hand seal, ready to discuss the next steps. Immediately, a barrier was created around the Hokage's office, and the 4 corner seals on the walls began to glow. The Hokage addressed Naruto as the blonde boy dropped down from the ceiling. He explained that Kurama had informed him about a masked ninja who had sneaked into his hospital room after the Zabuza mission and placed him in a genjutsu world. Both Danzo and Hiruzen stiffened at this revelation. Naruto continued, stating that Kurama mentioned this was the same individual responsible for making him attack Konoha when he was born. Danzo nodded thoughtfully, inquiring further about the world Naruto experienced. Naruto cleared his throat and described the world as feeling almost identical to their own, with only a few key differences in the personalities of some people. He noted that he had only been in it for a few hours before Kurama freed him from the genjutsu. Danzo speculated whether this could be a prototype, suggesting that the purpose of creating such a genjutsu world might be to trap individuals indefinitely without their awareness, as normal genjutsu had limitations. Hiruzen nodded, considering Danzo's words. Hiruzen then instructed Danzo to ensure that his root members kept a closer watch on outsiders to the Leaf Village, emphasizing the need to prevent further incidents like this one. He reassured Naruto that after the Chunin exams, he would be able to fully resume his former role as an ANBU, with no repercussions for sharing his position with those close to him. Hiruzen reminded Naruto to keep an eye on Sasuke, urging him to prevent his friend from falling into darkness and seeking vengeance. Naruto acknowledged this with a nod. Hiruzen then indicated that someone else was present, prompting both Danzo and Naruto to look up in surprise at a black crow in the corner. Naruto's eyes widened, realizing that he had not noticed it before. The crow flew down and transformed into Itachi, recognizable by his black hair, crossed-out leaf headband, and Akatsuki cloak, with his red Sharingan being particularly striking. Naruto thought about the genjutsu Itachi must have used to remain unnoticed. Itachi stated he was there to check on Sasuke and reported that the Akatsuki had not yet made a move on the tailed beasts, as their leader, a man with the Rinnegan, wanted to gather more resources first. Naruto was taken aback, unable to respond. Hiruzen reminded Naruto that this was a top-secret matter, known only to a few, and urged him to keep it that way. Danzo assured Naruto that they would inform him when the time was right. Itachi then turned to Naruto, asking him to look after his younger brother. He expressed his regrets about putting Sasuke on a dark path and requested that if Naruto could steer him away from vengeance, he should give him a gesture of affection, which was a poke to the forehead. Itachi then transformed into a flock of crows that circled them before flying out the window as Danzo deactivated the barrier seals. Naruto left the Hokage's office feeling overwhelmed by the revelations. Itachi was not a criminal. He had not unjustly massacred his clan. This new perspective weighed heavily on him, especially with the upcoming Chunin exams. As he processed this information, he heard the shy voice of Hinata, which instantly brightened his mood. Her presence always brought a smile to his face, though he couldn't quite understand why. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, calling him an idiot and questioning his place in the ANBU. Frowning slightly, Naruto wondered what Kurama perceived that he did not. He called out to Hinata, running over to her and taking her hand, causing her to blush and look down shyly. He excitedly declared that he wanted to show her something and led her down the street toward the Hokage monument. They laughed and giggled like children, enjoying each other's company and momentarily ignoring the curious stares from passing civilians and fellow genin. Even Hinata, caught up in the joy of the moment, failed to notice the glares from Naruto's numerous fangirls. Upon reaching the base of the massive mountain, Naruto turned to Hinata and gently asked if she trusted him. Her heart raced as she blushed and nodded. He smiled at her, a different kind of smile that she had never seen before. Momentarily releasing her hand, he scooped her up in a bridal carry and, gathering his chakra, leaped into the air. Unlike any ordinary genin or chunin, Naruto had the skill and chakra control to reach the top of the Hokage heads. He landed softly, despite the considerable chakra exerted. Standing atop the fourth Hokage's head, Naruto breathed out Hinata's name, prompting her to turn and admire the breathtaking view. She remarked on its beauty, her nervousness fading in the face of such splendor. Naruto shared that it was his favorite place in the village, his gaze fixed on her. He took her hand and placed it on his chest, asking if she could feel his heartbeat. Hinata blushed, realizing that Naruto had unzipped his jacket, and she could feel his rapid heartbeat beneath her palm. Naruto confessed that he thought he was in love, his eyes still locked on her. Hinata flinched at his words, her mind racing as she tried to comprehend the situation. Naruto was in love? But with whom? She struggled to make sense of it all, feeling overwhelmed by the moment. Trying to blink back tears, she looked up at him, her voice trembling as she asked who he was with, fearing her chance with him had slipped away. She rationalized that it must be Ino, recalling how she had seen him rest on Ino's shoulder and be close to her on his first day at the academy. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she awaited his response. Instead of answering, he gently brushed her hair back and wiped her tears away. With a soft whisper, he revealed that he was with her, Hinata. In that moment, their lips met, and Hinata's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. Unsure of what to say, she finally surrendered to her feelings and kissed him back. When they broke the kiss, both were breathless and smiling at each other. Hinata confessed her love for him, and they held hands as they sat atop the fourth Hokage's head, gazing at the sunset. Naruto felt a profound sense of peace with Hinata's head resting on his shoulder, calming him. He asked if she wanted to hear a story, and she nodded in response. He began, a long time ago in the village hidden in the leaves. In a flashback, chaos erupted as a ninja shouted about the Nine-Tails Fox. The third Hokage, dressed in his shinobi attire alongside his Anbu, watched as the creature approached the village. He rallied the Jonin and Chunin, urging them to fight and protect the village until the fourth Hokage arrived. The battle was fierce, but it was evident they were struggling. In a secluded safe house, a blond man appeared beside a seal marker, cradling a baby. He laid the baby down on a soft futon and covered him with blankets. The baby began to cry, prompting the man to smile gently. He reassured the child, saying he needed to go save his mother, and vanished in a flash of yellow. Moments later, he returned, carrying a beautiful woman with long red hair, whom he laid down beside the baby. The woman, tired but loving, whispered to the baby to calm him. The blond man donned his cloak, emblazoned with the title of fourth Hokage. When she called out to him, he assured her he would be fine and disappeared again. Minato reappeared on the Hokage monument, observing the Leaf Ninja, led by the third Hokage, fighting valiantly against the Nine-Tails. He saw the creature unleash a powerful attack and quickly transported it away from the village using his kunai. Just as he prepared to engage, a masked man appeared, attempting to ensnare him. Reacting swiftly, Minato teleported to a nearby marker, narrowly avoiding the attack. The masked man charged again, this time with chains attached to his wrists. Minato threw a kunai and formed his Rasengan, but the masked man phased through him. Minato teleported again, slamming the Rasengan down as the masked man materialized to grab him. He marked the man with his Hiraishin Jutsu formula before the masked man leaped away. Minato then teleported to him, placing a contract seal that forced him to relinquish control of the Nine-Tails. The masked man glared before vanishing. Minato transported the Nine-Tails and himself to Kushina and Naruto, acting a barrier. He used the Reaper Death Seal to seal the Een half of Kurama into himself. Realizing their intent, the Nine-Tails attempted to harm the baby, but Minato and Kushina shielded him. Minato smiled through the pain as the third Hokage and other ninjas arrived to witness the scene. Kushina took a deep breath, sharing her wishes for Naruto. She urged him to eat well, stay warm, and make friends he could truly trust. She advised him to respect his teachers and to be cautious about money and relationships. She expressed her love and regret for not being able to stay longer, wishing to pass on so much more. Minato smiled, echoing her sentiments. He completed the final seal, placing Kurama's remaining yang half into Naruto. As their bodies fell, the barrier dissolved, and the third Hokage rushed in. With his last breath, Minato expressed his hope that Naruto would be seen as a hero, not a demon. As the flashback ended, Naruto finished his story, on the verge of tears once more. There was a moment of silence before Hinata hugged Naruto, allowing him to finally release the tears he had been holding in for so long. She expressed her sympathy for his parents and thanked him for sharing his feelings, assuring him that he would always be her hero. In an effort to lighten the mood, Hinata noted the resemblance between Naruto and the fourth Hokage, pointing out his blonde hair and blue eyes, which mirrored the features she remembered from the Hokage's picture. This brought a smile to Naruto's face. Naruto suggested they go home, and as he stood up, he took Hinata's hand tightly. They leapt off the Hokage's head and landed softly on the ground, with Hinata holding on to him. Together, they ran back to the Hyuga compound, hand in hand, giggling all the way. Once in Naruto's room, he closed the door behind them, and they shared a tender moment. Naruto blinked awake, yawning and stretching his arms before noticing Hinata peacefully sleeping on his chest, dressed in his shirt and shorts. He felt a sense of contentment, realizing it was the best sleep he had ever experienced. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Hayashi entered, only to stop short when he saw Hinata asleep on Naruto. He quickly stepped back, relieved to find her safe. However, his attention was drawn to a cloaked figure huddled in the corner of the room. Narrowing his eyes, he dashed in and grabbed the intruder, using a quick technique to transport them onto the roof of the Hyuga compound. Hayashi confronted the intruder, demanding a reason not to take action against him. The figure, Jiraiya, protested that he was not spying on them. As Hayashi advanced, Jiraiya pleaded for mercy. Hayashi activated his Byakugan, and Jiraiya narrowly avoided a strike. In a desperate attempt to distract Hayashi, Jiraiya presented a special limited edition book, claiming it was his best work. Hayashi's eyes widened in surprise at the title, and he became momentarily speechless as he processed the offer. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya tiptoed away, leaving Hayashi engrossed in the book. Naruto gently shook Hinata awake, suggesting they inform her father about their relationship before he became upset. They descended to the dining room, hand in hand, where Hayashi was reading. He gestured for them to sit down and addressed them directly, acknowledging their situation. He expressed his expectations for their future children, emphasizing the importance of good behavior and respect. Noticing their flushed faces, he realized they had not had an important conversation about relationships. With a sigh, he attempted to explain, but Hinata interrupted, embarrassed. Naruto awkwardly mumbled an explanation, and Hayashi, realizing his misunderstanding, quickly left the room to avoid further embarrassment. After a brief silence, Naruto heard Sasuke call out to him, demanding a fight. Although irritated, Naruto agreed, recognizing that Sasuke needed to regain his confidence. They arrived at the training grounds and took their stances. Sasuke attacked first, launching a series of punches and kicks, but Naruto effortlessly blocked them. In a swift counter, Naruto landed a punch to Sasuke's stomach, causing him to drop to the ground, breathless. As Sasuke struggled to recover, Naruto reflected on the strength he had gained from his hard work and the bonds he had formed with others. Unbeknownst to them, a figure watched from the shadows, intrigued by the display of strength. As Sasuke finally stood up, he was confronted by a woman from the hidden grass village, who mocked him for being defeated by Naruto. Angered, Sasuke challenged her to a fight, eager to prove himself once more. She replied with a chilling laugh, liking her lips with an unusually long tongue. Sasuke felt a shiver run down his spine. It was unsettling. They began with standard taijutsu, and Sasuke activated his Sharingan. He could easily see and predict her movements, a smirk forming on his face. This was too simple. The woman stepped back momentarily before vanishing. Sasuke's eyes widened as he realized she was suddenly right in front of him. He ducked just in time to avoid a punch aimed at his head and retaliated with a swift kick. She was incredibly fast, but he could track her every move. A confident smile returned to his face as he thought to himself that he would win. He threw 5 shuriken at her, but she effortlessly sidestepped them all. Sasuke smirked, pulling his fingers back. The woman's eyes widened in surprise as the shuriken swung back around a tree trunk, wrapping her tightly in wire. She called out, pleading for mercy, claiming she was there for the Chunin exams. Sasuke's smirk widened as he formed hand seals. Fire style. Dragon Flame Jutsu. He unleashed a torrent of fire that raced down the wires, engulfing the woman in flames for a brief moment. He heard her anguished scream and glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby to witness the scene. This was all for his strength, all to confront Itachi. He would do whatever it took to achieve his goal. As the flames extinguished, he saw the woman slumped over. He turned to leave but froze when he heard the snapping of wires. Turning back, he watched in shock as she straightened up, revealing burnt skin and a pale, white face beneath. Sasuke Uchiha. Your eyes hold immense potential, even more than Itachi's, the figure said, though Sasuke could sense it was a man. An overwhelming wave of chakra washed over him, filled with a menacing intent that brought him to his knees in fear. He had never felt anything this powerful before. It was more terrifying than Zabuza. The man approached slowly, taunting Sasuke about his weakness and powerlessness. He pointed out that despite possessing a Sharingan, Sasuke could never hope to match Itachi, the prodigy who became an Anbu at such a young age. The man, Orochimaru, reveled in Sasuke's fear, questioning how someone so weak could aspire to defeat Itachi. Sasuke, desperate, mentioned a friend who had told him about the importance of hard work and forming bonds. Orochimaru laughed, dismissing the notion. He claimed that hard work could only take one so far and that no amount of effort could allow Sasuke to master all the jutsu in the world, which would ultimately be wasted upon his death. Orochimaru boasted about having created an immortality jutsu and proclaimed that he would unlock all the jutsu available. He continued to gloat, stating that hard work could never surpass genius. Sasuke attempted to respond, but Orochimaru struck him down, asserting that he was no prodigy and was weak. He then offered Sasuke a shortcut to power, enough to kill Itachi and avenge his clan. Sasuke, feeling a mix of fear and desire, hesitated but ultimately agreed. Orochimaru grinned, forming a hand seal. Suddenly his neck elongated, and he bit down on the back of Sasuke's neck. Pain surged through Sasuke as he grimaced, questioning what had just happened. Orochimaru revealed that he had shared a fragment of his power through a cursed seal, a mere taste of what he could offer to help Sasuke defeat Itachi. He instructed Sasuke to pass the Chunin exams and promised to be waiting for him. As Orochimaru vanished, Sasuke stumbled away from the training grounds, clutching his neck. Waves of pain surged through him, causing him to grit his teeth. He felt conflicted, remembering Naruto's offer to train together while grappling with the allure of the shortcut to power. Arriving home, he collapsed onto his bed, overwhelmed by pain, and eventually lost consciousness. Outside the Konoha hospital, a tall man with glasses conversed with a black-haired Jonin instructor wearing a sound headband. The man inquired about Orochimaru's progress. Orochimaru explained that he had marked Sasuke sooner than anticipated after witnessing him lose to a prodigy who was also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He noted that with Sasuke now likely to lay low, it would be easier to avoid detection in the Forest of Death. Meanwhile, Hinata struggled to master the Hyuga clan's main defensive jutsu, rotation. Her timing was off once again, and she fell just moments into the technique. Hayashi sighed as he watched the kunai he had thrown sail past her without being deflected. He threw a few more shuriken, but it was his disappointed expression that affected Hinata the most. Despite her father's efforts to teach her, she felt she was not improving. Hinata focused her chakra, channeling it into her eyes and hands, determined to master her technique. She quickly realized her stance was off, but she could see her chakra extending from her hands. With swift movements, she created a barrier of chakra that blocked all the shuriken Hayashi had thrown at her. Hayashi stood in astonishment, never having witnessed such a display before. He called out to her, asking if she could replicate the feat before she could respond. He tested her reflexes by throwing several kunai. Hinata responded with her defensive technique, executing the protective 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hayashi remarked that he had never seen that jutsu before, not even in the Hyuga clan scrolls. Hinata felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, pleased with her father's approval. Hayashi, recognizing the potential of her defensive jutsu, decided it was time for her to practice on her own. He planned to teach her the main jutsu of the Hyuga clan, starting with the 8 trigrams 64 palms, believing that the rotation technique might not suit her. Meanwhile, Naruto approached Kakashi, catching his attention just before he appeared. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, noting that students typically did not address their sensei in such a casual manner. Naruto chuckled, referring to Kakashi by his Anbu code name, which surprised him. Kakashi inquired how Naruto knew that name. In response, Naruto revealed the Anbu tattoo on his arm, causing Kakashi to question how he had acquired it. A flashback crossed Kakashi's mind, recalling a moment when he had wondered about Naruto's mission while undercover in a genin team. As the flashback faded, Naruto found himself in Kakashi's presence, who was now focused on his wounds. Naruto insisted that no one else should know about his situation, and Kakashi assured him he understood the importance of secrecy. Naruto confided that his mission was to keep Sasuke safe, deciding not to reveal his true identity to him. Kakashi announced he was heading out to train the others, subtly implying he would ensure Sasuke's safety while Naruto recovered. After Kakashi left, Naruto formed a seal, causing Kakashi to freeze momentarily as he felt the pulsating energy of the tattoo. Kakashi's eyes widened as memories flooded back, and he realized Naruto had a reason for revealing his identity. Naruto proposed to assist with Sasuke's training from behind the scenes, observing and helping him improve his taijutsu skills. Kakashi agreed, noting that Sasuke had been struggling with chakra manipulation during their previous training session. Meanwhile, Sasuke awoke, feeling a surge of pain from the cursed seal Orochimaru had placed on him. He gritted his teeth as the pain subsided, but he knew he needed help. He approached Kakashi, who was reading his orange book in a restaurant. Sasuke explained everything that had happened, and Kakashi's expression turned serious upon hearing about the cursed seal. Kakashi confirmed the severity of the situation, realizing that training would be much more challenging for Sasuke now. The seal reacted to Sasuke's chakra, siphoning it away and forcing him to rely increasingly on its power. This was the source of his pain, and when his chakra was depleted, the seal would take over, granting him power along with Orochimaru's chakra, but at a significant cost to his body. It could leave him paralyzed and immobile for weeks, depending on how long he used the cursed seal's power. Kakashi spoke, aware that if he could convince Sasuke to avoid using the cursed seal, his next task would be easier, and Sasuke might not dwell on killing Itachi in the long run. Kakashi offered a solution, suggesting he could place a seal on the curse mark to prevent it from interfering with Sasuke's actions and chakra use. Sasuke considered this for a moment before agreeing. Kakashi led him underground into a special room designed for sealing. This is a sealing containment room. It minimizes the chance that external factors will disturb the seal markings I need to write, Kakashi explained as he instructed Sasuke to remove his shirt. He positioned 4 kunai in a square shape and used a 5th to draw a circle where the kunai met. He quickly cut Sasuke's finger and began to write seal markings with his blood. Sasuke watched, fascinated, as Kakashi worked rapidly. Kakashi warned Sasuke that the process would be painful and instructed him to prepare. He performed a series of hand seals, culminating in the declaration of the jutsu. As the seal markings began to move from the outer circle to encapsulate Orochimaru's curse mark, Sasuke cried out in pain and collapsed, waves of discomfort coursing through him before gradually subsiding. After a moment, Sasuke assured Kakashi that he was fine. Kakashi suggested they proceed with training, discreetly giving Naruto a thumbs up behind his back, knowing Naruto would be there in case something went wrong. Sasuke groaned, feeling the aches throughout his body. For the past month, he had been training in ninjutsu and taijutsu with Kakashi, followed by sparring with Naruto. Initially, he had convinced himself it was just training, but he couldn't deny that Naruto was quite skilled in taijutsu, and he suspected his ninjutsu was equally impressive. Their friendship had developed through their training, and Sasuke began to accept Naruto's repeated claims of friendship. He reflected that if Itachi had not betrayed the Leaf and harmed their clan, he would have found their bond amusing. As they stood before Kakashi with their Chunin exam slips, Naruto asked if Sasuke was excited. Sasuke gave him a long look. Their friendship had progressed to the point where Naruto could read his expressions. Sasuke nodded in response. Sakura had become more talkative and accepting of Naruto, which left Sasuke feeling uneasy. He noticed Sakura training hard to keep up with them, likely influenced by Naruto's straightforward encouragement. However, jealousy stirred within him as he observed Sakura and Naruto conversing closely. It seemed she had moved on, and he struggled with his feelings, trying to convince himself that he didn't care about Sakura, especially since Naruto was dating someone. When the doors opened, Sasuke snapped out of his thoughts and entered the exam room with his teammates. He immediately noticed Naruto comforting Hinata, wrapping an arm around her, which made her appear more confident. Sakura soon joined them, latching onto Naruto's arm. The two girls were clearly friends now, and Sasuke couldn't help but feel frustrated. He wondered when this had all changed and felt a surge of anger directed at Naruto for taking Sakura's attention. Sasuke was jolted from his thoughts when Naruto asked what he was thinking. Sasuke replied curtly that it was nothing, his tone laced with irritation. Naruto sensed that something was bothering Sasuke, as he rarely got upset without a significant reason, such as someone mentioning Itachi or Sakura's behavior. Ino approached, teasingly noting that she had heard Sasuke was friends with Naruto now. Sasuke felt a bit better at her presence, even if he knew she was more interested in Naruto. Naruto grinned and confirmed their training together, which was somewhat true. Just then, a tall man entered the room, wearing a black headband and a trench coat, with scars across his face. He commanded everyone to settle down, introducing himself as Ibiki Marino, the proctor for the first exam. As Leaf Ninja began to organize everyone into seats, away from their teammates, Ibiki explained the rules. No cheating, or else marks would be given against their names, leading to disqualification after 3 marks. He emphasized the seriousness of the exam, and the room fell silent as everyone focused on him. 1 mark, the instructor announced, prompting everyone to quickly lower their heads and focus on the questions. Naruto yawned, breezing through all the questions in just 3 minutes. Being part of Anbu certainly had its perks. He rested his head down to sleep, but not before giving Ibiki a playful wink. Ibiki frowned, realizing that no one dared to do such a thing except for Naruto. It clicked for him. Naruto was an Anbu, specifically assigned to the interrogation department by the Third Hokage. Naruto had a unique talent for tracking, recovering, or capturing individuals better than any other Anbu. It became clear to Ibiki that Naruto was here on a mission, and he sighed. Sakura found the exam easy, thanks to her book smarts. She completed the first question effortlessly and moved on to the next, which involved calculating the angle for a parabolic shuriken flight path. It was straightforward for her. Sasuke felt overwhelmed, frustration welling up inside him. It seemed as if the exam was designed to force them to cheat. Then, an idea struck him: his Sharingan. He shook his head, trying to dispel the unsettling thoughts of Orochimaru's laugh that invaded his mind. It was becoming increasingly disturbing how often Orochimaru's presence tainted his thoughts with fleeting glimpses of power. Discreetly, he activated his Sharingan, intent on copying the answers of the person in front of him. Time was called, and Ibiki announced the final question, which would be given verbally. He warned that this was a do-or-die question. Those who stayed but failed to answer correctly would be eliminated from the Chunin exams, while those who left could return next time. He urged anyone wishing to leave to do so now, watching with keen interest as one by one, participants began to drop out. Naruto, with a confident smirk, declared that he didn't care if he remained a genin forever. He would still be a better ninja than anyone else. Ibiki gritted his teeth, realizing that Naruto was intentionally provoking him. Chuckling, he shook his head, acknowledging Naruto's unique spirit. Surprisingly, Ibiki decided to pass everyone except Naruto, who looked shocked. When someone questioned the absence of the 10th question, Ibiki explained that it was one they had to ask themselves, whether they dared to continue and risk everything or back out and try again later. He revealed his bandana, exposing the scars and marks from the torture he had endured without revealing any information. The room fell silent, and Naruto grimaced, recalling his own past experiences. Before Ibiki could continue, a loud voice interrupted him. Enko Mitarashi burst into the room, announcing herself as the proctor for the second test. She struck a pose, momentarily blocking Ibiki from view. Naruto couldn't help but grin at the sight of the purple-haired jonin. Enko's gaze landed on Naruto, and she acknowledged him with a hint of annoyance. Enko decided to give the genin a break, telling them to celebrate as it might be their last chance. As the participants slowly exited, Ibiki tapped her shoulder, commenting on her early arrival. She inquired about Naruto, and Ibiki confirmed that he had given him a hard time, showcasing the perfect test paper he had received from Naruto. As Naruto left the room, he noticed Sasuke watching him with narrowed eyes while he approached Hinata. Something seemed off about Sasuke today, but Naruto brushed it aside. He leaned in close to Hinata, suggesting they go somewhere together. She blushed and nodded, and they walked away hand in hand, smiling at each other. Unbeknownst to them, Sasuke followed quietly, consumed by jealousy and curiosity about what Naruto had that he did not. Sasuke observed from the shadows as Naruto and Hinata enjoyed a picnic by a serene lake in a secluded part of Konoha. He felt a pang of jealousy at the affection Naruto showed Hinata, wishing he could experience the same. Naruto seemed to have it all: power, love, and attention, while Sasuke felt he had none of it. Orochimaru's voice echoed in his mind, tempting him with thoughts of power. Sasuke shook off the feeling, dismissing it as his imagination, yet his Sharingan activated unconsciously, and the curse seal on his neck began to glow, slowly eroding Kakashi's sealing jutsu. Sasuke spent the entire day observing Naruto and Hinata, pondering what made Naruto so special. He couldn't understand why Naruto, with his different attitude, seemed to attract everything he desired. As he listened to the second proctor explain the next phase of the Chunin exams, he couldn't help but feel a mix of jealousy and confusion. It seemed unfair that Naruto had everything while he felt left behind. Anko cheerfully urged the genin to head to their gates, reminding them to stay safe. The teams cautiously made their way, with Naruto walking alongside Hinata, whispering to her the entire time. Sasuke tried to focus elsewhere but found his gaze drawn to the couple. Hinata expressed her fears to Naruto, who reassured her with a warm smile and an arm around her shoulders. As they approached Team 8's gate, Kiba and Shino halted, and Naruto leaned in to give Hinata a kiss filled with affection. Sasuke gritted his teeth, feeling a pang of jealousy, especially when he noticed Sakura blushing and looking at him in a way that made his heart race. He quickly turned away. Venturing into the forest of death felt easy for Naruto, while Sasuke and Sakura grew increasingly tense with every sound around them. Naruto, accustomed to the forest's noises and sensing no immediate danger, felt a slight concern from the residual chakra of Orochimaru. He had personally overseen the sealing of Orochimaru's curse mark, so he knew it had been done correctly. Frowning, he chose not to voice his worries, suspecting the chakra might be linked to Sasuke. Suddenly, a kunai shot out from the bushes, and Naruto instinctively ducked as Sakura gasped. Sasuke grunted, and Naruto sprang into action, drawing a kunai to defend himself against a genin from the rain village. He swiftly disarmed the attacker, twisting his body to incapacitate him. A sharp crack echoed as the genin fell, clutching his injured arm. Naruto then leaped into the air, dodging 2 shuriken and landing on the shoulders of 2 other ninjas, knocking them out with quick strikes. Sasuke watched in surprise and a hint of envy as Naruto dispatched the genin squad effortlessly. Sakura, too, felt the twinge of regret, realizing that Naruto might have been interested in her had she not been so focused on Sasuke. A sudden wave of killing intent swept through the forest, causing Sasuke and Sakura to freeze in fear. Naruto stood tall, sensing the source of the ominous aura, which felt more intense than anything he had faced before. He turned to his teammates, forming a half-tiger seal. A counteracting wave of chakra emanated from him, dispelling the oppressive feeling. With determination, he pocketed the scroll he had taken from the Rain Ninja and urged his teammates to follow him closely as the eerie atmosphere of the forest unsettled them. Meanwhile, Team 8 was on high alert. Hinata activated her Byakugan, Kiba sniffed the air, and Shino sent out his insects for reconnaissance. They had been on guard since entering the forest. Hinata detected cloaked ninjas in the trees and alerted her teammates. As the cloaked figures prepared to attack, a giant net ensnared them, revealing a trap set by Team Parasitic slugs rained down, causing chaos among the captured ninjas. Even Shino, usually stoic, showed a flicker of discomfort. Once the screams subsided, Shino's bugs retrieved a scroll from the trapped ninjas, and they discovered it was the heaven scroll they needed. Kiba celebrated their success, while Hinata felt relieved, eager to leave the forest behind. As Kiba leaped onto a tree branch to lead the way, Hinata positioned herself strategically in the middle, knowing her teammates would protect her. Kiba's excitement was palpable, but Hinata reminded him to stay focused. Shino agreed, and Kiba playfully rolled his eyes, confident that they were far from any other teams. Just then, a powerful gust of wind knocked them from their branches, and they landed on the ground, which was strangely covered in sand. Kiba expressed his confusion, but before they could ponder further, a wave of killing intent washed over them, freezing them in place. Panic set in for Hinata as she realized they had stumbled into a battle. The wind was a jutsu, and they were close enough to witness a ninja being lifted into the air by sand controlled by a red-haired ninja with a large gourd on his back. His arm was outstretched, and beside him stood a blonde sand kunoichi and a male holding a wrapped dummy. The redhead squeezed his fist, and they heard him utter the words, "Sand coffin." A scream echoed as the sand enveloped a ninja, causing chaos. Hinata gasped in horror, unable to contain her fear. The 3 sand ninja turned their attention to her, and almost immediately, the sand around their feet coiled around their legs, trapping them. Kiba shouted in surprise as the redhead turned to face them. He desperately tried to reason with him, offering their scrolls in exchange for mercy. But the redhead raised his arm, and chakra-infused sand floated out of his gourd, advancing toward Kiba and his teammates. Shino struggled, his movements becoming frantic as panic set in, and he began to sweat. Hinata attempted to expel chakra from her points, but her control over the Hyuga gentle fist technique was insufficient to free herself. The redhead shouted again, "Sand! Coffin!" The sand surged toward them. Suddenly, a loud voice broke through the tension as Naruto burst onto the scene. With a swift motion, he deflected the sand, causing it to fall harmlessly to the ground. Sakura and Sasuke soon followed, jumping in to help free their teammates from the sand. Gaara scowled and began to approach Naruto, releasing his killing intent once more. However, Naruto stepped forward, undeterred. He summoned a brief flash of Kurama's chakra, feeling the familiar presence urging him to take action. Despite Kurama's insistence to confront Gaara, Naruto remained resolute, determined to handle the situation without escalating it further. As he glared at Gaara, his eyes shifted to a fierce red, and a demonic figure resembling the nine-tailed fox floated above him. Gaara hesitated, feeling a wave of powerful chakra that surpassed his own. Gaara commanded his siblings, Kankuro and Temari, to retreat, stepping back before leaping away. They were bewildered. Gaara had been intimidated by someone else. It was clear that Naruto possessed strength that could rival the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Once the threat had passed, Naruto turned to his team and Team 8, his temporary features returning to normal. He approached Hinata and embraced her tightly, expressing his relief that she was safe. She sobbed softly, recalling the horror they had witnessed. Naruto comforted her, knowing how much she despised violence and death. He checked on Kiba and Shino, who both admitted to feeling a bit traumatized but unharmed. With a sense of urgency, Naruto suggested they head to the tower. As they moved, he kept Hinata close, protective of her in the unsettling forest. Kiba noticed the slight frown on Sasuke's face and waved a hand in front of him, asking if he was all right. Sasuke forced a smile, concealing the discomfort from his curse mark. Sakura took charge, organizing their formation for the journey. Naruto, with a hint of concern in his voice, assigned Hinata to walk beside him. He leaned in and gave her a quick kiss, prompting Sakura to exclaim playfully, breaking the tension among the group. They all laughed, even Sasuke, momentarily forgetting the weight of their situation. They arrived safely at the tower, with Hinata having fallen asleep in Naruto's arms during their journey. Anko, the proctor, informed them that they were the first group to arrive. The third Hokage exchanged a knowing glance with Naruto, who shook his head in response. Sasuke had not used his curse mark, which boded well for their team. Anko explained the rules, stating that they could not leave the tower until the 5 days were up, but they could choose their rooms. She led them to the staircase, pointing out the large double doors that led to the arena where the preliminaries would take place. The doors loomed ominously, and Sakura suggested they choose their rooms quickly as fatigue set in. Naruto, eager to see the available rooms, led the way to the 3rd floor, sensing the curious gazes of his friends. He reached his favorite room, a space he had claimed during previous training sessions, feeling a sense of belonging. He opened the door with one hand, stepping inside with Hinata still cradled in his arms. The room was just as Naruto had left it, large and spacious, with a bed in the center, a table by the wall under the window, and bedside tables with lamps. He sensed the chakra of the other 4 as they searched for rooms to sleep in, and he gently laid the sleeping Hinata down onto the bed. After closing the bedroom door, Naruto headed to the small bathroom connected to the room. Each room had its own bathroom, and his was no exception. He raised his hand and dispelled the genjutsu he had quickly cast. His hand was completely red. Gaara's sand had absorbed Bijuu chakra, and it had injured him when he used his hand to deflect the sand. Even though he had managed to deflect the attack, the sand had penetrated his skin. He flooded his arm with Kurama's chakra and watched in morbid fascination as blood and sand were expelled from his hand. After quickly washing it away, he kept an eye on his hand until the wounds healed completely. Taking a quick peek into the bedroom, he noted that Hinata was still fast asleep. He pushed the bathroom door slightly ajar and stripped off his clothes. Turning on the shower, he stepped in and closed the glass shower door, planning to take a quick shower before heading out to speak with the Hokage about the Orochimaru situation. Shino had been quite vocal since their encounter with Gaara in the forest. Sakura and Sasuke were slightly confused, but Kiba understood that Shino was still recovering from the shock of witnessing a life taken right before his eyes. They continued to explore the other rooms, noting that none resembled Naruto's personalized choice. Sakura finally posed the question about their sleeping arrangements. Shino suggested they sleep in the 2 rooms next to Naruto and Hinata. Kiba, with a sly grin, pointed out that this meant Sakura would be alone. She quickly protested, insisting that Hinata would be with her. Kiba reminded her that Hinata was with Naruto, which led to Sakura's exclamation that she absolutely would not sleep alone, especially with the ominous presence of the sand user arriving soon. Everyone shuddered at the thought. Kiba decided that he and Shino would take the room to the left, leaving Sakura and Sasuke to occupy the room to the right. This left an awkward silence between Sasuke and Sakura as they stared at the room next to Naruto's, both realizing it only had 1 bed, which made them blush. A dark-haired man stood beside several others, asking how things had gone. An orange-haired man informed him that their plans had not succeeded. The Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails had escaped from Madara's dream world within a day. The bearer of the Rinnegan looked behind him, stating that it was time. From the shadows emerged a man in an orange spiral mask, cloaked in Akatsuki attire. The orange-haired man introduced the members present and announced that it was almost time to begin the first phase of their plan. He instructed everyone to move to their assigned locations and await further orders, while he, Konan, and Nagato would coordinate from their position. Hinata awoke in a soft bed, panicking when she realized she was not in her own room. The last thing she remembered was falling asleep in Naruto's arms. Hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, she needed to determine where she was. Quietly, she got off the bed and walked toward the bathroom. As she poked her head through the slightly open door, she blushed upon seeing Naruto in the shower, his back turned to her. He remained unaware of her presence, but Hinata was too captivated to look away. She quickly withdrew her head, her mind racing as she noticed a tattoo on Naruto's left bicep, something she had never seen before. A knock on the door startled her, and she called out that she was coming as she opened it. Sasuke, Sakura, Kiba, and Shino entered, taking a brief look around the room before sitting down. Kiba asked where Naruto was, and Hinata pointed to the bathroom, explaining he was taking a shower. They noticed the bathroom door was still ajar and exchanged knowing glances. Sakura teased Hinata about peeking on Naruto, and while Hinata didn't respond, her flushed face gave her away. Sasuke smirked, surprised by Hinata's behavior. However, they all understood she had likely woken up due to the noise. Suddenly, Sasuke felt a wave of pain from his curse mark, which grew stronger, causing him to grit his teeth. He closed his eyes, trying to endure the unbearable sensation. As he clutched his neck, it felt as if he were on fire. The curse mark had fed off his negative emotions, eroding Kakashi's sealing jutsu and allowing Orochimaru's chakra to spread through his body. As he lay on the floor, the curse mark began to expand, prompting everyone to step back. Sakura screamed for help, her voice filled with panic as she called out to Sasuke. Naruto, hearing the commotion and Sakura's frantic cries, dashed out of the shower, forgetting to wrap a towel around himself. His priority was Sasuke, who was clearly in distress as the curse mark spread across his body. He shouted for everyone to move. He raced past the shocked Kiba and Shino, quickly rolling Sasuke onto his front so that the curse mark on his back was visible. Everyone stared at the tattoo that Naruto could not hide. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba's eyes widened, recognizing the mark immediately. Anbu, they all thought. Sakura glanced at it but dismissed it. Naruto reached into Hinata's weapon pouch and grabbed a kunai. He quickly made a small cut on himself, using his blood to draw seal markings all over Sasuke's back and the curse mark before extending them onto his own bare chest. Sakura, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata watched with mild interest, their cheeks slightly flushed as they realized the situation could not be helped. Tiger, snake, rat, ox, dog, ram. Naruto performed the hand seals and activated the sealing technique. They watched as the curse mark left Sasuke's body, draining onto Naruto, who screamed in pain. Sasuke's curse mark reverted back to its original state, intact with Kakashi's seal firmly fixed. As the seal markings moved onto Naruto's body, a small explosion occurred, sending Naruto flying through the air and crashing into the wall, unconscious. On his chest was a new seal, slightly larger and identical to the one on Sasuke's neck, surrounded by extra markings. Red chakra began to leak from Naruto, taking the form of a small demonic nine-tailed fox. A shocked silence fell over the group as they tried to comprehend what had just happened. Hinata felt a surge of worry as she saw Naruto in pain, a side of him she had never witnessed before. Then they all turned their attention to the chakra fox. Kurama, the fox, noted that they were not supposed to witness this but acknowledged that Sasuke's life was in danger. He apologized to the humans, stating that this had to be done, and with a swift motion his tails latched onto them, causing them to faint as he set about removing their memories. Kurama sighed, commenting on Naruto's knack for creating chaos. He moved Kiba and Shino into one room and laid Hinata onto the bed before attending to Naruto. Kurama chuckled to himself, thinking that he would have a good laugh when the others woke up. He placed Naruto onto the bed in a compromising position and then positioned Hinata on top of him, locking Naruto's arms and legs around her. With a satisfied grin, Kurama left the room to find Kiba. A little while later, Kiba groaned and finally awoke. Rubbing his eyes, he wondered what had happened. A strange smell filled the air, and as he sniffed experimentally, he recoiled in shock, realizing he had been resting on Shino's legs. Panic set in as he noticed Shino's head resting on his lap. Kiba's mind raced with denial, insisting he was not like that. He quickly removed Shino's head and jumped off the bed, getting dressed in record time, oblivious to the faint laughter and a small poof as a shadow clone of Kurama dispelled. Across the hallway, Sasuke awoke to the pleasant scent of cherry blossoms. He snuggled into what he thought was his pillow, only to realize it was not a pillow at all. His eyes widened as he found himself entangled with a very blushing Sakura, who was equally startled. Sasuke attempted to disentangle himself, only to discover that someone had tied their hands and feet together. The realization hit him hard, and he was taken aback by their state of undress. Sakura's stuttered voice broke through his thoughts, and he blushed, forcing himself to look away, determined not to acknowledge her until they were freed. His gaze met a very amused-looking fox that vanished in a puff of smoke. Hinata woke up feeling warm, reminiscent of time spent with Naruto at the Hyuga compound. It felt so familiar that she forgot where she was. As she traced Naruto's chest, she suddenly realized he was fully naked. Panic surged through her as she tried to escape his grasp, but she was unable to. Her face grew increasingly red until she fainted, and Kurama's final shadow clone burst out laughing. Naruto anticipated that Hinata's reaction would be the most amusing. There was no doubt about it. He awoke a little while later, feeling refreshed, though the slight sting in his chest reminded him that he wasn't fully recovered. As he attempted to stretch, he realized he couldn't. He was without clothes and found himself in a compromising position with Hinata snuggled against him. His hands and feet were tied together, and he immediately knew who was responsible. Kurama appeared, laughing as he materialized. He claimed it was the best prank in the history of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto glared at him, demanding to be released. Kurama giggled, reminiscent of the self-proclaimed super pervert. Naruto mentally chastised himself for letting Jiraiya influence him. Kurama leapt onto the bed, letting one of his 9 tails slip between Naruto and Hinata. Naruto quickly asked what Kurama was doing, suspecting he knew the answer but hoping it wasn't true. Kurama teased that Naruto looked cold without clothes, causing Naruto's face to flush with embarrassment. He knew Kurama was deliberately provoking him. Before Naruto could react, Kurama called out to Hinata and vanished in a puff of smoke. Sasuke finally managed to free his hands and feet with a groan. Being tied up for hours was not something he enjoyed. Sakura was still blushing heavily, covering herself with her arms. Although Sasuke was also blushing, they had finally managed to escape their bonds after much movement and close proximity, where even the smallest breath could be felt by the other. When Sakura noticed Sasuke staring at her, she hesitantly called his name. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, expressing a desire to try something. Sakura looked confused as he approached her and suddenly kissed her. Her eyes widened in shock. Sasuke, however, found himself questioning why Naruto and Hinata had kissed. He found it repulsive. He stepped back, rushed into the bathroom, and spat into the sink, rinsing his mouth and declaring it disgusting. Sakura looked at him, trying to explain that it was supposed to be filled with love and care, but he interrupted her angrily, calling her pathetic and useless. His curse mark flared painfully, but it didn't spread. Activating his Sharingan, he saw Sakura crying as she fled the room. He thought to himself that if she had been more useful, he wouldn't have said such hurtful things. Naruto felt his face heat up as Hinata looked at him, both of them embarrassed. They heard a knock on the door, followed by crying and someone sliding down against it. Naruto gathered chakra in his arms and feet, enhancing his strength to snap the ropes binding them. He quickly covered himself with his hands as he removed his arms and legs from around Hinata. She giggled but then realized someone was at the door. As she went to open it, Naruto hurriedly put on his boxers and pants. Hinata expressed concern for the huddled form of Sakura, who was crying. Naruto, now dressed, approached Sakura while rubbing his chest where the seal was, feeling pain from it. He understood that Sasuke had snapped at Sakura, causing his curse mark to flare, but his own seal had neutralized Orochimaru's chakra, resulting in discomfort. Sakura simply mentioned Sasuke as she cried into Naruto's shoulder. Kiba and Shino emerged from the room, noticing the distraught Sakura. Sasuke was the last to exit, wearing a scowl. Upon seeing Sakura in tears, he felt a pang of guilt, unsure why he had yelled at her. The attention from everyone made him uncomfortable, prompting him to turn and walk away. Naruto offered Sakura a place to sleep in their room as Hinata assisted in bringing her inside, with Kiba and Shino following. In a dark room, Orochimaru observed the situation through a crystal ball he had taken from Hiruzen, who was unaware of its existence. He noted that Naruto believed he could interfere with his seal, but he didn't need to tamper much with Sasuke's seal. Sasuke was already turning naturally. Kabuto expressed concern about the genin, but Orochimaru was confident that once they dealt with the Anbu, the genin would be easy targets. Sasuke wandered aimlessly, regretting his outburst at Sakura. It hurt him to see her cry, but he knew that if Itachi found out, he would threaten her and his friends. His priority was to gain power to confront Itachi. As he walked past a tall jonin from another village, he recognized the long black hair and pale face. Turning to face Orochimaru, he felt a mix of anger and fear as the man greeted him casually. He stopped walking and leaned closer to Sasuke, suggesting that if he sought power, he knew where to find it. For the time being, the cursed seal would grant him the strength he desired, allowing him to become the strongest among his friends. He could protect them all, keep them safe from Itachi, restore his clan's honor, and even find love. All he had to do was meet at the border of the land of rice. Orochimaru chuckled as he walked away, leaving Sasuke standing there. Flashback. Sasuke faced his older brother, Itachi, who towered over him. Confusion and anger filled Sasuke as he demanded to know why Itachi had done what he did. Itachi explained that he wanted to test the limits of his power, which only fueled Sasuke's rage. He shouted that he would kill Itachi, but Itachi merely smirked, encouraging Sasuke to hate and fear him, to turn those feelings into power. Itachi's Sharingan transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan as he taunted Sasuke to come back when he possessed the same eyes. When Sasuke asked how he could achieve that, Itachi coldly replied that he would need to kill his best friend before vanishing in an instant. Sasuke was unaware that Itachi had merely moved behind him, delivering a swift blow to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Itachi, finally allowing tears to fall, whispered an apology and a plea to watch over Sasuke as two shadows emerged from the darkness. Flashback ends. Sasuke grimaced as he returned to his room, Itachi's words echoing in his mind. The thought of killing his best friend weighed heavily on him, and deep down, he knew he could never do it. No matter the circumstances, he could never bring himself to harm Naruto, even with his training. He might consider wounding him to prevent Naruto from stopping his pursuit of power, but killing him was out of the question. That was why he needed Orochimaru's strength. He understood that he could never attain the same eyes as Itachi. All the genin gathered in a grand hall with 2 balconies on either side and a slightly raised platform at the front. The Hokage sat there alongside the other proctors, while the Jonin sensei of all the teams stood on the balconies. Yugao announced that this was the preliminary round, her gaze lingering on Naruto to signal him not to reveal too much. She explained that they would fight each other, with the winners advancing to the final round and the defeated being eliminated from the Chunin exams. Now, everyone present was an enemy. She instructed them to wait on the platform until their names appeared on the screen. The genin quickly moved to the platform as Yugao nodded to Hayate, who entered the names of those who had not forfeited. He flicked a switch, and the screen began to cycle through letters before slowing to display 2 names. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Yoroi Akado. The 2 genin jumped down, with Kakashi and Naruto watching closely. Orochimaru, disguised as a sound Jonin sensei, observed as well. Sakura, however, didn't pay attention. The past few days had been tumultuous for her. She envied Naruto's relationship with Hinata, while Sasuke had grown distant, leaving her heartbroken. She spent her nights crying in Hinata's arms, unable to bear the sight of Sasuke. Before this moment, she had held on to a faint hope that he might have feelings for her, but now she realized that hope was gone. Sasuke, looking sleep-deprived, glared and activated his Sharingan. Yugao announced the start of the match and jumped back. The 2 genin launched at each other, exchanging blows. Sasuke quickly retreated, sensing that his chakra was being drained. Yoroi smirked, taunting him about the immense chakra drain. Sasuke closed his eyes for a moment, and in the blink of an eye he reappeared at Yoroi's feet, delivering a powerful kick to his chin. Yoroi was sent flying into the air, and Sasuke appeared directly behind him. Lee and Guy gasped in surprise, while Naruto and Kakashi remained silent. Sasuke smirked, declaring that while he may have copied a technique, everything from this point onward was original. He unleashed a flurry of kicks, culminating in a devastating axe kick that smashed Yoroi into the ground. Yugao stepped forward to check on Yoroi, confirming that he was out cold. Sasuke Uchiha won and advanced to the next round, as medic ninjas arrived to carry Yoroi away on a stretcher. Sasuke returned to the balcony to join his team. The screen cycled through letters again until it displayed the next match. Shikamaru Nara vs. Kintsuchi. Many of the Leaf genin thought this fight would be uninteresting, given Shikamaru's reputation as the laziest person in Konoha, despite his genius intellect. Kin initiated the fight by throwing needles at Shikamaru, forcing him to dodge. He took his trademark position with the rat hand seal, attempting to use his shadow possession jutsu, but Kin evaded it and threw more sunban, interrupting his technique. Shikamaru dodged again, noticing the bells attached to some of the sunban. He recognized the clever tactic of mixing sunban with and without bells to confuse him. Kin smirked as she revealed that the bells were rigged to a string, causing them to ring from the sunban embedded in the wall behind him. As the ringing filled his ears, Shikamaru realized he was caught in a genjutsu. Groaning in frustration, Shikamaru noticed that Kin was preparing to throw her sunban but found she couldn't move. It smirked, pointing out that the shadow cast from the string was thicker than usual. He then took out several kunai, watching as Kin was forced to mirror his actions. Then he threw, knowing Kin would do the same. She shouted at him, expressing her disbelief. At the last moment he ducked, and she followed suit, but she ended up hitting her head against the wall behind her and fainted immediately. Yugao stepped forward to announce the outcome. Shikamaru wins and advances to the final round. The medics quickly came out, and the floor was cleared. The screen cycled through the letters a third time before stopping. Hinata Hyuga faced Niji Hyuga. She was visibly shaken. Niji, a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, had a bitter edge due to being a branch clan member, despite Hayashi's efforts to reform the clan. They both made their way down to the arena. "You should forfeit, Lady Hinata. Fate has already decided that I will win this match," Niji stated with arrogance. Hinata steeled herself, determined to fight. "No, Niji. I will fight. I'm a ninja, and I never go back on my word. I'll never give up." As she activated her Byakugan and took her stance, Niji sighed. Very well, then prepare to lose. He activated his Byakugan and settled into his stance. Naruto watched with concern. He had seen their training sessions and knew Niji's disdain for him, as Naruto's connection to Hinata seemed to elevate him in Niji's eyes. He understood that Niji was much stronger than Hinata and hoped he would be quick enough to intervene if Niji attempted a lethal strike. The two Hyuga exchanged blows, their gentle fist technique causing small bursts of chakra to become visible in the air. Hinata struck first, landing a glancing hit to Niji's side before he retaliated with a strike to her arm. They continued to trade blows until Hinata found an opening and landed a solid palm strike to Niji's side. Niji momentarily froze before striking Hinata's arm again and pushing back her sleeves, revealing red dots all over her arm. Hinata gasped in realization. "You've been closing my tenketsu points," she exclaimed in horror. Niji responded with a swift backhand that sent her stumbling back to her knees. "Give up, Lady Hinata. You can't win," he insisted. She struggled to rise to her feet. "I'm fighting in front of the one I love. He gives me strength. I'll never give up and I won't lose," Hinata declared, spitting out a bit of blood as she charged at Niji once more. With renewed vigor, she attacked him, forcing Niji to adopt a more defensive stance. He sidestepped another palm strike only to be hit in the face by another, causing him to stumble back. The other genin watched in silence, knowing that the Hyuga excelled in taijutsu and that Niji was a prodigy. They thought it would be close, but Niji would ultimately win. Niji's eyes flashed with undisguised anger. "Why do you continue to fight? You can't beat me, yet you try to defy fate's design. You'll never beat me, main branch or not. You are weak and rely too much on others. A weakling will never be able to beat a genius," he shouted as he charged in, striking Hinata multiple times in raw anger. She attempted to counter, but Niji was simply too fast and strong. She fell back under his relentless assault, losing ground until her back was against the wall, blood escaping her mouth. With a fierce cry, Niji drew his right palm back and struck forward. The Jonin sensei leaped into action, along with Yugao, desperately shouting for him to stop. "Stop, Niji! This fight is over," they cried out, but it was too late. Niji's strike had already landed, his palm flooded with chakra. In his rage, he unleashed a powerful burst of chakra into Hinata's chest, where her heart was located. "Even the main branch gets special treatment," Niji remarked sourly as he left the area. The Jonin sensei turned to Hinata, who stood there, distraught with tears streaming down her face. In her arms was Naruto, who had leapt in to take the full force of the blow, a handprint-sized hole in his clothing where his heart was, indicating the sheer force of chakra used. Naruto's eyes were closed, but he coughed and spat out some blood. "Ow," he muttered as he opened his eyes to see the concerned faces of the Jonin sensei, except for Asuma. He noticed Kakashi's face, and the twitch of his eye indicated he was trying to suppress a grin. "Medic!" Kurenai called out. Naruto was surprised. He had moved his chakra to the spot where Niji was going to strike preemptively, hoping to mitigate the damage, but he hadn't anticipated Niji's strength would be enough to damage the seal on his chest, which prevented Sasuke from using the curse mark's chakra. "I'm fine," Naruto said as he stood up, giving Hinata a thumbs up. She felt relieved, though she was unsure how he had survived such a strike. The gentle fist technique was deadly in close combat, capable of causing severe damage if it hit a vital spot. Yet, Naruto had simply gotten up after the hit. Hinata didn't dwell on it too much. They all returned to the balcony to see who would compete next. Kiba, Shino, Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata looked at Naruto. He seemed to lean on the rail for support, but otherwise appeared fine. Kiba Inuzuka faced Naruto Uzumaki. Kiba looked shocked for a moment, knowing deep down that he would lose. He had witnessed Naruto's strength firsthand. However, he wasn't going down without a fight, knowing Naruto would appreciate it. Kiba walked down the stairs slowly. Sasuke turned to his best friend, who was about to join Kiba. "Don't be reckless. Why did you have to block Niji's strike?" "You are too weak to fight now," Sasuke warned, concern evident in his voice. Naruto grinned in response. I love Hinata. And I'll never be weak, so long as Hinata is here for me, he declared. It's the power of love. He added, remembering that Itachi had tasked him with removing any thoughts of vengeance from Sasuke's mind. Sasuke regarded Naruto thoughtfully. Naruto decided it was time to jump down, leaping over the railing and landing lightly on his feet, though he wobbled slightly. Yugao signaled the start of the match and stepped back. Kiba, eager to engage, called for Akamaru, giving his dog a food pill. With a shout, Kiba activated his man-beast clone technique, and Akamaru transformed into a copy of Kiba. They both took their stances, eyeing Naruto with caution. Naruto mirrored their stance, preparing for the impending clash. The two Kiba figures charged towards him, moving like dogs on the hunt. Naruto adjusted his stance, aware of the Inuzuka clan synergy, which made them a formidable duo in battle. He knew one of them would attempt to strike from his blind spot, aiming to neutralize his strength. Meanwhile, Orochimaru observed the fight from the balcony, intrigued by Naruto's natural talent. He noted how Naruto instinctively positioned himself to counter a dual attack before it even began. However, Orochimaru had manipulated Neji prior to the match, having approached him under the pretense of offering good luck. This allowed him to transfer a small portion of his chakra to Neji unnoticed. During the fight with Hinata, Orochimaru had directed his chakra into Neji's palm strike aimed at Naruto, anticipating that Naruto would block it. Now, he planned to eliminate the Anbu who could thwart his plans to capture his desired vessel. With a subtle gesture, he formed the snake seal, remaining undetected as the fight unfolded. As the battle progressed, Naruto attempted to block the first attack, but it was a feint. He quickly turned to see the second Kiba pulling back his fist. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from where Neji's palm strike had hit him. He froze, clutching his chest as waves of agony coursed through him, causing him to collapse just before Kiba. Orochimaru smirked from the balcony, satisfied with his handiwork. He thought to himself that Naruto would no longer interfere with his plans. Days later, Naruto awoke, his body in excruciating pain and unable to move. It felt as if his muscles were beyond his control, and he couldn't sense the presence of the Nine Tails within him. The connection between them was being actively blocked. If only he could move, he would check his seal to understand what was happening. The door opened, and a doctor entered, but to Naruto's horror, it was Orochimaru's grinning face that greeted him. Naruto struggled to move and make a sound, but Orochimaru quickly silenced him. Orochimaru leaned closer, whispering that they didn't want anyone to discover his plans. He revealed that he had given Neji some chakra, influencing his actions, and that the chakra had spread through Naruto's body, damaging his cells. He noted that if it weren't for the Nine Tails, Naruto would have been dead. Orochimaru declared that he wouldn't kill Naruto just yet, finding him too interesting. He intended to let Naruto witness his friend become his vessel. With a small vial of clear liquid in hand, Orochimaru forced it into Naruto's mouth, ensuring he swallowed it before blocking his nose. As Naruto's vision faded, he heard Orochimaru's chilling farewell. Sasuke stood by Naruto's side, observing his best friend lying still and unresponsive. It had been a week since Naruto fell unconscious, and Sasuke sighed, knowing he would soon face Gaara, the ominous sand ninja. Kakashi had analyzed the match against Rock Lee and identified speed and piercing attacks as Gaara's weaknesses. Sasuke noticed Sakura, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino approaching. Team Asuma was busy training, helping Shikamaru prepare for his match. Sakura had just defeated Tenten without taking a hit, proving her strength. Kiba asked if there were any signs of improvement in Naruto's condition, a testament to how much he had changed since the Genin exams. Sasuke replied that there were none. Sakura and Hinata entered the room to replace the flowers, and everyone watched silently as Hinata held Naruto's hand for a moment before leaving. Sasuke suggested they go train for the Chunin exam finals, but Kiba expressed his reluctance about facing Neji. Sasuke mentioned his upcoming match against Gaara, while Shino noted that at least he would be fighting puppets. With a collective sigh, they made their way to the training grounds. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kisame were on their way to Konoha. Kisame, casually leaning on his sword, asked about their destination. Itachi remained silent, focused on their mission. He intended to scout for information on the Jinchuriki, though he kept to himself that he already knew who it was and that he was there to check on Sasuke and report back to the Hokage. Kisame remarked that the area looked nothing like Konoha. Itachi concealed a smirk, using his Mangekyo Sharingan to create a subtle genjutsu that kept them walking in circles, making it appear as if they were in an endless forest. He reminded Kisame to be cautious as they proceeded with their mission. Itachi expressed his doubts about the accuracy of the information regarding the other villages. Danzo and Hiruzen remained silent, as did the Anbu in the office. Kisame, with confidence, remarked that no one could stop them, emphasizing Itachi's legendary status as an Uchiha. He noted that Akatsuki's true motive of capturing Jinchuriki was unknown to others, as they had successfully established themselves as mercenaries for hire. Itachi remained silent for a moment, continuing to walk. Kisame commented on Itachi's quiet nature, suggesting that he might be more talkative once they found Konoha. Itachi, with a subtle smile, acknowledged Kisame's wealth of information, realizing that Kisame was inadvertently revealing secrets to the Hokage and Danzo. After a while, Kisame inquired if they were close, to which Itachi simply affirmed as he led Kisame out of the office, flanked by a dozen Anbu, the Hokage, and Danzo. They proceeded to the village gates, where Itachi guided Kisame into the surrounding forest. Once the leaf shinobi were out of sight, Itachi subtly altered the genjutsu around Kisame, making it seem as if they were leaving a forest before dissolving it. He deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan, a rare smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, Niji's mastery of the gentle fist was evident, prompting Hinata to warn Kiba about avoiding his attacks. Kiba, feeling frustrated, acknowledged Hinata's superior skills in taijutsu and realized he needed a strategy to compete against Niji. He glanced at Sasuke, who was struggling to perfect his Chidori, while Kakashi observed with a shake of his head. Hayashi Hyuga approached, jokingly suggesting that Kiba needed more help than Hinata could provide. Hinata greeted her father respectfully, and Kiba offered a brief bow. Hayashi reassured them about Naruto, mentioning that he had briefly awakened and wanted them to focus on the Chunin exams. As he observed Kiba and Hinata's training, Hayashi decided to step in and offer guidance, correcting Hinata's stance and advising Kiba to strike swiftly and retreat quickly. 2 weeks later, Naruto sat in the competitor's box in the arena alongside Sasuke and Kiba. Although allowed by the Hokage, his friends were concerned about his recovery from the hospital. Kiba cautioned Naruto against moving too much, knowing how difficult it was for him to be confined for so long. Despite being an ANBU at just 13, Naruto felt the pressure of his recent experiences, particularly with Orochimaru, whose malicious chakra had taken a toll on him. The proctor announced the first match between Kiba Inuzuka and Niji Hyuga, prompting Niji to express his remorse to Naruto for his earlier actions, which he felt were beyond his control. Naruto reassured Niji that it wasn't his fault as Kiba prepared to face him. The proctor confirmed both contestants were ready and signaled the start of the match. Kiba and Niji took their stances, each assessing the other. Kiba, unable to wait any longer, made the first move. He gave Akamaru a soldier pill and formed the tiger seal, transforming Akamaru into a clone of himself. Niji activated his Byakugan, easily identifying the real Kiba among the two. Kiba, confident, initiated his attack with a spinning maneuver, both Kiba and his clone rapidly twirling toward Niji. Niji, with his Byakugan, prepared for the incoming assault, knowing he had to defend himself. With a swift motion, Niji activated his rotation, creating a shield of chakra around him. The two Kibas collided with the barrier, and the crowd leaned forward in anticipation as smoke enveloped the area. As the smoke cleared, it became evident that Kiba's attack was faltering against Niji's defense. Niji seized the opportunity, launching forward to capitalize on Kiba's moment of vulnerability. "You are in my field of divination," Niji declared, transitioning into his gentle fist stance. Hayashi observed the match closely, exchanging glances with Hisashi, both aware of the stakes at play. Niji unleashed a series of precise strikes, demonstrating his mastery as the match continued. 64 palms, Niji declared as he delivered all 64 strikes to Kiba's Tenketsu points. Kiba fell backward, groaning in discomfort. He struggled to move, but with his Tenketsu blocked, his chakra network was shut off, leaving him unable to act. Niji Hyuga was announced as the winner. Medics rushed into the arena, lifting Kiba onto a stretcher before taking him to the hospital. The proctor called for the next pair of opponents, Sasuke Uchiha and Sabaku no Gar. Sasuke was still in shock from the display of skill he had just witnessed. A hand rested on his shoulder, and he turned to see his friend Naruto. Concerned, Sasuke reminded Naruto that he had been told to rest for a week after his recent injury. Naruto smiled, appreciating the concern but insisted that everyone was waiting for Sasuke. With a nod, Sasuke leapt over the railing and landed in the arena. The proctor signaled for the match to begin. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, observing as Gaara raised his hands, causing sand to flow from his gourd. Sasuke grabbed a kunai and rushed forward, leaping over the sand and twisting to evade it. As he neared Gaara, he planted a kunai on the ground and unleashed a flurry of shuriken. Gaara countered by sending sand to intercept, but Sasuke smirked, manipulating the shuriken's trajectory with wires connected to his fingers. The sand surrounded Gaara, and Sasuke's Sharingan revealed the explosive tags attached to the shuriken. He channeled chakra into the tags, causing them to explode. Sasuke landed, confident that the explosion would have been enough to incapacitate Gaara. To his astonishment, Gaara stood unharmed, as if nothing had happened. Sasuke groaned, retreating until he was halfway up the arena wall. With determination, Sasuke formed the hand signs for his signature technique. An intense concentration of lightning chakra gathered in his hand, crackling like the sound of 1,000 birds. He glared at Gaara and charged forward, declaring his intent to attack. Gaara responded by encasing himself in a hardened ball of sand, forming a sand eyeball outside to observe. Sasuke dodged the sand spears launched from Gaara's dome, moving his hand deep into it. Silence fell over the arena as everyone watched. Sasuke grunted, flaring more chakra into his hand, reactivating the technique. As he pulled his hand free, a chilling scream echoed from the dome, and Sasuke leapt back, sensing the surge of chakra swirling around. In the Kage box, Hiruzen frowned while the Kazekage smirked, noting that the battle had truly begun. Suddenly, an explosion of smoke enveloped the entire Kage box. The guard's warning was abruptly cut off, and moments later, his body fell to the ground, pierced by multiple kunai. The Kazekage seized the Hokage by the throat and leapt to the top of the arena, holding a kunai threateningly. The Hokage questioned the Kazekage's actions, urging for negotiation over conflict. The Kazekage merely yawned, dismissing the Hokage's words. He noted Gaara's injuries, calling it another failure. The two Kage observed as the sand Jinchuriki screamed in the arena, the sand swirling protectively around him. The Kazekage taunted the Hokage, suggesting that a successor should have been chosen. The third Hokage's eyes widened in realization as he recognized the threat looming over them. Naruto jolted from his seat the moment he saw feathers falling from the sky. Was it a genjutsu? He quickly formed a hand seal, dispelling the illusion. Then he heard an explosion and turned toward the source, realizing it was the old man. Concerned, Shino asked what was happening. Suddenly, the sand genin jumped from the box, surrounding the screaming Jinchuriki. Naruto called out to Sasuke, who immediately backed away as Kankuro and Temari prepared their weapons. Their sand sensei soon arrived, commanding them to leave and take Gaara away. Genma sighed and addressed Sasuke, reminding him that his mission was to stop the Jinchuriki, as the village's safety was at stake. Sasuke nodded and dashed off after them. Naruto scanned the area and noticed multiple sand and sound ninja attacking the leaf ninja in the stands. They were heavily outnumbered, with even Kakashi and Guy fighting back-to-back, forced into a defensive stance. Asuma and Kurenai found themselves in a similar situation, the four jonin carefully watching each other's backs while fending off the attacking shinobi. Naruto muttered about Lord Hokage, realizing it was time to reveal his Anbu status to his friends. He turned to Shino and instructed him to dispel the genjutsu affecting as many leaf ninja as possible and to gather them to support the jonin. Shino looked at him, concerned about Naruto's safety. In response, Naruto removed his shirt to reveal his standard Anbu uniform and donned his mask, introducing himself as Fox. He performed the shadow clone jutsu, creating a clone to assist Shino. The clone would dispel once everyone had been awakened. As Fox leapt down to join Genma, the odds seemed stacked against them. Genma noted their disadvantage, and Baki smirked, confident as 5 sand and 5 sound ninja dropped down to confront them. Sasuke gritted his teeth while pursuing the retreating sand siblings. The odds were 3-1, and he suspected Gaara was severely injured, which explained their retreat. He knew that if they turned to fight, they could easily overpower him. However, he was gaining on them. Suddenly, the puppet wielder landed on a branch and declared he would stop Sasuke. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, only to be surprised by a swarm of beetles beside him. Shino stepped forward, stating he would take on the puppet wielder, as he had never had the chance to fight him during the Chunin exams. Sasuke nodded in gratitude, determined to catch Gaara. He whispered to himself about his intentions, unaware of the glowing curse mark that was beginning to spread across his skin. Hiruzen flinched as a kunai was stabbed into Orochimaru's other hand, but then he yawned, fully awake. Orochimaru grinned, acknowledging the moment. Hiruzen had anticipated this confrontation, and they both stepped away from each other, ready to face off. Hiruzen glanced around, noting that the 4 sound ninja had acted a barrier to prevent any interference from the Anbu, who were watching helplessly. Hiruzen challenged Orochimaru to show him what he had learned, adding a hint of mockery. Orochimaru responded with a cynical smile, promising not to disappoint his old sensei. The two faced each other, the air thick with their killing intent and chakra. Orochimaru made the first move, leaping up and unleashing a snake from his mouth, which lunged at the surprised Hokage. Hiruzen quickly executed a substitution, reappearing behind Orochimaru. He then performed a series of hand seals, causing the ground around Orochimaru to transform into a river of mud, destabilizing him. As Orochimaru slid down the roof, Hiruzen continued his assault, summoning a mud dragon that fired mud ball at him. Following up with a fire technique, Hiruzen ignited the mud ball, creating a devastating combination attack. The Anbu watched in awe, recognizing the legendary professor, the god of shinobi from the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. Orochimaru's scream echoed from within the jutsu, indicating the intensity of the battle. Fox observed as Genma engaged Baki. Unsheathing his tanto, he vanished in a flurry of leaves, only to reappear behind multiple enemies at once. This technique, a variant of the silent killing method used by the 7 ninja swordsmen, was one that Fox had developed after witnessing the devastating effectiveness of silent assassinations. The remaining sand and sound ninja heard the name of the technique just before they were swiftly dispatched. It was a jutsu he had created by combining his father's Hiration with his shadow clones, allowing him to remain hidden in the shadows. Kurama expressed his surprise, wondering when Fox had mastered such a technique, as he had never seen him use it in Anbu mode. Fox replied with a teasing remark about Kurama's laziness. Baki, witnessing his supporting ninja fall, decided it was time to escape and threw down a smoke bomb, vanishing from sight. Fox inquired about Sasuke's whereabouts, and Genma pointed in the direction he had gone, explaining that he had sent Sasuke after the Sand Genin to prevent their Jinchuriki from recovering. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from the north gate, followed by the appearance of giant snake summons attacking the gate guards, who were struggling against them. Genma sighed, recognizing the trouble brewing. Fox commanded Genma to assist Kakashi while he went to detain the Sand Jinchuriki. When Genma questioned the situation at the gate, Fox pointed to 2 figures in the sky. Genma squinted, trying to identify them, when both figures called out a summoning jutsu. His eyes widened as a giant slug and a giant toad appeared, crushing the snakes instantly. Fox face-bombed, reminding Genma that Lady Tsunade was always at the hospital and that Lord Jiraiya had been summoned there. With that, Fox vanished. Sasuke clenched his teeth as Temari turned to unleash a wind jutsu in an attempt to stop him. She was slowing down, unable to carry Gaara much longer, and faced him with her fan ready for battle. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, realizing she held all the advantages. She could attack from a distance and repel his moves, while he needed to stop her and Gaara. Just then, Temari was suddenly shoved away and slammed into a nearby tree, signaling to Sasuke that Gaara was about to fight. The Jinchuriki began to transform, gaining a sand-like covering around his body, resembling the one-tailed tanuki. Gaara shouted maniacally as he lunged at Sasuke, who rolled to the left and countered with a Chidori that pierced Gaara's sand-covered arm. Gaara screamed and retaliated, swinging his massive arm and sending Sasuke crashing through the trees. Groaning and spitting out blood, Sasuke staggered back to his feet, leaning against a tree as he watched Gaara approach. A malevolent voice whispered from the back of his mind, offering him power if he would only ask for it. Involuntarily, he touched his curse mark, surrendering to it as the markings spread across his body, filling him with chakra and strength. Determined, Sasuke shouted through the pain as he prepared another Chidori, launching himself at Gaara. Meanwhile, Hiruzen confronted Orochimaru, who had risen from the roof tiles, and suggested they stop playing around. Hiruzen removed his Hokage outfit to reveal his shinobi attire, while Orochimaru grinned and shed his Kazekage robes to reveal his own yellow attire. Orochimaru proposed to demonstrate his new favorite jutsu, prompting Hiruzen to prepare his hand seals. Hiruzen initiated the attack with a Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, throwing a shuriken at Orochimaru and multiplying it. Orochimaru laughed, appreciating the challenge. He then performed his own hand seals to summon the reanimation jutsu, causing coffins to rise and block Hiruzen's shuriken. Hiruzen gasped as he recognized the coffins of the first and second Hokages. He resolved to stop the third one at all costs, but Orochimaru gloated about Hiruzen's lack of chakra and power, revealing that he had already freed the third soul from the Reaper's grasp. Sasuke could hear Naruto's cry reach his ears. He tried to smile in that direction but couldn't. He was being painfully crushed by the chaotic sand Jinchuriki. Suddenly, an Anbu appeared in front of him, shattering the sand in the process. "Sasuke, are you all right?" the fox-masked Anbu asked. Sasuke was taken aback. Naruto was an Anbu? Just how strong was he? He watched in awe as Naruto engaged Gaara, decisively overcoming the sand-like abomination. Finally managing to stand, Sasuke witnessed Gaara fall hard to the ground. Naruto landed next to him on his feet, and Sasuke heard Gaara speak for the first time in a normal tone. "But why are you so strong? How can you be so strong?" Gaara whispered. Naruto looked down at him. "I'm the same as you, but I have people to protect, which makes me strong. When you have something to fight for, someone to fight for, then you will always be strong. That's my power. I carry all my bonds with me," Naruto explained. Gaara fell silent as Temari and Kankuro caught up to them. "Gaara!" they both exclaimed, rushing to hug him with tears in their eyes. "Temari! Kankuro!" Gaara whispered. "I'm sorry." Kankuro and Temari looked at him in shock. "It's okay," they both replied softly. What is love?" Gaara asked. "You have it right there. In your heart. And in your brother and sister's hearts as well," Naruto said. Sasuke observed the scene, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. It was so touching that he felt a tear slip from his eye. He mentally scolded himself, reminding himself that he was an Uchiha and shouldn't cry. Just then, Naruto doubled over in pain. "Naruto?" Sasuke asked, concern etched on his face. Naruto waved him off, and it was then that Sasuke realized Naruto had taken off his fox mask the moment he reached him. "The Hokage's in trouble. We have to go back," Naruto said, glancing back in the direction they had come from. Hiruzen gasped as the lids of the coffins fell open. Standing within them were the first, second, and fourth Hokages. Orochimaru grinned. Hashirama was the first to speak, looking around before turning to Hiruzen. "Sarutobi? Is that you?" Hashirama asked. Hiruzen nodded. The two Hokages then looked at the young blonde. "Who are you?" they asked in unison. "I'm the fourth Hokage," he said proudly, revealing the cloak he wore that bore the words, Yondaime Hokage. "Why are you dead?" Hashirama exclaimed. "What happened to the leaf?" Tobirama face-bombed at his brother's dramatic reaction. Some guy attacked and managed to remove the QB from my wife's seal during childbirth. I created a new Jinchuriki, my son, but as a result, both Kushina and I died. Minato explained. Hiruzen's expression fell. Minato, don't worry about Naruto. He's doing fine, Hiruzen said, trying to comfort the distraught Hokage. They all gasped and flinched as Orochimaru placed kunai with written tags inside their heads. I think it's time the reunion comes to a close, don't you think, Sarutobi-sensei? Orochimaru said with a grin. You used the forbidden jutsu. Orochimaru, how far have you fallen? Hiruzen said angrily. The better question is, how long do you think you can survive? Orochimaru replied, leaving Hiruzen speechless. Against the first and second Hokage, he felt he might manage, but the fourth Hokage was simply too fast for him, especially in his old age. He knew he would be overwhelmed by his deceased successor. Orochimaru stepped back as the three Kage advanced toward Hiruzen, their faces devoid of emotion. Tobirama moved first, clapping his hands together. Water style. Water shockwave, he declared, creating a vortex of water that exploded from above, crashing down toward the third Hokage. Hiruzen quickly countered. Earth style. Mud wall, he shouted, forming a giant wall to block the powerful wave. Hashirama acted next. Wood style. Deep forest emergence. Hiruzen heard Hashirama call out, and a massive forest began to grow around him, forcing the aged Hokage to jump back to avoid the moving branches. Suddenly he noticed a hail of kunai surrounding him. Realizing the danger, Hiruzen thought, I'm done for. As he recognized the signature technique of the legendary yellow flash of the leaf. In an instant, Minato appeared next to one of the kunai closest to Hiruzen. The third Hokage dodged backward, knowing that if Minato tagged him, it would be over. He threw an explosive tag at Minato, then at Hashirama and Tobirama as they lunged at him. Performing a quick substitution jutsu, he appeared on the ground below and unleashed his chakra into the tags, causing them to explode. The three reanimations were thrown back, leaving large gaps in their bodies as they landed. Hiruzen then turned to face Orochimaru, only to be sent crashing into the trees. He wiped the blood from his mouth and prepared to fight back. Summoning jutsu, he called out, ready to summon his allies. Monkey King Enma appeared in a puff of smoke, balancing on one foot, and transformed into his adamantine staff form. He warned Hiruzen to be cautious, as Orochimaru's sword, the Kusanagi, could still pose a threat. They both watched as Orochimaru grinned and pulled his snake sword from his mouth. The two ninjas clashed weapons, each striving to overpower the other in a display of strength and speed. Orochimaru's unfamiliarity with Enma ultimately led to his downfall. As they struggled, the staff sprouted two arms that wrapped around Orochimaru's throat. Despite his efforts to break free, he found himself unable to move. Hiruzen seized the moment and delivered a powerful blow to Orochimaru's face, causing him to collapse. Hinata spotted Naruto approaching rapidly, and even Hayashi paused in his fight. Naruto landed, with Sasuke close behind him. He urgently instructed Hinata to find Shino, who had last been seen battling Kankuro. After a quick kiss, he dashed off, leaving Hayashi to raise an eyebrow in silence, aware of Naruto's true identity. Sasuke followed Naruto, while Hinata stood momentarily, blushing. Hayashi commanded her to go, prompting Hinata to turn and run in the direction Naruto and Sasuke had taken, activating her Byakugan to search for Shino. Naruto and Sasuke raced toward the center, where they spotted a massive purple barrier. Naruto quickened his pace, and Sasuke kept up as they reached the arena. They scaled the walls using chakra and leaped onto the roof, where three NBU greeted them. They informed Naruto that the Hokage was in trouble and urged him to see for himself. Naruto gasped at the sight of Hiruzen facing a fallen Orochimaru, who was struggling to rise. Behind them, reanimated figures were slowly reforming, with the most prominent being the blonde-haired fourth Hokage Naruto's father. Sasuke waved a hand in front of Naruto's eyes, trying to snap him out of his shock. Orochimaru's unsettling laughter filled the air as he stood up slowly, revealing a distorted face. He taunted Hiruzen, who gasped in horror. Orochimaru then summoned another coffin, and Hiruzen's eyes widened as it opened to reveal a woman with long red hair. He could barely whisper her name, Kushina. She looked around, confused, and took in the sight of the third Hokage and the other resurrected Hokage. Orochimaru gleefully announced her arrival, preparing for a reunion. He approached Minato, removing a kunai from his head and replacing it with another, restoring Minato's consciousness. Minato's eyes widened as he recognized Kushina. As they processed the situation, Danzo landed on the roof, accompanied by a pale root boy carrying a large scroll and brush. The fox-masked Anbu, standing beside the Uchiha and 3 other Anbu, placed a hand on Danzo and the root member. In a swirl of leaves, they vanished, reappearing inside the barrier next to Hiruzen. Orochimaru grinned as he placed a kunai into Kushina's head, eliciting a flinch. The masked Anbu revealed his blonde hair and blue eyes, along with whisker marks, to his parents. Naruto managed a weak grin, tears welling in his eyes, as he acknowledged them. Orochimaru then commanded their demise, and they watched in horror as Minato's body jerked and moved, appearing behind Hiruzen and striking him. Hiruzen gasped before his form transformed into mud, reappearing in front of them. Danzo ordered Sai to act, and Sai leaped forward, quickly painting a jutsu. A large ink dragon surged from the scroll, targeting Orochimaru and his reanimations. Minato dashed out of the wave, grabbing Kushina as he went, while Orochimaru ducked. Hashirama and Tobirama were unable to evade in time, and the dragon collided with them, exploding into ink that enveloped them, sealing their souls. Orochimaru cursed and formed a snake seal, but Minato reappeared behind him in a flash, and they both vanished, reappearing behind Hiruzen. Orochimaru struck Hiruzen deeply, but Hiruzen's body transformed again, avoiding permanent harm. Danzo shouted for Sai to release the jutsu, and Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of panic as he saw the ink forming into the Reaper, beginning to extract his soul. Despite his attempts to regain control of his sword, Orochimaru's actions inadvertently released the jutsu, causing the Reaper to take a portion of his soul, leaving his arms lifeless. Naruto faced his parents, feeling a mix of emotions. Kushina expressed her sorrow as she drew her sword, while Minato formed a Rasengan in his hand. Naruto steeled himself, drawing his tanto with one hand and forming a Rasengan with the other, ready to confront them, knowing he had to act. Suddenly, a giant spiritual blade pierced through both Minato and Kushina, causing them to drop their weapons, with Minato's Rasengan dissipating. Naruto looked around, surprised to see the Anbu and Sasuke all unconscious. He wondered what was happening when he saw Danzo sneak up on Sai and incapacitate him with a swift blow to the neck. Minato and Kushina's souls began to form outside their bodies, smiling and waving at him before being drawn into a gourd. The giant skeletal being then vanished, revealing Itachi standing there. Orochimaru spat out Itachi's name before retreating, his 4-sound ninja disabling the barrier to grab him and flee. Naruto, still in shock, asked about Itachi's presence. Itachi bowed, apologizing for his tardiness to Lord Danzo, who sighed and approached Hiruzen's body. He remarked on the death of the third Hokage, with Itachi and Naruto watching from behind. Itachi mentioned he had come as soon as he received Danzo's message, adding that Kisame was still unaware of the situation. Danzo nodded and turned to face them, thanking Itachi and requesting him to release Minato and Kushina's souls from the gourd. Now that they were no longer attached to their vessels, they were free to move on. Itachi closed his eyes, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan, and in an instant, a partially formed Susanoo appeared. The gourd opened, and the 2 souls were released. Itachi stated he needed to leave, reminding Naruto that vengeance was not the right path to take before transforming into a flock of crows and flying away. The daimyo addressed the seated council, stating that a new Hokage needed to be chosen now that the war was effectively over, with the Sand Village retreating and offering a flag of truce after the discovery of their deceased Kazekage at Orochimaru's hands. The fire daimyo looked around the room, noting that only Hyuga Hayashi, Danzo, Kohyudatane, and Hamura Mitokado were present, as the others were still busy tending to injuries. He asked Danzo if he would take on the position of Hokage. Danzo declined, stating he had his route to coordinate, and suggested Tsunade Senju instead, whose advanced medical jutsu had saved many lives in the aftermath of the war. The fire daimyo called for a vote, and it was unanimous. Tsunade Senju would be the new Hokage. Tsunade was not pleased with her new role. Managing the hospital was already a challenge, and now she had to take on the responsibilities of Hokage. Sitting behind her desk, she instructed Naruto and the other ANBU to ensure the village perimeter was secure. The ANBU nodded and departed. She then asked Naruto to summon Shikamaru, and he quickly made his way through the crowd, leaving the Hokage tower. As he walked, he pondered Tsunade's words, suspecting he was about to be granted Chunin rank. Even though Shikamaru had not fought directly, his tactical skills during the invasion were impressive. Arriving at the Nara house, Naruto knocked on the door, which was opened by his mother. She asked if he was there for Shikamaru, to which he confirmed. He had fully embraced his actual rank in front of his friends, as Tsunade had advised him that pretending was no longer necessary. Shikamaru's mother called for him, and he soon appeared, looking at Naruto with a sigh. Naruto suggested they leave for the Hokage's tower, and Shikamaru walked alongside him, inquiring about what was happening. Naruto understood the vagueness of the question. Shikamaru was asking about everything, and decided to start from the beginning, hoping he could trust Shikamaru to keep his past a secret. In a flashback, Minato completed the final seal, sealing Kurama's remaining yang half into Naruto. As Minato and Kushina's bodies fell to the ground, the third Hokage rushed in. Minato expressed his wish for Naruto to be seen as a hero rather than a demon before he passed away. Hiruzen cradled the baby Naruto in his arms, watching as the blonde child woke and began to cry. The NBU approached him, reporting that both the fourth Hokage and Lady Kushina were gone. Hiruzen inquired about Danzo's whereabouts, learning that he had deployed his route around the village for protection and was currently at the front gate. A sense of sadness enveloped them as they left with baby Naruto. Later, the third Hokage sighed while looking at the paperwork on his desk, feeling a headache coming on despite only having a few sheets left. Jiraiya and Tsunade were lounging on the couch in his office, discussing the hospital and Jiraiya's spy network. Suddenly, the door burst open and a 4-year-old Naruto rushed in, his bright blue eyes sparkling with mischief. Jiraiya recognized the boy and asked who he was, while Tsunade smacked Jiraiya's head, reminding him that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya had forgotten about his student's son and was reminded that he was supposed to be his godfather. Naruto excitedly approached the third Hokage, shouting for attention just as Ebisu entered, apologizing for Naruto's disruption and insisting they return to lunch. Naruto, however, was determined to show off his skills. He pulled a shuriken from the Hokage's pockets, announcing his intention to perform a technique. With a series of hand seals, he shouted out the name of his jutsu, launching a cluster of shuriken that sent Ebisu running down the hallway in panic. Tsunade and Jiraiya watched in disbelief as the 4-year-old laughed and danced around, reveling in his moment of triumph. They turned their attention back to the frozen Hokage, whose mouth was wide open, his pipe lying on the table where it had landed after falling from his open mouth. Hiruzen roared out when he finally came to his senses, questioning Naruto's actions. The two Sannin gulped as the glowering Hokage stood up. Naruto chuckled nervously as he formed the ram hand seal and transformed into a woman, clouds of smoke covering her private areas. He winked at the Hokage before scampering out of the room. The Hokage stood frozen for a moment before he fell backward, his eyes twitching. Tsunade shouted in frustration, then turned around and punched Jiraiya, who was drooling and seemed eager to follow Naruto. She muttered to herself as she left the room. "Come on, hit harder," Tsunade shouted. The sweating, panting 6-year-old blonde glared at her as they took their stances before engaging in their taijutsu battle once more. Hiruzen stood on the side, smoking his pipe and watching proudly. Naruto's chakra control was almost as good as his former teacher's, and with his amount of chakra, he could almost replicate Tsunade's chakra-enhanced punches, although his body simply couldn't handle it yet. Jiraiya stood at the side, also watching the blonde boy train, though it seemed he was more focused on Tsunade. "That's enough for today. I think Naruto is ready to become a jonin," Tsunade declared. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, expressing concern about Naruto's age and the difficulty of the Jonin exams, as well as the dangers of being on Jonin missions at such a young age. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances with him. He's 6. He can spar with me and Jiraiya. I think he's more than ready. Stop mother-henning him, Tsunade responded. Hiruzen sighed in resignation. Fine. Naruto, because this is your first ANBU mission, I'll send one of my route along with you, Danzo said, looking at the blonde boy. He handed Naruto a bird mask, wiping a tear from his eye as Naruto placed it on. All of Naruto's training had come to fruition, and he had been made an ANBU. Danzo, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade couldn't have been prouder as they looked at him. Danzo then gave him the mission scroll. This route member will accompany you, Danzo said as a man wearing a tiger mask leapt down in front of him. The tiger-masked ninja greeted Naruto with a chuckle, ruffling his hair and encouraging him to get ready. Listen, bird. Once we engage, you'll have to support me when I take him on. Since this is your first mission, I'll be the one taking the lead, Tiger instructed. Naruto nodded. As they trailed their target into the forest, they were surprised when he stopped and turned to look in their direction. You can come out now, he called. Tiger and Naruto stepped out from their hiding spots. With a nod, Tiger leapt forward, swinging his katana at their target. As the target ducked under the sword, he gasped, realizing it was a feint. Tiger's distraction allowed Naruto to draw his tanto and get into range. He moved forward at the shocked man's body but hesitated at the last moment, unable to take that final step. The man grinned at him. What's the matter, boy? Too cowardly to take a life, he taunted, stepping forward and grabbing Naruto's wrist. Tiger, having landed nearby, shouted encouragement to Naruto, urging him to follow through with their mission. The man continued to smile as he wrenched the tanto free from Naruto's hand. I'll show you how a real man kills, he spat. Naruto flinched as the man lunged at him with his own tanto. The blade struck, and a startled scream escaped Naruto as he witnessed the scene unfold. In an instant he was consumed by anger. Use my power. Destroy him, whispered the voice of the Kyuubi, making its presence known to Naruto. Overcome with rage, he lost control and vanished with blinding speed, sinking his transformed claws into the man's neck. The man fell, and Naruto continued to strike, his fury driving him to obliterate the body, leaving behind nothing but fragments. Bird, came the whispered voice of his partner. Naruto's rampage halted, the red light fading from his eyes as he fell to his knees in horror, grappling with the reality of what he had done. Bird, come here. Tiger forced out. Naruto crawled over, tears streaming down his face. He cried out in grief, questioning why Tiger would save him when he felt like a failure and a monster. Tiger removed his mask and took off Naruto's as well. It's because, in the short time we've been together, you remind me of my little brother. I couldn't protect him. But I'll protect you instead, he whispered, coughing up blood. He reassured Naruto that he was not a monster, urging him to remember his duty. Your eyes. The innocent blue light is gone, but they'll never turn red again. Just promise me. Never let them lose their blue light, he said. Naruto nodded through his tears, promising to uphold that vow. Tiger struggled to remind Naruto of his duty to the ANBU, urging him to act before it was too late. Naruto, trembling, formed the hand seals slowly, his hands shaking. He expressed his sorrow for being weak and for the mission's outcome. As the jutsu began to take effect, Mito's ANBU tattoo glowed before disintegrating his body into ash. Naruto stared at the ash for a moment before letting out a howl of pain. Mito wouldn't want you to be like this, Danzo told the blonde boy. Naruto sat in the corner, his head resting on his arms as he hugged his legs close to his body. Danzo continued, explaining that making mistakes was part of growth and that if Naruto remained in this state, he wouldn't be able to protect those he cared about. He encouraged Naruto to learn from his experiences and move forward. Danzo suggested they go for some ramen and then visit the ANBU grave. Naruto nodded and climbed into Danzo's arms. As Danzo carried him to Ichiraku's, he thought about how Naruto still acted like a child, but at least he was responsive. He set the 8-year-old down on a stool and reflected on the challenges of sending such a young prodigy on missions. He decided that for now, recon missions would be more suitable than assassination tasks, especially after the recent incident involving a target who had proven to be more formidable than expected. Weeks later, Danzo informed Naruto that he was being sent on a mission. Naruto stood there, emotionless, having trained relentlessly since the last mission. He was determined not to fail again. Danzo explained that this mission was a recon task to investigate the silence of his spies after Naruto's first mission. When Danzo offered him his bird mask, Naruto declined, stating that his new code name was Fox. Upon arriving at the safe house where the spies were supposed to be, Naruto discovered the grim truth. The bodies inside were decayed, indicating that the information had been tampered with. Someone had killed Danzo's spies to lure the Anbu into a trap. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Naruto returned to Konoha, where he found Danzo and Hiruzen waiting for him. They informed him that several orphans had been kidnapped while they were distracted by the incident involving Danzo's spies. Naruto confirmed that this had been a long-planned operation, and they realized they had been compromised. Kakashi then revealed that Orochimaru was behind the kidnappings, a revelation that shocked Naruto. Kakashi explained that Orochimaru had been involved in sinister experimentation, which raised further questions about his motives. Later, Naruto and Shikamaru entered Lady Tsunade's office. She congratulated Shikamaru on his promotion to Chunin for his strategic brilliance and instructed him to work closely with Naruto to uncover the truth behind Orochimaru's intentions. Tsunade suggested consulting Anko for more information about Orochimaru, and they left her office to begin their investigation. Shikamaru looked up at the sky, feeling the weight of the situation. He knew he needed time to process everything Naruto had shared. Naruto decided to check on Sasuke before seeking out Anko, but first, he felt a strong urge to visit Hinata. He chuckled to himself, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. As he entered the Hyuga compound, Naruto called out to Hinata, who turned to him with a bright red face. Hayashi observed them with a hint of amusement before reminding Hinata that the full moon was approaching, causing her to jump. Naruto approached her, complimenting her appearance and asking if she wanted to go on a date. Hinata nodded, her heart racing, and they walked hand in hand to her room. Naruto suggested they both change into something more comfortable. He chose a simple navy blue shirt and black pants, while Hinata nervously selected a violet dress from her wardrobe, unsure of where it had come from. Both were filled with anticipation as they prepared for their outing. It looked pretty, and Hinata thought it would match her hairstyle. Flashback. Hayashi, while enjoying breakfast with his daughter, mentioned that tonight was the full moon. Hinata, lost in her thoughts about someone special, was caught off guard. She replied that she hadn't known, and Hayashi smiled at her. He then shared a piece of wisdom, saying that if she confessed her love to Naruto under the full moon's light, it was said they would be together forever. Hinata felt her cheeks warm at the thought. Curious, she asked what he meant by purest form. Hayashi, hiding a grin, explained that it meant to become one together. Hinata's intrigue grew, prompting her to ask for clarification. Hayashi, recalling the lines from a book, elaborated on the concept of love and connection, which made Hinata blush even deeper. After a moment of contemplation, she left the breakfast table, her mind racing with thoughts of Naruto. Hayashi looked down at the book he had been referencing, realizing that Hinata had echoed the lines of the main female character from the story. He felt a mix of frustration and disbelief at the author's influence on his daughter. Flashback ends. Hinata stepped out of her room to find Naruto waiting for her. They exchanged shy glances, both blushing. Naruto suggested they go to dinner, taking her hand as they left the Hyuga compound and headed to the restaurant where they had their first date. As they sat across from each other, Hinata looked at Naruto and admitted she was full. Naruto, ever enthusiastic, offered to finish her meal. He noticed that Hinata was blushing more than usual and asked if she felt unwell. She quickly shook her head, pointing out the beautiful full moon outside, trying to calm her racing heart. Naruto complimented her, saying she was even more beautiful than the moon. In a moment of magic, they found themselves back in Naruto's room, thanks to his special technique. Hinata felt her face flush deeper, determined to act on her feelings before she lost her courage. With a rush of emotion, She pushed Naruto onto the bed, surprising him. As he processed what was happening, Hinata whispered that she was going to confess her love in the purest form possible. Naruto was taken aback, captivated by her beauty. Hinata leaned in to kiss him, and in that moment, they shared a connection that felt transcendent. They moved together, lost in the warmth and closeness, feeling a wave of emotions wash over them. Hinata felt a sense of completeness as they embraced, sharing tender moments that solidified their bond. Afterward, they lay next to each other, reflecting on the depth of their connection and the joy they found in one another. Hinata snuggled closer to Naruto, feeling safe and cherished. They both drifted off to sleep, aware that they would face the morning together, ready to embrace whatever came next. Hyuga Hayashi woke up groggily, sitting up in his bed and rubbing his bloodshot eyes. He wasn't wearing his usual sleeping attire because he had passed out from blood loss. His fingers twitched as he thought about the upcoming arrival of a grandchild, giggling to himself before clearing his throat. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Lord Hayashi, this is urgent." "From the Hokage," called a voice belonging to one of the branch members of the clan. Hayashi quickly got out of bed, sweeping the Ika books off the covers and kicking them under the bed before smoothing out the duvet and straightening his clothes. "I'm coming," he replied professionally. He opened the door to find Kakashi standing there alongside the branch member. "Kakashi, to what do I owe the pleasure?" he greeted formally. Kakashi returned the greeting with a short bow. "The pleasure is mine. But I must see Naruto immediately. This concerns him," Kakashi stated. Hayashi nodded, fully aware of Naruto's significance as a council member. "This way," Hayashi instructed, maintaining a serious demeanor. They walked down the corridor until they reached a closed bedroom door. Hayashi hesitated, recalling how they had woken up several times during the night. He had never known Hinata to be so. "Naruto, it's me. We need to talk immediately." Kakashi's voice was cut off as he peered into the room. Hayashi quickly pulled him back and closed the door, noticing the redness on Kakashi's face and the way his fingers twitched toward his pouch. Moments later, a flustered and hastily dressed Naruto stood before them. An awkward silence hung in the air until Kakashi finally cleared his throat. "Sasuke's missing." Sakura saw him leave and tried to stop him, but he got away, Kakashi explained. Naruto nodded, determination in his eyes. "Leave it to me," he declared, forming a hand seal before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Naruto's thoughts raced as he pursued Sasuke, wondering where he could be. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, questioning if the Uchiha was truly doing what he suspected. Naruto nodded in response, feeling the weight of Kurama's frustration over Sasuke's obsession with power. As he tracked Sasuke's chakra, he sensed the presence of 4 sound ninja from the invasion closing in. Suddenly, he had to dodge a sharpened bone that was moved toward him. He ducked and countered with a swift kick to the attacker's chest, sending him flying. "Nice reactions," Kimimaro remarked as he stood up, his body beginning to transform as he activated his curse mark. He explained that Orochimaru required Sasuke as his new vessel, and it was his duty to ensure that happened. Naruto growled, ready for a fight. "Let's dance," he shouted as he vanished in a blur of speed. Kimimaro instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding Naruto's rapid attacks, but soon found himself on the receiving end of a powerful kick that sent him reeling. With determination, Kimimaro unleashed his Kekkai Genkai, summoning multiple bones from his body and wielding a long spine like a whip. "This is my Kekkai Genkai, and I will stop you here," he declared, charging forward with a flurry of attacks. Naruto dodged and countered, but the onslaught was relentless. Gritting his teeth, Naruto felt the sting of cuts on his skin, but his resolve only strengthened. "I'm ending this," he shouted, forming a sphere of chakra in his hand. "Rasengan!" Meanwhile, Tayuya cursed as she noticed Naruto closing in on them. Jirobe, leaping from branch to branch with a large container on his back, commented on her language, but she dismissed him angrily. The container's lid burst open, revealing Sasuke inside. Sakan instructed him to head to Orochimaru's hideout in the Land of Rice while they dealt with Naruto. Sasuke nodded, feeling a pang of regret as he turned away. "I'm sorry, Sakura," he thought, recalling a painful memory. In a flashback, Sakura had pleaded with him not to leave. Sasuke had insisted on his path, but her desperate words echoed in his mind. He had laid her unconscious on a park bench, covering her with his jacket, whispering apologies and promises to return after avenging his clan. Back in the present, Sasuke continued to run, feeling the weight of his decision. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. "Naruto? How did you get past the sound ninja?" he asked, surprised to see his friend, panting and battered. "Come back to Konoha," Naruto urged, desperation in his voice. "I can't. I must avenge my clan," Sasuke replied firmly. "Why don't you understand that vengeance isn't everything?" Naruto asked, frustration evident in his tone. "I need to do this, Naruto. This is my fate. And if you try to stop me, I will not hold back," Sasuke warned, resolute in his decision. Naruto sighed, accepting the situation. He launched several kunai at Sasuke before engaging in a taijutsu battle. Sasuke had his Sharingan activated and was tapping into his curse mark. It was evident that Naruto was struggling to keep up. The toll from facing the 5-sound ninja in their curse mark level 2 state was beginning to show, and Kurama was unable to provide any more chakra, having exhausted most of it already. Kurama was meditating frantically, trying to gather more energy. Naruto urged Sasuke to stop the madness and return home, ducking a punch but getting hit by a kick instead. Sasuke grimaced, expressing his reluctance to fight Naruto, whom he considered a brother. Naruto, frustrated, questioned why Sasuke continued down this path. He prepared a Rasengan, while Sasuke readied his Chidori. Sasuke insisted he had to do this, and they both leapt at each other, each aiming to incapacitate the other. However, Naruto's Rasengan fizzled out, and he stumbled, exhausted and out of chakra. Sasuke halted, holding his Chidori threateningly near Naruto's head. Sasuke pleaded with Naruto to let him go, admitting he couldn't bring himself to kill him. Naruto looked up, sadness in his blue eyes meeting Sasuke's red Sharingan. He tried to reason with Sasuke, emphasizing that strength wasn't solely about power and that he could return to the village and still be strong. Sasuke snapped, revealing his obsession with avenging Itachi and the belief that he could never be strong enough if he returned home. Naruto understood Sasuke's struggle with the idea of obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan through the loss of a best friend. Sasuke confirmed his inability to harm Naruto, stating he would never do that to him. As Naruto lunged forward, he impaled himself on Sasuke's Chidori, causing Sasuke to panic and try to pull his hand away. Naruto held on tightly, smiling even as blood flowed from his wound. Sasuke shouted in horror, finally freeing himself and dropping to his knees beside Naruto. Naruto whispered that Sasuke had already made up his mind and that Orochimaru only wanted his eyes. He urged Sasuke to return to the leaf, expressing his love for Hinata and delivering a message from Itachi about not becoming an Avenger. As Naruto's voice grew weaker, he touched Sasuke's forehead one last time. Sasuke gathered Naruto into his arms, pleading for him to hold on and expressing his regret. He ran back toward Konoha, feeling Naruto's heartbeat fade. Desperate, he shouted for help as the village gates came into view. Naruto's hand slipped from Sasuke's chest, and he cried out again for assistance. In the hospital, Tsunade's commanding voice echoed through the halls as she rushed to help. Sasuke stumbled through the gates, carrying Naruto's still form. The gate guards, awakened by his cries, assisted them into the hospital. Tsunade was immediately informed of the situation, and despite Sasuke's rogue status, he was pardoned. Exhausted, he collapsed in a room next to Naruto's. Several ANBU arrived with the bodies of the Sound Four, including Kimimaro, who had been taken to the autopsy rooms. Shizune hurried after Tsunade, calling for medical ninjas to prepare for the emergency. The medical team was shocked to see Naruto, still alive despite the severe injury. Lady Tsunade began immediate treatment to stop the blood loss, aware that time was of the essence. Shizune instructed the medics to take over with the Four Corners healing seal. 7 other medical ninjas quickly gathered around her, preparing the seal. 2 medical ninjas were positioned at each of the 4 corners, channeling their medical chakra into it. Shizune directed the remaining medics to monitor their progress and assist Lady Tsunade. The seal began to glow green as the chakra flowed from all corners toward the center, where Naruto lay. As the medical chakra made contact with Naruto's body, Kurama's red chakra began to rise around him, forming a manifestation of the nine-tailed fox. Kurama informed Tsunade that he had linked her chakra with Naruto's through his own as a medium. Tsunade nodded, fully aware of her task. She closed her eyes and formed the tiger hand seal. Concentrating deeply, she released the chakra from her forehead seal, which spread around her body, the markings extending down her arms and enveloping Naruto. This was Tsunade's most powerful healing technique, usually reserved for herself in battle. By releasing the chakra stored in her seal, she could heal any damage, no matter how severe, by accelerating cell division in her body. With Kurama linking their chakras, she could transfer her self-healing technique into Naruto, utilizing her extensive medical ninjutsu knowledge and the chakra within her seal to expedite the healing process. The results were almost immediate. The damage within Naruto's body began to fade, healing rapidly, though the strain on Tsunade was immense. They were essentially reconstructing a part of his chest, and the hours since his injury required an extraordinary amount of chakra, which the medical ninjas provided through the healing seal. As Tsunade opened her eyes, she observed the wound closing. She marveled at the effectiveness of her healing technique. The medics at the corners slumped forward, exhausted, and were quickly replaced by others. They watched as the final medical chakra flowed into Naruto's body, leaving behind only a scar as a reminder of his injuries. The medical ninjas cheered softly, their fatigue evident. Tsunade, however, was oblivious to the celebration. Her genjutsu had worn off, causing her skin to shrivel slightly and her face to age visibly. Her eyes darkened, fatigue evident, and the bags under her eyes became more pronounced. She shuddered at the sudden breeze. Standing up, she wobbled and leaned against the nearest medic for support. The room fell silent in shock. The amount of chakra Tsunade had expended was significant, especially since her genjutsu had failed, which typically required only undetectable amounts of chakra to maintain. Shizune faintly heard someone calling for Tsunade as she stumbled toward the door, feeling frail and weary. The door swung open to reveal Jiraiya, the toad Sannin, who rushed forward, wrapping his arms around her to steady her. Normally, he would have joked or flirted, but the seriousness of the situation called for a more somber approach. Jiraiya praised Tsunade for her efforts, advising her to take a long rest as he guided her slowly toward the exit. Shizune watched, torn but understanding that only Jiraiya could provide the comfort Tsunade needed at that moment. Their bond, forged through years of friendship and teamwork, was something she could not replicate, despite her own long-standing relationship with Tsunade. Turning back to the remaining medical ninjas in the room, all in various states of exhaustion, Shizune took charge. She instructed them to move Naruto into a hospital room. Several of the more capable and less fatigued medical ninjas stood up, coordinating their efforts. Half of them moved to prepare the chosen room while Shizune monitored Naruto's condition as he was carefully lifted onto a moving bed and transported. The following day, a crowd gathered outside the Hokage building, anxiously awaiting news about Sasuke Uchiha and the current situation, which Lady Tsunade had promised to address. However, she did not appear, leaving the gathered ninjas frowning and wondering what had transpired. Eventually, Jiraiya emerged, flanked by the two village elders and Lord Danzo, with Tsunade seated in a chair slightly behind him. Jiraiya announced that Sasuke Uchiha had been rescued from the Sound kidnappers. They had all agreed that this would be the official story, omitting the more complicated reasons behind Sasuke's departure. The assembled ninjas were shocked to see Tsunade in a chair, her genjutsu undone and her diamond seal absent from her forehead. He continued, stating that Sasuke was currently in the hospital due to trauma and that Naruto was under intensive care. After delivering his report, Jiraiya turned and left. The two elders, along with Lord Danzo and Tsunade, supported by Shizune, followed, leaving the shinobi to ponder the fates of the two hospitalized ninjas. Hinata hoped that Naruto was alright as she approached her friends, Kiba, Shino, and Sakura, seeking comfort. She felt herself breaking down inside and craved a sense of security from them. Sakura rushed over to her, enveloping her in a hug, and Hinata let her tears flow as Kiba and Shino approached. Kiba sniffed the air and froze mid-step, prompting Shino to ask what was wrong. Kiba shook his head, muttering that it was nothing. Shino then offered Hinata a brief hug, reassuring her that everything would be fine. Kiba stepped up next, giving her a short hug but also sniffing her, which left Hinata puzzled. Curious, she asked Kiba what he was doing. He looked at her, eyes widening slightly as if a realization struck him. He whispered that he could smell Naruto's scent all over her, causing Hinata to blush. Kiba reassured her that everything would be fine and that Naruto would be okay. In a dark void, Naruto found himself floating endlessly, surrounded by nothing yet containing everything. Suddenly, he felt a pull of green and red light that grasped him and pulled him out of the void, back into the light he had forgotten existed. His mind's eye shifted back to the gloomy sewer, where the giant gate with the seal stood completely intact. Nothing seemed amiss. Naruto approached the gate, his gaze falling on the giant nine-tailed fox lying beyond it. The silence was unsettling. There were no snores, no breathing, nothing at all. The fox remained motionless. Naruto called out to Kurama, his voice barely above a whisper, but received no reply. He closed his eyes, attempting to sense the chakra, but found nothing. No trace of energy emanated from the fox's body. Tears welled up in his eyes. Kurama was gone. A lone figure stood by the gates of Konoha, his blue shirt adorned with the Uchiha insignia. He stared out of the village, idly clutching his neck, which felt odd. Ever since their return, Lord Jiraiya had used his extensive knowledge of sealing techniques to remove the curse mark from him, leaving only a dull ache that served as a reminder of his past mistakes. He had sought counseling from Lady Tsunade. The trauma of almost harming Naruto had left him trembling and unable to mold chakra whenever he tried. Sakura's worried voice broke the silence, and Sasuke turned to see her standing there. A small smile crept onto his face, reminiscent of the time he had left the village to join Orochimaru. He reassured her that he wasn't leaving, just waiting. As they stood in silence, a crowd of shinobi began to gather, all waiting as well. Sakura recognized them as Naruto's close allies. In unison, they turned to face the approaching toad Sannin, who was carrying a giant scroll on his back and leading a toad slightly larger than a fully grown Inuzuka dog. On the toad's back lay a stretcher made of bamboo and a large white cloth, with Naruto resting on it. His chest was heavily bandaged and he moved his head slightly. Sakura asked Jiraiya what was happening as they neared the gate. Jiraiya shot a glare at Sasuke but chose not to voice his frustration. Sasuke felt a pang of guilt under Jiraiya's gaze, knowing he was partly responsible for the situation. Jiraiya explained that he was taking Naruto to Mount Myaboku for rehabilitation, as his body needed time to recover. When Sakura pressed for more information, Jiraiya explained that the potent nature energy at Mount Myaboku would accelerate Naruto's healing, especially since the nine-tailed fox was no longer there. Sakura began to piece together the implications of Jiraiya's words, realizing that the fox's chakra had been crucial in sustaining Naruto's life. The crowd of shinobi fell silent as they absorbed this revelation. Jiraiya then announced his departure, and as he walked through the gates, the toad summon followed faithfully. Tsunade, now back to her normal self with her seal restored, warned him not to act recklessly. The chirping of birds filled the air, a pleasant sound that marked the beginning of a new chapter. The blonde-haired teenager stretched his arms and flexed his muscles, ready to return home after a long 3 years. In a flashback, Naruto found himself at Mount Myaboku, startled to hear a cranky voice beside him. He winced and sat up, surprised he could move. Lady Shima explained that she and Pa had given him their sage chakra to speed up his healing, and the abundant nature energy had accelerated his recovery significantly. Grateful, Naruto thanked her, though a frown lingered on his face. When she inquired about his troubles, he simply stated that Kurama was gone. Lady Shima took his hand as Lord Fukasaku entered, and they guided him toward the great toad sage elder, who began to speak but was interrupted by Lady Shima, correcting him that this was Naruto, not Jiraiya. She recalled the moment when Jiraiya received his prophecy from the elder, wishing she could forget it. Jiraiya, seemingly confused, asked who she was. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki-Namikaze, the child of prophecy. Lord Fukasaku mentioned that he wanted to know about Kurama, the nine-tailed fox. Jiraiya acknowledged Kurama's existence, explaining that he and Kurama used to converse often. A sudden interruption from Lady Shima, filled with fury, demanded to know who was speaking. When she learned it was Naruto, she calmed down slightly. Jiraiya reassured Naruto that Kurama was never truly gone, as a Bijuu is a creature of pure chakra. He explained that Kurama would eventually reform, though it would take many years due to his immense power and chakra. The flashback faded, and Jiraiya appeared on top of a giant leaf, greeting Naruto, who was eager to return home. Naruto had been ready for a while, but Jiraiya insisted he sign the Toad summoning contract, as his current fox summons were not bound by contract but by loyalty to Kurama. After signing, Naruto was also encouraged to learn Senjutsu to complete his training. His appearance had changed significantly. He wore a long-sleeved blue shirt under a jonin vest, resembling his father, with long black pants and his hair styled to the side, making him a near duplicate of his father, aside from the whisker marks on his cheeks. With sparkling blue eyes, Naruto stood up, excited about returning to Konoha, and asked what they were waiting for, prompting a grin from Jiraiya. On top of the fourth Hokage's head stood a tall figure with black hair, dressed in a black shirt and pants adorned with the Uchiha crest. This spot had become his refuge after recovering from trauma 3 years prior. It offered him a sense of peace, especially after learning during the Chunin exam's invasion that Naruto's father was the fourth Hokage. With his eyes closed, he sensed a familiar presence. When he opened his eyes, they revealed the spinning red of his Sharingan. Itachi stood before him, and despite the time that had passed, Sasuke still felt a surge of disdain for his older brother. Although his feelings had softened somewhat due to Naruto's influence, he still yearned for revenge. Sasuke turned to face Itachi, who stood at a distance, his Akatsuki cloak billowing in the wind. In a flash, Sasuke unleashed a barrage of shuriken and kunai, a technique he had learned from Tenten. Itachi countered effortlessly, his speed still surpassing Sasuke's. They clashed, their weapons locked together, each staring intently into the other's eyes. Itachi's eyes transformed into their Mangekyo Sharingan form. Itachi demanded to know Naruto's whereabouts. Sasuke, aware of the reason behind the question, challenged him, wanting to hear Itachi's justification for his actions. Itachi revealed that he needed Naruto, a Jinchuriki. Sasuke's teeth clenched in frustration. After a brief moment of contemplation, he opened his eyes, a smirk forming as he noticed Itachi's surprise at his own Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi, realizing Sasuke had killed his best friend to gain similar powers, momentarily disengaged from the fight, his vision blurring. Sasuke asserted that his friend had been saved, deactivating his Mangekyo. He glared at Itachi, who appeared unimpressed. Sasuke declared that while he might not be strong enough to defeat Itachi, he was still a threat. Itachi dismissed him, stating that Sasuke lacked the knowledge to wield his newfound power effectively, labeling him a mere nuisance before vanishing in a flurry of crows. Sasuke sighed and sat down, contemplating the encounter. Suddenly, he heard Kakashi and Sakura calling his name as they approached. They expressed concern about his confrontation with Itachi, and Sasuke reassured them that he was fine. He noticed how much Sakura had matured under Lady Tsunade's training, becoming a respected Chunin and medical ninja with impressive strength. Though he never openly acknowledged it, Sasuke felt a flutter in his heart whenever they were alone. He informed them he was going to report to Lady Tsunade, and they agreed to wait for him. In the Hokage's office, Sasuke concluded his report to Lady Tsunade, who shared a concerned glance with Danzo. She muttered Itachi's name, unaware of Danzo's subtle movements. Suddenly, Danzo activated a barrier around the office, preventing any sound or movement from escaping. Tsunade demanded to know what was happening, while Sasuke prepared himself, activating his Sharingan. Danzo revealed that there was a secret of the highest rank that Tsunade and Sasuke needed to learn, a secret known only to a select few in the village. Just then, a flock of crows swirled around the room, reforming into Itachi, who bowed respectfully to both Tsunade and Danzo. Tsunade was in shock, unable to move or find the words to express her feelings. Before her stood the Uchiha traitor, the one who had devastated his clan, leaving only Sasuke alive. Danzo spoke, explaining that Itachi had no choice that fateful night, surprising both Tsunade and Sasuke. He continued, stating that the Akatsuki were on the move. Deidara and Sasori were heading to Suna to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki, while Kazu and Haiden were going to Kumo for the two-tailed beast. Itachi and Kisame were tasked with hunting down Naruto. Danzo noted that it had begun, aware that Tsunade was still processing the information. Itachi, stepping back slightly and clutching his head, received a bottle of pills from Danzo, who instructed him to return to Kisame before he became suspicious. Itachi took a pill and smiled at Sasuke, poking him gently on the forehead before vanishing. Tsunade finally spoke, questioning if Itachi was a spy. Danzo confirmed that he had been for a long time, adding that Itachi had been watching over Sasuke and inquiring about him during his reports. With that, Danzo released the barrier jutsu and left the two stunned in the office. Meanwhile, Hinata was running after Kiba and Shino, calling out to them. Kiba greeted her with a smile and a wave, while Hinata accused them of not waiting for her. Kiba apologized and embraced her, followed by Shino. They asked about her mission, and Hinata blushed at the praise, explaining that she and Niji had completed it flawlessly. As they walked together, Akamaru affectionately rubbed against Hinata's hand, wagging his tail and liking her palm. The three had recently been promoted to Chunin rank, which meant they had less time to spend together. Upon arriving at Choji's favorite barbecue restaurant, they spotted Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji also enjoying a meal. Ino excitedly called out to Hinata, dragging her to their table and insisting she sit with them. She wanted to hear all about Hinata's mission while sharing the latest news and gossip. Sasuke spotted Sai walking down the street and called out to him. Sai turned and looked back, their unusual friendship stemming from a humorous misunderstanding involving nicknames. Sai had once called Sakura ugly, Ino pretty, and Sasuke dickless. After getting past Sai's bluntness, they found common ground and shared a laugh. Sai greeted Sasuke with his usual nickname, which made Sasuke's eye twitch, but he didn't retaliate. Bored, Sasuke asked if Sai wanted to hang out, appreciating Sai's straightforwardness, which reminded him of Naruto. Sai agreed. The day ended with a gathering of all the rookies at a nearby park, celebrating their advancement to Chunin rank, with Niji being promoted to Jonin. Sasuke aimed for Jonin as well, though his progress had been hindered by past trauma. As Sasuke and Sai arrived, they noticed everyone waiting for them, including Hinata, Shino, Kiba, Niji, Lee, Tenten, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, and Sakura. They had formed a close-knit group, and Sasuke felt content with how things had turned out, though he wished Naruto were there too. Just as they were about to speak, a commotion erupted at the gates, prompting them to rush over, aware of their duty as leaf ninjas. They were stunned to see the legendary toad sage, Jiraiya, leap off his large toad summon, landing gracefully inside the gates. Beside him stood a tall blonde with longer hair, dressed in a long blue shirt, black pants, and a Jonin vest, topped off with a red and orange sage cloak. As they recognized him, they breathed out Naruto's name. For a moment, no one moved, until Hinata dashed across the gap and leaped into Naruto's arms, who embraced her with equal fervor. He whispered that he had missed her, inhaling the familiar lavender scent that surrounded her. Hinata looked up at him, expressing that she had missed him too. Naruto felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to see Sasuke walking beside him in silence. It was clear that Sasuke had changed, and Naruto could sense his struggle to find the right words. He took Sasuke's hand and placed it on his chest, reassuring him that it was okay to let go of the past. Sasuke was taken aback, still haunted by visions of Naruto in pain whenever he tried to use the Chidori. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand, the tremors subsiding as he leaned closer to Naruto, whispering that he needed to talk alone. Naruto nodded in understanding and promised to find him later before they arrived at the Hokage's office. He turned to Hinata, asking her to wait for him, and she nodded. Taking a deep breath, he opened the office door, stepping inside and closing it behind him. Before he could greet her, Tsunade enveloped him in a tight hug, expressing her joy at his return. Sensing another presence, she quickly released him and cleared her throat, shifting to a more official tone. They needed to address his rank now that he was back. Jiraiya, standing nearby, wore a smirk that Tsunade found difficult to ignore. Naruto responded professionally, acknowledging her words. Tsunade took her seat, moving some papers aside, and informed him that she had heard he had surpassed both her and Jiraiya. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his cheeks. He hesitated to agree with her statement, but Jiraiya interrupted, affirming that Naruto had indeed surpassed him long ago and that he would assist him in learning Sage Mode. Tsunade concluded that she would need to prepare some things, inviting Naruto to return later that day. He nodded, oblivious to the exchanged glance between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Exiting the office, he found Hinata waiting, clutching a small brown paper bag that seemed to hold something dear to her. They set off together, but as they left the Hokage Tower, their friends rushed to greet them. Sakura pushed past Ino to stand in front of Naruto, who greeted her with a smile. She expressed her relief at his return, hugging him while also holding Hinata's hand. The three girls had grown close during his absence. After a moment, Sakura stepped back, and Sasuke, Kiba, and Shino approached. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged nods, both aware that they would catch up later. Kiba, however, was taken aback by Naruto's new outfit, exclaiming in surprise. Naruto grinned, explaining that it signified his completion of sage training, which left everyone wide-eyed. Jiraiya joined them, proudly claiming Naruto as his godson. Suddenly, Tsunade's commanding voice called out Naruto's name, drawing everyone's attention. She approached with Danzo and two village elders, stopping in front of Naruto, who bowed respectfully. Tsunade held out her hand, asking for his headband. Confused, he complied, only to watch in shock as she crushed it in her hands. She declared, with everyone as witnesses, that Naruto would receive a new title and headband to signify it. His friends gasped in surprise as Tsunade turned to Danzo for the new headband. She announced that Naruto had learned Senjutsu and had surpassed the Sannin, officially naming him Namikaze Uzumaki-Naruto, the legendary fox sage of Konoha. She handed him the new headband, which bore the character for fox instead of the leaf symbol. The newly named fox sage wandered through the streets of Konoha in a daze, with Hinata lovingly wrapped around his arm. Their friends followed closely, which slightly annoyed Hinata, but she remained silent. Naruto was too lost in thought to notice. Hinata tugged at his arm, trying to get his attention. When he finally snapped back to reality, he realized they were surrounded by their friends. Hinata hid behind Naruto's arm, which he held protectively in front of her, as their friends looked on with envy. Sakura stepped forward, stating that they had questions for the couple. Naruto, confused, agreed to answer, but a sudden pain rippled through him, quickly fading. Hinata noticed and asked if he was okay, but he reassured her that it was nothing. As Sakura advanced, Naruto quickly suggested they find a safer place. Wrapping his arm around Hinata, they vanished in a flash of yellow light, reappearing in a secluded area of the woods. Hinata blinked, disoriented from the sudden travel, and asked where they were. Naruto smiled gently, explaining that this was a place he often visited when he felt alone. Other than his father's head, this was Naruto's favorite place. He walked around, admiring the clearing that had barely changed over time. Suddenly, he stopped, and Hinata felt herself being pulled back by him. She asked what was happening, and Naruto smiled reassuringly, telling her not to worry and that he needed to do something first. He bit his thumb to draw blood, weaved a few hand seals, and placed his hands in the air. The air shimmered and shook, ripples spreading across a now visible barrier. Hinata watched in awe as the ripples revealed a large dome that harmoniously blended with nature. As the rippling subsided, the clearing transformed into a beautiful two-level house that looked as if it had been built just yesterday. Naruto explained that this was his parents' house, built with seals to preserve it for when he found someone to cherish with all his heart. That person was Hinata. His sweet words made her blush, and he leaned down to kiss her. He then led her to a garden hammock, and they sat down together, gently rocking. To her surprise, Naruto began to sing a heartfelt song about loneliness and the desire for companionship. Hinata's eyes sparkled with emotion, and she hugged him tightly, promising that he would never be alone again. Naruto smiled at her gratitude, and as they fell off the hammock, Hinata landed on top of him. The closeness made them both blush, reminding them of a magical night before Naruto had left to retrieve Sasuke. Hinata suggested they go inside, her face flushed. Naruto looked at her curiously but said nothing as they entered the house, both in awe of their surroundings. Hinata then suggested they take a shower, her embarrassment evident. Naruto chuckled and told her to go first, but Hinata insisted they shower together. They stood awkwardly in the shower, but the tension quickly faded as Naruto turned on the water. They washed each other in silence, both focused on the moment and the bond they shared. It was their first time seeing each other in this way since that night, and they were more mature now, making it a challenge to maintain their composure. As the water washed away the soap, Hinata leaned against Naruto, tracing the outlines of his muscles, feeling safe in his presence. Naruto wrapped his arms around her, trying not to look down, knowing it could lead to losing control. Suddenly, Naruto felt a wave of pain pulse through his body, stronger than before. He screamed and fainted, leaving Hinata in shock. She lay beside him on the bed, feeling comfortable knowing that Naruto appreciated and loved her. As he shifted and groaned in his sleep, she admired his physique, noting how much he had grown. Concerned, she activated her Byakugan upon hearing him groan again, noticing the chakra coils in his stomach. The sight of his vast chakra reserves fascinated her, but then she saw a ripple of red chakra spreading from his coils, causing her to panic. In a rush, she jabbed one of the tenketsu points on his stomach, hoping to block the flow of chakra. The sudden jolt of pain caused Naruto to bolt upright. Confused and teary-eyed, Hinata asked what was happening. Naruto smiled and hugged her, aware of their state of undress, and whispered that, "He's back," a hint of joy in his voice that reassured her. He also expresses regret for not providing updates. In the latest chapter, the author shares that they are recovering and will be working on updates soon. They mention their newfound obsession with the new Beauty and the Beast movie, having watched it multiple times and feeling that it was executed perfectly. The author reflects on their favorite songs from the movie, particularly Evermore by Dan Stevens and Days in the Sun. Naruto clenched and unclenched his hands in anticipation as he walked through his mindscape toward the center. The surroundings were still the same old gloomy sewer, but he could feel the presence of another chakra within one he hadn't felt in years. He rounded the last corner and came across a large open space. The gate doors were closed, but that didn't matter. The waves of pain in his stomach had ceased, signaling that the seal was back in place. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, and Naruto felt a surge of joy. He was back, albeit in a different form. When Kurama appeared, Naruto gawked, struggling to find words. Kurama was as small as Akamaru had been back at the academy, slipping through the gaps in the bars. Naruto noted the single tail Kurama had, feeling a twinge of sadness. Kurama explained that it was a small price to pay and reassured Naruto that he would regrow his other tails as his chakra slowly reformed. Naruto chuckled, relieved to hear that Kurama would eventually return to his usual self, although Kurama teased that the process would be painful for Naruto. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade seemed pleased when Shizune entered. All the paperwork had been completed, and Shizune rubbed her eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Tsunade had finished it all. Tsunade, with a grin, asked if there was any more paperwork, to which Shizune nervously replied no. Tsunade invited Shizune to join her on the couch, where she was already seated with a cup of sake. A messenger entered the office but stopped short upon seeing the Hokage and her assistant in a state of merriment. He reported that an urgent message had arrived from the Sand Village, and just then, Jiraiya rushed in, bringing news that the Akatsuki were on the move. Tsunade's demeanor shifted as she learned that Gaara had been captured. She quickly organized a retrieval squad, instructing Jiraiya to leave immediately to gather more information. Tsunade addressed the assembled Leaf Shinobi, informing them of the emergency request from the Sand Village regarding Gaara's abduction. She dispatched Team Kakashi and Team Guy to head to the Sand Village while instructing Team Asuma and Team Kurenai to wait for Jiraiya at the border. She emphasized the importance of a password for their communication. Naruto was assigned to go with Team Kakashi, and he nodded in determination as he set off. Sasuke stood by the gate, watching as Naruto approached. He smirked, teasing Naruto for taking his time. Naruto explained that he had been speaking with Lady Hokage. Kakashi, Sai, and Sakura had already left, confident that Sasuke and Naruto would catch up. As they jumped from branch to branch, Sasuke inquired about Naruto's condition. Naruto sighed, admitting that the pain was still there, a constant reminder of Kurama's sacrifice. Sasuke felt a pang of guilt at the mention of Kurama. Curious about Sasuke's relationship with Sakura, Naruto teased him, causing Sasuke to stumble in surprise. Despite his embarrassment, Naruto couldn't help but laugh, urging Sasuke to just admit his feelings. Sakura was the topic of conversation among the group. One member insisted that Sasuke liked her, but he adamantly denied it, insisting he felt no such way. The teasing continued, with others pointing out his blush, which he tried to dismiss with a simple grunt. Suddenly, a loud shout followed by an explosion captured the attention of Team Kakashi and Team Guy. Lee and Guy reacted quickly, stepping aside, while Neji pulled Tenten with him to safety. Kakashi, Sai, and Sakura also moved out of the way. The sound of a Chidori echoed in the air as two figures sped past them. Sasuke was in hot pursuit of a pink-haired ninja, who was yelling in an exaggeratedly high voice. The pink-haired ninja, transformed by Naruto's jutsu, was teasing Sasuke about his feelings. As they dashed away, it became clear that there was only one pink-haired ninja in the Leaf Village, causing Sakura to blush under the gaze of her teammates. The journey to the Sand Village was otherwise uneventful, but chaos awaited them there. Sakura was immediately taken to Kankuro, who had been poisoned by Sasori. During this time, Lady Chiyo, an elder of the village, mistook Kakashi for his father and attacked him. After some explanations, she calmed down and no longer viewed him as a threat. Once Kankuro's condition stabilized, Kakashi inquired if he had picked up a scent. Kankuro nodded, indicating one of his destroyed puppets. Kakashi carefully opened its fingers to retrieve a scrap of cloth, which he handed to Pakken, his summoned dog. Pakken quickly picked up a trail. Kakashi commanded both teams to move out, instructing Naruto and Chiyo to follow once the antidote was confirmed effective. Naruto, with a raised eyebrow, reminded Kakashi of his rank, asserting that he should be the one giving orders. Kakashi recognized Naruto's authority, knowing that he was indeed the supreme commander of Konoha, second only to the Hokage. He conceded, understanding that Naruto could be quite intimidating when serious. With the teams ready, they set off, with Chiyo and Naruto joining after Kurama assured them that Kankuro would be fine. Lady Chiyo paired with Team Guy as they followed the scents of the two Akatsuki members. Suddenly, Neji shouted for them to stop as a giant sword, wrapped in bandages, swung overhead. They ducked instinctively, and a tall, blue-skinned man with a fish-like face appeared, introducing himself as Kisame Hashigaki, a former member of the Seven Swordsmen. Guy, ever enthusiastic, introduced himself as the Leaf's most handsome and youthful green beast, much to the eye-rolling of Tenten and Neji. He, however, was filled with admiration for his sensei. Kisame informed them that they would not be passing through. Guy, determined, stepped forward and instructed his team to support him. As he prepared to engage, Tenten, Neji, and Chiyo exchanged exasperated glances, while Lee cheered for his sensei. Meanwhile, Team Kakashi, guided by Naruto's tracking skills, headed in the direction of the second scent. Naruto sensed an incoming chakra signature just as someone shouted, "Fire style! Fireball jutsu!" A massive fireball shot toward them, prompting the team to scramble for cover. As they regrouped, a tall man in an Akatsuki cloak emerged from the bushes. His dark hair and Sharingan marked him as Itachi Uchiha. The atmosphere tensed as Sasuke prepared to speak, but Itachi vanished, reappearing in their midst in an instant. He had a kunai ready, making the downward slide to defeat Sasuke. However, Kakashi was faster. His kunai blocked Itachi's, and they glared at each other, Kakashi's single Sharingan spinning slowly as they stared each other down. Kisame jumped back, realizing it was a mistake as Guy's foot wrapped around Samehada, yanking it away from his grip. Kisame gritted his teeth as he watched Guy slide away with his sword. He dodged around as Niji and Rock Lee flanked him. There was a shout of pain from Guy as he dropped the sword, and Kisame smiled as his team looked at him in confusion. He gloated about Samehada's unique bond with him just before Guy appeared in a flash in front of him, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. Kisame staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth. Before anyone could take advantage of the moment, Samehada moved over and transferred the chakra it had stolen from Guy into Kisame. They all watched with a mix of fascination and horror as Kisame began to heal. Then he stood up, clutching the sword before engaging the team once more. Lady Chiyo stayed back, knowing it was crucial that Kisame didn't perceive her as a threat, otherwise, he wouldn't inform Sasori. She understood that Sasori would likely warn the Akatsuki of her skills, leading to more adversaries. Water Style. Water Prison Jutsu. Kisame summoned 3 clones that trapped Tenten, Niji, and Lee while the real Kisame faced off against Guy, his water clones maintaining the prisons effortlessly. Guy noticed Tenten beginning to struggle with her breathing and knew he had to act quickly. Unfortunately, he couldn't fully block Kisame's powerful strike and was sent crashing into the water. Water Style. 5 Hungry Sharks Jutsu. Kisame cackled with glee as 5 sharks formed in the water, attacking Guy, who was at a disadvantage in the water. Sasuke stared at Itachi for a long time. Suddenly, Sakura and Kakashi dashed off into the trees, seemingly fighting nothing. Itachi revealed that they had already fallen into his genjutsu. Sasuke nodded begrudgingly, still shocked that Itachi was a spy for the Leaf Village. His surprise deepened when Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, appeared, and Itachi handed him a slip of paper. Sasuke watched as Jiraiya winked at him and Naruto before leaving once more. Itachi warned Sasuke to be careful, explaining that Deidara and Sasori would not easily fall to the Sharingan's powers, as Sasori was immune and Deidara had been training against it. Before Sasuke could respond, he heard Naruto shout and, without warning, Naruto move a condensed ball of spinning chakra into Itachi's stomach. The force sent Itachi spiraling through the air, landing on the ground in a broken heap. Sasuke was shocked. As he approached, he noticed a small burst of chakra emanating from the fallen figure. It faded rapidly, and when he looked closer, he realized the man lying there was not Itachi. Naruto was equally confused, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Guy glared up at Kisame from the ground, the large lake created by Kisame's jutsu flowing around him but not touching him. Kisame, standing on the surface of the water, looked down with intrigue. He had never seen anyone open 6 of the 8 gates. But then again, he knew Guy was a taijutsu specialist, so it didn't surprise him much. In an instant, Guy vanished, and a moment later, he was propelled into the air by a devastatingly powerful kick. Kisame watched as Guy leapt after him, shouting a battle cry before unleashing a flurry of punches. Kisame felt the impact of each strike, igniting his body with pain. He saw Guy hesitate, gathering himself for the final blow. The last punch landed squarely on his chest, sending him crashing down to the ground as the water receded with the defeat of its caster. Team 8 and Lady Chiyo approached Guy, who powered down from his 6-gate form. "That was a brilliant move," Lady Chiyo remarked, turning to look at Kisame. However, the figure that remained was not him at all. The corpse was someone Lady Chiyo recognized. "A Sand Chunin?" she exclaimed in shock. "Sasori had sleeper agents in our village the entire time." She raged, cursing herself for overlooking the fact that Sasori, as a puppet master, would likely employ sleeper agents. Meeting at the boulder where both scents ended, the 2 teams caught sight of each other, exchanging sheepish grins at their weary states. Kakashi nodded at Guy, acknowledging that he had recently opened the 6th gate. "All right, my team will engage first. Team Guy will move off to break the seal tags before returning to assist us," Kakashi instructed. Naruto looked at Lady Chiyo, urging her to stay close behind him. Once Guy and his team were in position, Kakashi counted down and they pulled off the tags in unison. Naruto stepped aside as Sakura charged in, smashing the boulder to pieces. Team Kakashi jumped in, only to find Gaara's body lying on the ground, surrounded by 4 Akatsuki members. "You're too late," the blonde one said. Kakashi's face paled as he recognized the formidable foes: Kisame Hoshigaki, Itachi Uchiha, Sasori, and Deidara. "Sasori," Lady Chiyo said, revealing herself to them. Sasori turned to face her, dismissing her with a comment about dealing with her first. Itachi and Kisame nodded in agreement. Let's go," Itachi commanded as they jumped onto Deidara's bird, which scooped up Gaara's body and flew away. "After them," Naruto shouted, and Kakashi nodded as they all rushed off. Sakura asked if Lady Chiyo needed help, but she shook her head, confident in her ability to handle Sasori alone. She had a few tricks up her sleeve that even he had to respect, which was why he hadn't made a move yet, despite his impatience. Sakura nodded and rushed off to join the others, assuring that they would return as soon as they had dealt with the situation. Lady Chiyo turned her gaze to Sasori, expressing that he still had much to learn. Sasori responded with silence, then unleashed a barrage of poisoned Sinbon towards her. As expected, Lady Chiyo dodged them all with ease. Undeterred, Sasori continued to fire more Sinbon from various hidden compartments, but none found their mark. Seizing an opportunity, he lunged forward, aiming his poison-laced barbed tail at her. However, just before it could strike, it halted, leaving Sasori momentarily confused. Before he could react, a massive sword cleaved through his back, splitting the puppet in two. Lady Chiyo turned to see Sakura had returned. Sakura explained that she had been sent back to assist her and was astonished to see the remnants of Sasori's puppet. She asked if Sasori had already been defeated, but a sinister laughter echoed in response. Sasori revealed that what they had faced was merely Hiriko, a puppet designed to protect him from close-range attacks. Lady Chiyo elaborated that Hiriko was a special puppet, crafted from a human, which retained the chakra and abilities of the original person. Sasori confirmed her words, revealing that Hiriko was indeed a human puppet, and he had created it from a friend. The tension escalated as Lady Chiyo prepared for battle, commanding her summoned puppets to attack. Just then, Hiriko exploded, and she challenged Sasori to face her directly. Sasori, almost gleefully, removed his hood, revealing his striking red hair and flawless face. Lady Chiyo gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he had not aged. Sakura watched as Sasori laughed mockingly at Lady Chiyo's astonishment. She was left speechless, struggling to process the situation. Sasori then produced a scroll marked with the kanji for 3, summoning another puppet. Lady Chiyo realized with horror that he was responsible for the disappearance of the third Hokage. Sasori smirked, indicating that he had achieved his goal. As he commanded the puppet to attack, Lady Chiyo quickly maneuvered her own puppets into action, their movements a blur as they clashed with Sasori's creation. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke pursued Itachi Uchiha, both pondering his intentions. They exchanged determined glances, understanding that Itachi was now playing the role of the antagonist. Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, locking eyes with Kakashi, who was gathering chakra for a powerful jutsu. Naruto whispered instructions to aim for the blonde, while he prepared his own massive technique. Kakashi acknowledged the situation, instructing Naruto, Sasuke, and Sai to follow his lead. As he opened his left eye, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan, he channeled chakra into it, causing the air around Deidara's arm to warp, threatening to pull him into a void. The Akatsuki members were taken aback, but Kisame stepped forward to block Kakashi's line of sight, preventing the jutsu from taking effect. He caught a glimpse of Sasuke's Sharingan and froze, but Itachi quickly intervened, breaking the genjutsu. Recognizing the danger, Itachi warned Kisame, who then prepared to eliminate the Konoha ninjas. He unleashed a powerful water jutsu, channeling a massive amount of chakra into it. Sasuke's eyes widened at the sheer force being unleashed. He shouted a warning to Naruto, who was still gathering chakra for his own technique. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals and countered with a water wall, but the enormous water shark continued to advance, absorbing chakra from other jutsu to grow even stronger. Suddenly, an explosion of ink erupted before them as the shark narrowly missed, with Sai coming to the rescue using an ink bird that safely extracted them from danger. Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement as he prepared for action. He vanished in a flash of yellow light and reappeared several meters ahead of the clay bird, taking a deep breath before unleashing his technique. The fire he breathed out was infused with nature chakra, glowing white and melting Deidara's clay bird. The intense flames surged forward, overpowering Kisame's defensive water jutsu, which evaporated before it could even touch the fire. Itachi stepped forward, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan and summoning his Susanoo to shield against the attack. He grunted as the Susanoo absorbed the impact of the fire jutsu, but he was startled to see the flames slowly melting away at the Susanoo itself. Itachi realized the power of Sage Chakra could amplify jutsu significantly, and his eyes widened as he sensed a surge of chakra approaching. Another Naruto appeared in a flash of yellow light, calling forth a powerful wind technique that began to swirl around his Susanoo like a tornado. The relentless wind inflicted numerous cuts on the Susanoo, which began to crack under the pressure. To make matters worse, Naruto renewed his dragon fire jutsu, and the white flames intensified, surrounding them with unbearable heat as the Susanoo struggled to withstand the combined assault. Kisame shouted above the chaos, urging Deidara to retreat, acknowledging their disadvantage against the formidable opponents. Meanwhile, Sakura celebrated as she finally confronted Sasori, delivering a decisive blow that sent his Kazekage puppet crashing to the ground. She watched with satisfaction as Sasori was propelled backward, slamming into the cave wall with a force that shook the structure. Chio pointed at the fallen puppet, and Sakura, with a surge of chakra, destroyed it. They both looked at Sasori, who lay motionless, a boulder atop him. Chio declared him defeated before collapsing to the ground. Sakura rushed to her side, concerned, but Chio reassured her, explaining her fatigue due to age. Sakura praised her efforts and began to heal her with medical ninjutsu. The two exited the cave and joined Team Guy, who were resting in a clearing nearby. Niji expressed his frustration about the prolonged battle, and Sakura reported Sasori's defeat, earning a thumbs up from Guy. He encouraged them to rest before regrouping with Team Kakashi, his enthusiasm evident. As Lee began to praise Guy, the others rolled their eyes, trying to avoid the scene, while Niji struggled to maintain his Byakugan to track Team Kakashi. Itachi called out to Deidara, urging him to drop the Jinchuriki and retreat. The Akatsuki members were taken aback by his suggestion. Itachi explained that they were at a disadvantage, with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's Sage mode taking a toll on him, and they could not afford to fight weakened against two Mangekyo Sharingan users. Gaara, low on clay, complied and commanded the clay bird to release Gaara, who plummeted toward the river below. Itachi turned to see Sasuke and Naruto approaching and felt a pang of regret as he released his Susanoo and lost consciousness. As his protective form vanished, Team Kakashi spotted Gaara's falling body. Naruto quickly instructed Sai to dive down with the ink birds to catch Gaara. Sasuke gasped as he witnessed Itachi falling sideways on the clay bird, where Kisame gently laid him down. Naruto reassured Sasuke, suggesting Itachi was merely exhausted. The group exchanged shocked glances, and Naruto quickly improvised, stating that Sasuke would want Itachi alive for revenge. Sasuke, initially taken aback, scowled and insisted that he only cared about avenging his clan. They nodded in agreement, and Sai turned the ink birds back toward the cave entrance, their rendezvous point with Guy. Unseen by the others, Naruto and Sasuke shared a glance, silently communicating their secrets and concerns. Deidara and Kisame looked up from their campfire as Itachi regained consciousness. Kisame, surprised, asked what had happened, having never seen Itachi faint after a battle. Itachi, his Sharingan glowing under the starlit sky, explained that he had experienced chakra exhaustion and noted that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had mastered Senjutsu. He had applied nature chakra to his already powerful ninjutsu to enhance it, and it took almost all of Itachi's chakra to maintain his Susanoo against it. Itachi then turned to observe as three new individuals entered the campsite. One had orange hair, an Amige Cure headband, and glowing purple eyes with black rings. The second was a masked figure, and the third was a woman with blue hair. Impressive task, Itachi, Pain remarked as he settled down. Konan sat beside him, idly twirling her paper flowers. The masked figure also took a seat. Well, I'm impressed, Toby chimed in. Everyone glanced at him, unaware that he was not Madara. He had deceived them for so long that they all believed he was Madara Uchiha. They had seen him with the Hashirama clone on multiple occasions and speculated that he had implanted some of Hashirama's DNA into himself to extend his lifespan. Senjutsu will indeed be a challenge, Pain acknowledged. I will handle the Kyuubi Jinchuriki since I have the Rinnegan. Everyone nodded in agreement. Itachi, you and Kisame need to track down the Four Tails. Change of plans. Deidara will wait for news from Sasori. Contact us when you've found Sasori, and we'll make arrangements. I'll send Kazu and Haiden after the 2 tails and 6 tails. Leave the 5, 7, and 8 tails for now, Toby instructed. Pain nodded in agreement. I'll deal with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki when the time is right. But first, his meddling sensei needs to be addressed, Pain stated, and they all nodded. Itachi felt a sinking sensation in his gut, sensing that Jiraiya would encounter Pain much sooner than they anticipated. Pain stood up, and Konan followed him. Deidara finally shouted in frustration, wondering about Sasori's whereabouts. Kisame and Itachi exchanged amused glances as they continued to eat, watching as Madara vanished before returning their attention to Deidara, who vented about not liking to be kept waiting. Naruto arrived and addressed Team Guy, who looked at him as he landed. Once we removed the seals, we became fixated on traps that took us a long time to disable. They summoned durable clones of ourselves from the exact moment we tore the seal, replicating all our abilities, strategies, and moves, Neji explained. Naruto nodded, then turned to Lady Chiyo and Sakura. Sasori is dead, Lady Chiyo stated with a heavy heart, clearly pained by the memories. They then turned to Gaara. Fortunately for Gaara, even though his Biju was extracted, he doesn't know that Kurama took a piece of Shikaku's chakra with him. We can probably revive him with it, Naruto said, grinning wickedly as he formed a tiger hand seal. Reverse summoning Hiraishin Jutsu, he exclaimed, and a bright yellow flash appeared before him. Lady Hokage had been summoned, and she was in the middle of drinking sake. Everyone exclaimed. Naruto turned to her. Bachan, we need an emergency operation room set up immediately, just like when you had to save me, he told her. She nodded and glanced at Gaara. See you back in Konoha then, she said before dispelling. It's just a shadow clone, Naruto explained. It allows me to have a quick point of contact with her for important information. Now let's head back to Konoha. Lady Chiyo nodded, interested in Sakura and eager to see the leaf, making it a win-win situation for her. He watched as the Leaf Ninja and Lady Chiyo departed toward Konoha with the body of the Kazekage. Interesting, he mused. He groaned and pulsed his chakra. Immediately, a clacking sound echoed as his body detached itself from under the giant boulder, then reformed, creaking and rolling his joints as if nothing had happened. He shook his red hair and sighed, feeling displeased. His Hiriko puppet had been destroyed due to his lack of attention to the traps Lady Chiyo had hidden earlier, and his Kazekage puppet was also ruined. At least they thought he was dead, so they would count him out for the moment. He heard wing flaps and guessed it was Deidara searching for him. A smile crept onto his face as he let himself drop to the ground, appearing lifeless with wide-open eyes. He left his Akatsuki robe on and detached a leg, bending it at an unnatural angle. This should give Deidara a good scare, he thought. After all, Deidara had only seen his real face, not the truth about him. Sasori? Sasori, my man, where are you? Deidara called out as he dismounted and peered into the cave. Sasori heard Deidara gasp upon spotting his lifeless form on the ground. That idiot! Telling me not to underestimate my opponents and to end things quickly. Clearly, he didn't follow his own advice and has been forced out of his defensive puppet and killed. Eternal art. Bah! Deidara exclaimed, feeling hurt at the sight of Sasori's apparent demise. Though he didn't show it, the pairs shared deep bonds and chemistry. Their ability to work together flawlessly was a testament to their long partnership, and despite their frequent arguments, They knew that their teamwork made them all stronger. "Watch your mouth, Dara," Sasori shouted, startling him as he stood up, fixing his joints back into place. "So you were alive, my man," Deidara said, relief flooding his voice. "I pretended to be dead and listened in on their conversations. It seems the Kazekage can be revived by Lady Tsunade. That's where they are headed now," Sasori explained. He noticed Deidara still looking him over. "What?" he asked, slightly irritated. "You haven't aged at all, my man," Deidara exclaimed in shock. Sasori sighed and then revealed his true form, much to Deidara's astonishment, as he stood before him as a puppet. He shouted in disbelief, unable to contain his surprise at the revelation that Sasori had transformed himself into a puppet. Sasori explained that this transformation allowed him to overcome the greatest weakness of puppet masters. Deidara suggested they meet up with Pain and Madara, as their assignments had been changed. Naruto took Gaara's hand and Lady Tsunade's hand, channeling Kurama's chakra into them. Sakura and Shizun were on standby, while 8 medical ninjas operated the healing seal, pouring their chakra into the area where Gaara lay. Shizun and Sakura placed their hands on Tsunade's back, and once again, Tsunade released her seal. With a powerful technique, she called upon mitotic regeneration. The influx of chakra from Naruto, Kurama, Shizun, Sakura, and her own seal caused markings to spread down her arms and across Gaara's body, enveloping him in a thick green-white glow. Naruto performed one-handed hand seals and released a seal on a scroll next to Gaara, which opened to unleash the stored chakra of Shikaku. This chakra flowed into Gaara, mixing with the medical chakra, and they all watched in anticipation. Tsunade questioned whether this would work, and Naruto assured her it would. He explained that this was similar to what Kurama had done for him, but on a larger scale. As the seal markings moved from the scroll onto Gaara's body, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, while Hinata used her Byakugan to monitor the chakra systems, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. They observed as Shikaku's chakra spread evenly around Gaara's body before it was slowly absorbed. A moment of silence fell as the medical chakra ceased flowing, and Shikaku's chakra halted. Then, Gaara's eyes opened, and a cheer erupted. Tsunade expressed her joy, realizing that Naruto had potentially discovered a way to revive a Jinchuriki who had lost their Biju. This breakthrough could strengthen the alliance with the Sand Village, and she felt immense pride in Naruto's achievement. He explained that a Jinchuriki would typically perish if all their Biju chakra was extracted, so using the Biju's chakra to revive them made sense, even if it meant sacrificing the Biju's chakra. Tsunade hugged him tightly, expressing her pride in his journey and resilience, as well as her belief that his parents would share her sentiments. After a few moments, she turned to the fully awake Kazekage, stating that they had much to discuss before leaving. The medical ninjas hurried to clean up, and Shizun and Sakura followed Tsunade out, dragging Gaara along since he wasn't moving. It was a comical sight, but moments later, Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata heard the sounds of Gaara regaining control of his sand, freeing himself from the embarrassing situation. Naruto took Hinata's hand and led her out of the room. Her face flushed as they passed Sasuke, who discreetly winked at her. They made their way to the Hyuga compound, where Naruto picked Hinata up and jumped through the window into his bedroom, hoping to avoid any interruptions from Hayashi. He whispered into her ear, causing her to blush deeply. Hinata questioned their location, wondering if they were moving into his house. Naruto cheekily reminded her that their belongings were still there and that her father would likely want to know. Hinata pouted, realizing she had overlooked that detail. Naruto continued teasing her, mentioning that Hanabi would also be curious. Frustrated, Hinata playfully smacked his chest, which only made him laugh. In a moment of unintended chakra use, she pushed him away, causing him to tumble off the bed. Hinata gasped in concern and apologized profusely as she leaned over the edge. Naruto grinned and pulled her down, causing her to land on top of him, and they shared a gentle kiss, surprising Naruto since Hinata rarely initiated such moments. They broke apart, gazing into each other's eyes, feeling their hearts race and the warmth between them grow. As they became lost in the moment, Hinata began to move gently, and Naruto's hands explored beneath her shirt, both captivated by the connection they shared. Meanwhile, Hanabi peeked into the room, calling out to her sister. She froze at the sight of Hinata and Naruto, realizing the NTMT situation they were in. Overwhelmed, she fainted, unable to process the scene before her. Sasuke wandered through Konoha, feeling a pang of sadness as he watched his best friend with his girlfriend. He struggled with his own feelings for Sakura, fearing rejection after having treated her poorly in the past. Despite knowing he had been selfish, he longed for her to forget the past and to love him as he was beginning to love her. Sasuke had fallen in love, and the realization jolted him. Sasuke Uchiha, the last of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, a proud and aloof individual in love? He laughed bitterly at himself, feeling unworthy of such feelings. He sighed, feeling dejected, and found himself at the hospital, where Ino and Sai were holding hands, waiting for Sakura. They stood with Shino and Kiba, and Sasuke approached them with a forced grin, masking his inner turmoil. They greeted him warmly, and Shino asked if he had a big day. Sasuke nodded, distracted. As they chatted, Shikamaru and Choji walked by, exchanging quick greetings before heading off, presumably to a restaurant. Then, Sakura emerged, and they all turned to her. She cheered enthusiastically about going to her house for dinner. Sasuke intended to walk beside her, but Kiba had already moved in, engaging her in conversation. Sasuke's heart sank as he noticed the affectionate look in Kiba's eyes. The next morning, the Anbu discovered Sasuke's lifeless body and brought it to the Hokage's office. The shock among his friends was palpable. Sakura and Ino cried, while the guys openly wept. Hinata sobbed into Naruto's chest, who stood strong yet unable to hold back his own tears. Sakura opened the door to her house, and the delicious aroma of food wafted out, making everyone salivate. Sasuke smiled at the thought of Sakura's parents cooking. However, his heart sank when he saw Kiba hugging Sakura, a long embrace that she returned. The sight was painful, reminiscent of the loss he had endured in his past. He entered last, taking a seat in the corner, feeling numb. Throughout dinner, he couldn't taste the food, answering questions half-heartedly while lost in thoughts about his worthiness of love. Sakura shook his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. She teased him about his usual demeanor, prompting a small chuckle from him. She invited him to join her in her room, and he followed, feeling a mix of emotions. In her room, Kiba put an arm around Sakura, and she blushed slightly. Sasuke's heart raced at the sight, and he struggled to maintain his composure. Sakura hesitated before placing a hand on her stomach, and a shocked silence fell over the room. Sasuke's heart sank further, but then Ino shrieked in surprise, breaking the tension. Kiba and Sakura laughed, revealing it was a joke, and Sasuke felt a wave of relief wash over him. They then hinted at some big news, leaving everyone curious. But then he discovered, in a rather practical way, that Hinata had a newfound confidence when it came to their relationship. She seemed unafraid of being caught, especially when she playfully touched Naruto beneath the table while they were eating. Poor Naruto had to keep a straight face while trying to speak normally to Hinata. Naruto spun and held Hinata's arms above her head against the wall, trapping her with his legs as he kissed her passionately. He whispered to her that she had made him feel excited during dinner. Hinata breathed heavily as Naruto's kisses began to trail down her neck. He continued to express how she had affected him, and as he focused on her, she responded with soft sounds of pleasure. Naruto felt a sudden pulse of discomfort from his seal, realizing that Kurama's second tail was beginning to manifest. He decided to push through the sensation and return his attention to Hinata, wanting to make her feel cherished. As he continued to kiss her, he felt her body respond to him, and she wrapped her legs around him tightly, lost in the moment. Naruto gently laid Hinata down on his bed, noticing that she was still catching her breath. He chuckled, thinking that it had been a long time since she had experienced such closeness. He felt another wave of discomfort from his seal, which was becoming increasingly frequent. Kurama had warned him that it would hurt as he grew a tail. Admiring Hinata's beauty, he went to the bathroom to wet a cloth and returned to gently wipe her down, starting from her head. He focused on cleaning her, but the discomfort from his seal intensified. He hurried to finish, carefully cleaning her legs before washing the cloth one last time and leaving it by the sink. Just as he was about to return to the bed, a sudden wave of pain hit him, causing his vision to blur. Before he could react, orange chakra burst forth from his seal, forming Kurama, who had grown to the size of an adult Akamaru, with one tail visible and a second tail beginning to grow. Kurama caught Naruto as he fainted and gently laid him down next to Hinata, unfazed by her state. He had seen everything before and was accustomed to such sights. Kurama apologized softly as he moved to the wardrobe and retrieved some clothes. He carefully dressed Naruto and then helped Hinata, who was already without clothing. He pushed the dirty clothes aside, knowing that Naruto would want him to keep Hinata safe above all else. Kurama decided to maintain his larger form for now, knowing that it would be beneficial as he continued to grow. Meanwhile, everyone turned their attention to Sakura, especially Sasuke, who hoped she wouldn't say what he feared she and Kiba were about to announce. If she did, he would want to escape immediately. Sakura paused for dramatic effect, and everyone leaned in closer. She finally announced that she and Kiba had decided to adopt a dog. Sasuke mentally sighed in relief, realizing that was the reason for Kiba's earlier behavior. Kiba smiled at Sakura, expressing his gratitude for her kindness in adopting a dog that didn't make the cut for training. Ino, with hearts in her eyes, exclaimed how wonderful it was, celebrating Sakura's generous spirit. Ino inquired about why a certain dog had not made the cut. Kiba explained that the dog had a shorter back left leg, which hindered her ability to run fast and undergo the necessary training to be a partner. However, he reassured Sakura that the dog could still do things, just not keep up with them. Sakura then asked Kiba when the dog would be ready. Kiba informed her that Hana was currently giving the dog a medical examination and would administer the necessary shots, making her ready in about a day. Overjoyed, Sakura expressed her gratitude and impulsively kissed Kiba on the cheek, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Kiba blushed deeply, while Sakura remained blissfully unaware of the impact of her actions, too excited about her new dog. The pair walked down the road. Having been recalled back to the hideout, Kisame glanced at his partner, Itachi, who maintained his usual silent demeanor, his collar high and Sharingan blazing. Kisame urged Itachi to lighten up, and Itachi turned his head to acknowledge him. Upon turning a corner, they arrived at the hideout, where they were immediately met with the loud arguing of Kazu and Haiden, while Sasori and Deidara observed quietly. Sasori notably lacked his Hiriko puppet. Pain, Konan, Zetsu, and Tobi emerged, with Pain expressing his concerns about Madara's timing. Tobi simply stated that it was important, prompting everyone to gather around. Pain addressed Itachi, accusing him of acting as a spy for Konoha. The Akatsuki members stared in shock, particularly Kisame, while Itachi remained silent, his Sharingan meeting Pain's Rinnegan. Suddenly, a kunai clashed against another, and Tobi stepped forward, causing the Akatsuki to step back in surprise as they hadn't seen Itachi throw a kunai in response. Tobi formed a tiger seal and unleashed a fireball jutsu, which unexpectedly passed through his mask. Itachi countered with his own fireball jutsu, resulting in a clash of flames. Both combatants dispelled their jutsu and charged at each other, expertly countering shuriken and kunai thrown back and forth. The others watched in awe, witnessing a battle between Sharingan users. Tobi landed the first decisive blow, shocking Kisame, who had never seen Itachi take a hit so easily. Itachi was sent flipping backward, and Tobi seized the opportunity to rush forward, aiming to touch him for victory. However, he failed to notice the chakra buildup in Itachi's eye until it was too late. Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, summoning black flames that engulfed Tobi's mask. He then formed the tiger seal once more and unleashed a massive fireball, demonstrating his strength. The Akatsuki members stepped back, aware of Itachi's formidable power and the risks of engaging him. Itachi ceased his attack when he could no longer detect Tobi's chakra signature. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back, realizing a sharpened iron pipe had pierced through him. He coughed blood, looking down at the wound. Sasori averted his gaze, acknowledging Itachi as someone he had tolerated the most. Deidara felt hollow witnessing his rival's defeat, and even Haiden remained silent, recognizing Itachi's strength and the respect he commanded. Kisame was particularly affected, recalling Itachi's wisdom and their shared troubled past. He lowered his sword in a gesture of respect, reflecting on Itachi's words about understanding oneself in the face of death. As Itachi struggled, Tobi yanked the pipe from his body, causing him to collapse. When Tobi attempted to pry out Itachi's eyes, he narrowly dodged the black flames that erupted. Tobi expressed his frustration, revealing that Itachi had booby-trapped his eyes to activate Amaterasu upon eye contact. Tobi then turned and walked away, leaving the remaining Akatsuki to silently pay their respects to Itachi's fallen form. Pain suggested they could use his body for one of his new paths, while Konan wrapped Itachi's body in paper and lifted it into the air, following Pain to their personal room. The other Akatsuki members felt a shudder at the thought of turning him into a zombie. Meanwhile, Jiraiya sighed as he waited for Itachi at their rendezvous point, sensing a chakra signature nearby, but Itachi was already a day late. Jiraiya wasn't a sensor, but he could sense a powerful chakra approaching. He turned to see Itachi walking toward him. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, questioning the unusual formality in Itachi's address. Itachi appeared surprised, and then the genjutsu faded away. I have many names. Most know me as Tobi, the orange-masked Akatsuki member declared. You've gathered enough information about us. It's time to end this, especially now that Itachi has been dealt with, Tobi continued. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. You killed Itachi? Jiraiya murmured, summoning a Rasengan as they both charged at each other. Tsunade walked down the main street of Konoha, accompanied by the former Rookie 9, now seasoned ninjas. They were reviewing the newly constructed apartment buildings when Naruto suddenly stopped, sensing a spike in chakra. Everyone turned to see a swirling figure materialize before them, dropping a body to the ground. Tsunade's heart sank as she recognized the long spiky white hair of Jiraiya. The group froze, realizing that Jiraiya, the Sannin and Toad Sage, lay lifeless at their feet. I must confess, you have caused me great trouble, Tsunade of the Leaf. But not anymore. I have dealt with the spy network, and now we will come for the Kyuubi, the masked man said before vanishing just in time to evade a chakra-empowered fist. Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto whispered, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the body of his beloved godfather. Tsunade wrapped her arms around him, and they both wept. Tsunade, should we move the body? Shizen asked, shocked to see Jiraiya's lifeless form. The ease with which the Akatsuki had struck made them seem even more formidable. Tsunade shook her head. Leave us, she commanded, surprising everyone. Naruto and I will handle this ourselves. Her voice trembled with the weight of her grief. The group stepped back, and Tsunade slowly approached Jiraiya's body. As she reached out, Naruto instinctively pulled her back. A cry escaped her lips as Jiraiya's body erupted into black flames, consumed by the Amaterasu until nothing remained. He even booby-trapped his body to catch me off guard. Tsunade said, drawing Naruto into another embrace, tears flowing silently as memories of their time together flooded her mind. Naruto, though still grieving, had ceased his crying. Moments later, Sasuke realized the gravity of Tobi's words. The masked man had personally dealt with the spy network, which meant Itachi was gone. Sasuke's eyes transformed into their Mangekyo Sharingan as he silently cursed the masked figure. At the Akatsuki hideout, Tobi returned with a triumphant grin. He turned to Konan and Pain, declaring it was time to strike while Konoha was in mourning. Pain nodded, and Konan enveloped them both in paper, flying them back to his room. Tobi grinned beneath his mask, pleased that everything was unfolding according to plan. He had even instructed Pain to keep Itachi's body during the assault for added insult. Tobi watched as Konan carried Nagato and his machine toward Konoha. That weak fool. Tobi chuckled to himself, finding it easier to manipulate Nagato than he had anticipated, especially with Konan always watching. He ascended to his room, removing his mask and facing the wall. It's time. Summoning jutsu. Reanimation. A single coffin emerged from the ground, its lid falling open to reveal a ninja clad in red samurai armor. Obito, he breathed. Mura, Obito replied. Is it time? The beginning of the end is approaching. We have most of the tailed beasts. Only the Hachibi and the Kyubi remain outside our control now, Obito stated. Madara nodded in agreement. The atmosphere in Konoha was grim. The death of Jiraiya had shaken the morale of the villagers. Losing one of their strongest ninjas, the Toad Sage, had a profound impact. While Sasuke Uchiha and the other former genin had grown strong, none could match Jiraiya's prowess. Only Naruto, now the Fox Sage, stood against the Akatsuki. The civilians feared for their safety, dressed in black as they gathered to witness Lady Tsunade carrying an urn containing Jiraiya's ashes. Behind her walked Danzo, his expression unreadable, concealing the fact that Jiraiya's spy network was now dismantled, significantly affecting his root organization. Suddenly, a hawk circled overhead, screeching incessantly. All eyes turned to it, recognizing the well-rehearsed signal of an enemy entering the detection barriers surrounding Konoha. Panic surged through the crowd. The Akatsuki had come. Worse still, the Fox Sage was away at Mount Myaboku, paying tribute to Jiraiya with the toads. Tsunade moved forward but halted when Danzo placed a hand on her shoulder. "Let me handle this," he said, striding away with his root ninjas in tow. At the gate stood 7 figures, all clad in the standard Akatsuki attire. Behind them lay the unconscious forms of the 2 gatekeepers. Konan turned to her companions. "Split up," she instructed, and the one in the center nodded in agreement. The 6 departed immediately, dashing off in different directions while Konan made her way down the main road. Danzo had just left the funeral procession when a root ninja leaped down to deliver a report. He whispered an order into Danzo's ear before turning back. Danzo approached the Hokage. Tsunade was interrupted as Danzo informed her that 7 Akatsuki members were in the village and that they needed to act quickly. Tsunade nodded, scanning the perimeter until she spotted them. She called out to Irika, instructing him and the genin from the academy to lead the civilians to safe houses inside the mountain, with the academy teachers assisting as well. The remaining ninja were ordered to gear up and prepare to repel the invasion. A fierce determination fueled Tsunade's voice, driven by her desire for vengeance against those who had taken Jiraiya from them. Moments later, Konan arrived as most of the ninja had already departed, leaving only teams 7, 8, 9, and 10 with the Hokage, who was directing them. Konan's eyes widened when they turned to look at her. Tsunade shouted for them to capture her, prompting Konan to hastily jump back, narrowly avoiding a fireball from Sasuke. In response, Konan called out for pain and transformed into her paper form. The Leaf Ninja regrouped, studying her new ability, while Tsunade recognized her immediately. She accused Konan of being the one Jiraiya had spared to train in ninjutsu and vowed never to forgive her for his death. Konan remained silent, acknowledging Tsunade's presence as well. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her, and Konan felt the impact of a hand coated in lightning chakra. She turned her head to see the Uchiha, but her body disintegrated into countless sheets of paper, reforming in front of them once more. Sasuke frowned and jumped backward, forming a hand seal and unleashing a fireball jutsu. Konan noted that Itachi's fireball jutsu was far superior to Sasuke's. As the 6 paths landed, Tendo Pain intoned, "Almighty push." The Leaf Ninja watched in horror as Sasuke's jutsu vanished. Tendo demanded to know Naruto Uzumaki's whereabouts. Tsunade stepped forward, declaring that they would never let him go. Konan narrowed her eyes, realizing that more Leaf Ninja were arriving, and they were losing precious time. Tendo acknowledged her warning, and the 6 paths formed a circle around Konan and the Naraka path. He repeated his question about Naruto's location, while Tsunade's anger boiled over. She ordered the Leaf Ninja to eliminate the Akatsuki. They nodded, fueled by the grief of losing Jiraiya. Tendo sighed and unleashed another almighty push, creating a thunderous boom that echoed across the area. The dust settled, revealing Sasuke standing protectively with his Susanoo around Tsunade and his friends. The other Leaf Ninja were not as fortunate, having been blown back and injured, some even unconscious. Taking a deep breath, Konan leaped into the air, her paper swirling around her to form large wings. She soared upwards, observing the battlefield. In her paper form, She could withstand almost anything thrown at her, requiring minimal chakra to maintain. Tendo stepped forward again, asserting his superiority with the Rinnegan and demanding to know Naruto's location once more. As tension mounted, Guy and Lee charged forward with a battle cry, attempting a dynamic entry from both sides. Tendo remained still, while the Azura path detached its fingers, revealing rocket-like thrusters. It fired them at Lee and Guy, forcing them to kick them away midair, losing their momentum. Kakashi seized the opportunity, channeling lightning chakra into his hand to create a lightning hound. He sent it towards Tendo, while Sasuke prepared to support him. Sasuke glanced up, satisfied as thunderclouds gathered, a result of his earlier fireball jutsu and the Amaterasu booby-trapped corpse of Jiraiya. He raised his arm, shooting an orb of chakra into the sky and declaring his jutsu, Kirin. He felt the moment called for a dramatic declaration, knowing that Jonin were expected to create their own techniques. The others watched in awe, but Kakashi soon realized that Gekido, the Predapath, had stepped forward, absorbing the chakra of his lightning hound and neutralizing his jutsu. Frustrated, Kakashi muttered under his breath as they all turned to Sasuke, questioning the purpose of his monologue if nothing had happened. Sasuke grinned and repeated his command for the jutsu to vanish with the roar of thunder, this time pointing directly at Tendo. Tendo met his gaze with his Rinnegan, and Sasuke smirked as a loud roar echoed through the air. A massive creature made of natural lightning formed from the thunderclouds, racing toward the ground with incredible speed. It crashed down with a tremendous boom, sending dust and wind swirling across the field, obscuring their vision. Sasuke activated his Susanoo to shield them from the impact of his powerful jutsu. As the smoke cleared, Sasuke's expression shifted to one of confusion. The ground showed no signs of damage. The Leaf Ninja were stunned, aware that jutsu powered by natural sources were significantly stronger than regular techniques. Tendo stepped forward, declaring that their power could not match that of a god. He concluded by commanding them to know pain and feel pain. Only when one understands pain can they truly grasp the nature of this world, Tendo proclaimed, echoing Sasuke's earlier words. He raised his arm and declared, Chibaku Tensei. A black orb shot from his hand, ascending high above them. The ground trembled, and they felt a gravitational pull drawing them upward toward the orb. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Wind Style. Raisin Shuriken. A massive shuriken made of chakra hurtled toward the black orb, accompanied by a jarring whirring sound. Upon impact, it expanded, disintegrating everything in its vicinity, including the black orb and the objects drawn to it. Tendo and Konan turned to face the source of the attack. Naruto Uzumaki, Tendo acknowledged. Konan landed gracefully on the ground. Let me handle this, Nagato, Konan suggested. Tendo nodded, deciding that her approach was safer than his intended reverse summon. Naruto observed them with curiosity, sensing that unlike other members of the Akatsuki he had faced, they were merely defending themselves. We are here to talk, Konan stated. At that moment, all 6 orange-haired Akatsuki members collapsed to the ground, motionless. Konan enveloped them in her paper and lifted them into the air. Shall we, Naruto? She invited, extending a papery hand toward him. Naruto narrowed his eyes, still wary of their intentions. Sensing his hesitation, Konan sighed. Perhaps it is better to show you, she suggested. She extended her other arm, and paper swirled from it, forming a seal on the ground. After performing a hand seal, a puff of smoke erupted, revealing a 7th body wrapped in paper. With a flourish, the paper unraveled to reveal Itachi's corpse, cleaned but with the wound from the pipe still visible. Sasuke stifled a cry of anguish. His brother had truly been killed. Fueled by rage, Sasuke unleashed Chidori True Spear. The energy spear struck Konan, but she merely turned, her paper swirling around her as she reformed beside Itachi's body. Reverse summoning jutsu. Konan shouted, slamming her hands down onto the seal she had created. A large cloud of smoke enveloped the area, obscuring their view. As it cleared, a large machine appeared, with a thin, red-haired man at its center. His Rinnegan eyes gleamed as he smiled at Naruto. It's finally nice to meet you, Naruto. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, he introduced himself. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Naruto Uzumaki? He thought, recognizing the chakra signature that felt familiar yet different, indicating a distinct upbringing. You have my sister's face, Nagato remarked with a smile. He glanced at Konan, who nodded in acknowledgement. She flew over to him, using her paper to steady him as he stepped out of the machine. His frail form was alarming, especially his disfigured legs, a result of past injuries. He stumbled toward Naruto, waving at Tsunade. Hello, Tsunade. Jiraiya-sensei often spoke of you and Orochimaru, he said as he reached Naruto, placing a hand on his face. You are undoubtedly my sister's son, Naruto, he added warmly. Turning his attention to Itachi's body, he continued, Konan-chan, thank you. You deserve happiness too. His words startled Konan, who landed and rushed to him, looking between him and Itachi's corpse. Nagato, no. You'll die, she protested. Nagato smiled at her. It's worth it, he replied, raising his hands into a hand seal. Ghetto art of Rinne rebirth. He approached Itachi's body, watching as the ground turned purple and a large, demonic head emerged. Its mouth opened, and Nagato guided the released soul into Itachi's corpse with his chakra. Itachi jolted upright, gasping for breath. Sasuke fainted, overwhelmed by the impossible sight of his brother returned to life. Nagato groaned as he sank to the ground, his breathing becoming labored. His skin appeared even more withered. Nagato! Konan cried out, her voice filled with panic. As he collapsed, Naruto approached his uncle, unsure of how to respond. In the brief time he had known Nagato, he had witnessed a selfless act of generosity, comparable to Kurama's own sacrifice. Itachi turned to see Konan on her knees, crying beside Nagato. Konan-chan, he croaked, crawling over to her and embracing her, offering comfort as she wept. Nagato groaned and opened his eyes, finding himself in a hospital. He felt arms wrap around him. Konan, he murmured. Why would you be so reckless? She scolded him. Nagato grinned. It's because I'm an Uzumaki, he replied, winking at Naruto, who had moved closer to the bed. I still don't understand. How did you survive? Doesn't that jutsu kill the user? She asked. Yes, but I've been acquiring Hashirama's cells from Tobi for some time. Initially, it was to regain the ability to walk when I met Naruto, but it seems they prolonged my life. Though I suspect I'll be crippled for the rest of my days, Nagato explained, unable to move freely. Konan nodded sadly. Naruto mentioned that Tsunade had said there was a chance of permanent paralysis. Obito, you disappoint me, Madara remarked, expressing his frustration. Never send a fool to do your job. Obito laughed, explaining that Nagato was the only one strong enough to confront the Kyuubi. Madara questioned this, asking why that was the case. Obito replied that the Kyuubi had mastered Sage Mode, which made Madara frown, recalling his final battle against Hashirama, where Sage Mode had given Hashirama a significant advantage. Madara gritted his teeth in frustration, reminding Obito that he was still in Edo Tensei and that the plan would fail without the Rinnegan being used to revive him fully. Obito shrugged, suggesting that Madara had merely become a pawn for him to use by passing on his visions. He raised his hand to form a hand seal, and though Madara glared at him, he was unable to stop him, as Obito was using Hashirama's cells to enhance his control over the Edo Tensei. Sasuke found his brother standing in front of Lord Jiraiya's grave. Beside Itachi was a tearful Konan, who was very close to him. In a wheelchair sat the red-haired Uzumaki-Namikaze. Even Itachi had a tear rolling down his cheek as he comforted Konan. Sasuke approached, and Itachi acknowledged him. The moment Konan turned to look at Sasuke, he noticed her beauty, with her blue hair held in place by an origami flower and her simple black dress accentuating her figure. Itachi's protective stance around her made it clear to Sasuke that she was his brother's lover. Konan leaned up to kiss Itachi, whispering that she would be fine with Nagato before stepping back to face Jiraiya's grave alongside him. Itachi then turned to Sasuke, asking what was the matter, but Sasuke seemed distracted, still looking at Konan. Itachi snapped his fingers to regain Sasuke's attention. Sasuke apologized, stating that he needed to talk to Itachi privately. The two Uchiha moved a short distance away. Sasuke asked why Itachi had acted as he did. Itachi smiled slightly, acknowledging Sasuke's directness. He explained that he had acted with the belief that there were no other choices available. Their father had planned a coup against the Hokage, which would lead to civil war. Itachi believed that what their father intended would tarnish their name and was fundamentally wrong. Sasuke nodded, glancing back at the two former Akatsuki members. He inquired about them, and Itachi explained that Nagato had always intended to leave the Akatsuki. He had been providing Itachi with information to pass on to Lord Jiraiya, and they had agreed that if discovered, Itachi would act as though he was alone, a single traitor. Sasuke frowned, questioning why. Itachi explained that Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, granting him powers far greater than any Uchiha, and that Nagato had intended to revive him. Nagato then interrupted, stating that he had set out with the Akatsuki to seek peace, but along the way, his ideals had become twisted into what the Akatsuki represented now. It was no longer the dream they had envisioned. Sasuke remarked on Madara's relentless nature, but Konan corrected him, stating that the figure they faced was not truly Madara. Everyone but Nagato looked at her in surprise, as he seemed lost in memories. Konan explained that the real Madara was long dead, and the current figure was just a pawn under Madara's influence, with Tobi and Zetsu watching over them. They nodded thoughtfully, agreeing that they needed to inform the Hokage. Sasuke suggested telling Lord Danzo, but Itachi proposed requesting a meeting instead. Konan smiled, while Nagato remained lost in thought, reminiscing about his time with Jiraiya. No more than half an hour later, Tsunade sat at her desk with Danzo standing beside her. Itachi, Konan, Nagato, and Sasuke stood to one side, while Naruto faced them. Tsunade remarked on the interesting news, and Naruto agreed, noting that it meant their enemy might not be as strong as they had feared, despite having killed Jiraiya. Danzo was instructed to call in all root forces, while Naruto would coordinate the ANBU forces. Together, they would form the Shadow Force, with Danzo as the leader tasked with protecting the village from evil. Danzo acknowledged this with a bow, and Tsunade added that having one commander was preferable to having two. Madara, meanwhile, was studying a map of the world when Obito entered. Madara inquired about the supposed army, and Obito informed him that the white Zetsu clones numbered 100,000 strong and that he had a new ally to assist in the war. He introduced Kabuto, who agreed to provide them with many strong reanimated shinobi. Madara then asked about Konoha's chain of command, expressing his desire to start the war without delay, as the longer they waited, the stronger the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails would become. Kabuto and Obito confirmed the details of Konoha's leadership, including Lady Tsunade and Danzo, who operated from the shadows. Madara decided that they would target Konoha first, commanding them to prepare for war immediately as he left the planning room. In the dark of night, two glowing red eyes focused on their target, a lone figure seated and enjoying tea. For Shadow lay motionless at the intruder's feet as he entered through the window. The old man, Danzo, regarded him with a steely gaze. He acknowledged the man's presence, stating that it was time for him to die. Danzo slowly stood up, asserting that despite his age, he was not to be underestimated. Madara Uchiha smirked, releasing his chakra, causing the air to crackle with tension. Madara claimed that as a reanimation he would defeat Danzo, but out of respect for the old man's confidence, he would allow him to make the first move. Danzo, unfazed, declared that his first move would be to step outside, as the room felt too confined for a battle. Madara, taken aback, realized that Danzo was not going to engage in banter. Madara cursed Danzo, vowing that he would reduce him to ashes. He leaped through the roof to confront Danzo outside. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a wave of fire toward Danzo, who nimbly jumped back, surprising Madara with his agility. Madara paused, momentarily taken aback, before ducking to avoid the whirring shuriken that Danzo had thrown, feeling a sharp sting as his head momentarily disintegrated and reformed. Madara observed Danzo preparing another shuriken, this one enhanced with wind chakra for greater cutting power. In response, Madara activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, watching as Danzo's shuriken harmlessly bounced off his Susan. Madara's Susanoo swung a sword at Danzo, who dodged just in time, causing the weapon to crash into the building behind him. As Danzo contemplated his next move, he removed the bandage from his right eye, revealing his own Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara stiffened, recognizing the significance of the eye. He expressed his knowledge of Danzo's connection to Shursui, revealing that he had anticipated the Uchiha massacre and had gathered information about Danzo through his pawn. With a chilling declaration, Madara announced that Danzo had entertained him long enough and that it was time for him to die. He raised his arm, and his Susanoo mirrored the action, all four arms lifting ethereal swords into the night sky. As Madara shouted for Danzo to perish, the Susanoo's arms swung downwards, aiming to strike Danzo. Hearing the cries of several leaf shinobi calling for Lord Danzo, Madara turned to face them, a grin spreading across his face as he recognized Tsunade, Hashirama's granddaughter. He reveled in the thought of exacting vengeance on Hashirama by targeting her. His attention shifted to a tall blonde figure, clad in a fiery cloak, whom he identified as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Madara's gaze fell upon a frail man in a wheelchair, wheeled by another Uchiha and a blue-haired woman, igniting his anger. He screamed Nagato's name, accusing him of betrayal and demanding his eyes back. As he bent forward, his Susanoo followed suit, swiping at them with its sword. The tall Uchiha leaped forward, forming a red Susanoo around him, lifting a shield to block Madara's attack. Realizing the Yata mirror was in play, Madara took a step back, recognizing that he could not overcome it. He disabled his Susanoo, aware that a stalemate was inevitable. Just then, a shadow clone of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki appeared next to the original, clutching Danzo. Danzo's voice carried clearly, urging everyone to stop Madara, knowing that reinforcements would arrive too late. He instructed Tsunade to stay back while telling Naruto and Itachi to follow his lead. The three formed a strategic position with Danzo in the center. Madara, observing from a distance, chuckled at the old man's role as the sacrifice, realizing the plan unfolding before him. As Danzo leaped onto the branch he had vacated, he felt a rush of excitement, believing he had the upper hand. Madara's earpiece crackled to life, and he received confirmation from Obito to attack. With Konoha's commanders engaged, Madara anticipated a swift victory. Danzo began weaving hand seals, taking a deep breath before unleashing his jutsu. He compressed the air into a large sphere of wind and directed it at Madara. The force of the attack swayed the trees around them. Madara laughed, raising his gunbai to absorb the blow without countering. As Naruto charged in with a powerful Rasengan, Itachi prepared his own jutsu, ready to support Danzo in their fight against Madara. Water Fang Bullet Jutsu. The river below began to bubble as a giant spinning drill of water formed, rotating through the air and crashing into Madara's right side. Itachi shouted for Naruto to act, and they both began weaving hand seals as Madara's body began to flake, revealing the telltale signs of regeneration that accompanied an Edo Tensei. They completed their seals: tiger, snake, rat, ox, dog, ram, snake, rat, ox, dog, snake, rat, ox, dog, ram. Sealing jutsu. Lion wall. They shouted in unison, watching as the seal markings spread rapidly from their hands around Madara, creating a full formula. Madara laughed, exuding confidence. "Fools," he exclaimed with glee, raising his arms. He performed his own hand seals: ram, horse, snake, dragon, rat, ox, tiger. Fire style. Dragon flame bomb. 3 dragons made of fire arced out from him, one heading for Itachi, one for Naruto, and the last one aimed straight for Danzo. Naruto and Itachi jumped back to dodge the jutsu, but Naruto turned his attention to the one targeting Danzo, who had his eyes closed, gathering chakra and unable to move. Water style. Wild water wave. Naruto unleashed a stream of water that intercepted the jutsu, turning it into steam. Madara smirked, acknowledging their strength. "You two are very strong," he remarked. They both eyed him warily, knowing Danzo was still not ready. "But you have fallen for my trap," Madara shouted, clasping his hands together into a ram hand seal. Wood style. Cutting Sprig's jutsu, he declared, shocking the watching shinobi, including Danzo, Naruto, and Itachi. Naruto and Itachi jumped back from the branches, drawing kunai to prepare for the attack. A loud cry drew their attention to Danzo, who was now impaled by a giant, sharpened wooden spear protruding from his body. Lord Danzo! Danzo fell to his knees, the wooden spear slick with his blood. He gasped for breath, struggling against the pain from the wound. He faintly heard Tsunade's desperate cry as she ran toward him, but the distance was too great. Naruto and Itachi turned their focus back to Madara. Naruto! Finish him! Itachi urged, drawing his kunai and dashing forward, ducking under Madara's arm and forcing the gunbai into a defensive position. Itachi smirked, confident in his abilities. He weaved in and out, slicing in random patterns to keep Madara on the defensive. Spotting a gap, Itachi made an upward slash aimed at Madara's head. Madara growled and lowered his gunbai to block, but Itachi had already changed his angle of attack, forcing Madara to block awkwardly. They strained against each other, neither willing to give ground. Madara could sense Naruto approaching. Rasen, Naruto began, but a sudden fluctuation of chakra exploded from him, causing him to freeze and cry out in pain as his Rasengan fizzled out. Damn it! Sorry, kid. Kurama shouted through the seal, feeling his third tail begin to grow. Taking advantage of Itachi's confusion, Madara pushed him backward, causing Itachi to lose his balance. He swung his gunbai, unleashing Danzo's stored wind jutsu at Itachi, sending him flying back through several trees until he crashed into a large tree, his head snapping back against the trunk. He dropped to the ground, motionless. Madara tore open his right armor plate, ripping off the Hashirama clone growing on his body. Taking a bite and swallowing, he grinned maniacally at Naruto, who struggled to stand. That's right. The Kyuubi is still regrowing his chakra tails, Madara said, raising his hand to place it on Naruto's seal. Preta path, he stated simply, and the orange chakra began to flow from Naruto into Madara. He spun around, delivering a powerful back kick into Naruto's stomach, launching him off the branch and toward the ground below. As he absorbed Kurama's chakra, it formed into a small ball in the palm of his hand. Konin! Nagato shouted. She nodded and leaped into the air, shifting to her paper form to chase after Naruto's falling body. She knew Itachi was fine. She had managed to get to him and bring him back to Tsunade. Nagato raised his hand. Shinra Tensei, he shouted, sending a strong gravitational force straight at Madara. Bansho Tenin. Madara countered, negating Nagato's attack with his own. However, Madara's Rinnegan, enhanced by the recombination of Uchiha and Senju DNA, proved more powerful. It overrode Nagato's jutsu, dragging him helplessly toward Madara. Just then, a paper shuriken narrowly missed Madara's hand, forcing him to halt his jutsu. It's time I left, Madara thought as he ran toward the immobilized Danzo. Danzo, he heard Tsunade cry out, and he cackled. Shinra Tensei, he shouted, sending Tsunade flying backward, preventing her from healing Danzo. Tsunade got up, tears in her eyes, as she watched Danzo slowly turn his head toward her. He managed a small smile, both of his eyes closed. Blood poured from his wound, though it had lessened due to Tsunade's healing. Promise me, Tsunade, you will win this war and defend the leaf. With the will of fire, he coughed out. Tsunade gritted her teeth as everyone regrouped around her, weakened and disoriented, with Itachi and Naruto unconscious. Die! Madara shouted as he reached Danzo, lifting his kama to strike him down. Sound the alarm, the gate guards shouted, taking up their weapons as a host of white Zetsu rushed toward the front gates, more shinobi approaching behind them. At the head of the army stood a masked man in an Akatsuki cloak, flanked by other Akatsuki members. This is the time to fight. Tobi shouted, watching as Kisame, Haiden, Kazu, Sasori, and Deidara nodded in agreement. This will be a great place to showcase my art. Deidara exclaimed. Sasori snorted, muttering that art is eternal, but not loud enough for Deidara to hear, not wanting to start an argument. Kisame remained silent, caught in turmoil. This was the village where Kisame's friend had sacrificed his life to protect, and despite being labeled a traitor, Kisame still considered him a friend. He sighed, relieved that Itachi was no longer alive to burden him with guilt. Kakazu and Haiden glanced back, noticing the reanimated shinobi trailing closely behind them. Among them was the summoner, Kabuto, who sat next to Tobi. The Akatsuki members observed as the Zetsu forces surged toward the gate, drawing the attention of the Konoha ninja. They didn't get far. The combined defensive ninjutsu decimated many of the white Zetsu, leaving the few remaining to flee in terror. However, they knew it was only a matter of time before the reanimated shinobi reached their position and overwhelmed them. One of the Jonin shouted for the Hokage when the messenger returned to the front lines. The messenger reported that she was not present but had requested assistance. As the Rookie 11 rushed to the front, they peered over the edge of the wall. Lee, brimming with enthusiasm, urged everyone to move. Guy called out to him, gesturing to the left side, and Lee acknowledged him with a thumbs up. Niji and Tenten joined Lee as they sprinted to where Guy awaited, observing the advancing enemy Zetsu. Kakashi landed beside Guy, distributing radio devices to the teams. He instructed them to use Channel 4 and assigned Team Kakashi to the right side while Teams Kurenai and Asuma would defend the front gate. Kurenai's voice crackled through the radio, inquiring about reinforcements. Kakashi explained that he had requested the Shadow to maintain a perimeter around the village while all other shinobi defended the front gate, with academy teachers protecting the children and elderly. As Kakashi and his team reached the right side of the wall, they assessed the dire situation. The defending group of Chunin and Jonin was small, and many Chunin were already injured. Kakashi called for Sasuke and Sai, who leaped into battle, knowing their roles. He turned to Sakura, emphasizing the importance of her healing abilities. Kakashi commanded Sasuke and Sai to fall back into formation as they executed their moves in perfect sync, cutting down white Zetsu clones while retreating. Suddenly, an explosion echoed, and a retreating leaf ninja was thrown against the wall. Everyone froze, looking up as two Akatsuki members landed before them. Sakura gasped at the sight of the puppet master, Sasori, who merely grinned, claiming he was not easy to kill. Deidara smirked beside him, suggesting he would take on Sasuke while Sasori could handle Sai. Kakashi urged Sakura to focus on healing the wounded while he dealt with the white Zetsu. He communicated over the radio, alerting Kurenai, Asuma, and Guy about the trouble on his side. Guy responded, revealing he faced reanimated foes, including Lord Jiraiya and the Third Hokage. Shocked, he called for assistance, but Asuma informed him that they were also occupied. Kakashi expressed frustration, realizing they would have to hold out until help arrived. Meanwhile, Hiruzen, wearing the cloak of reanimated shinobi, confronted Guy, demanding to be defeated quickly. Jiraiya prepared to fight, forming a Rasengan in his hand. Team Guy watched as Guy engaged in a fierce battle with Jiraiya, exchanging blows. The fight reached a critical moment when Jiraiya managed to graze Guy with his Rasengan, sending him backward. Sai summoned ink creatures to attack Sasori, but the puppet master easily cut them down, resulting in another stalemate. Sasuke, meanwhile, was engaged in a challenging aerial battle with Deidara, who was maneuvering on his clay bird. Kakashi, overwhelmed by the sheer number of white Zetsu clones, called for Sakura's help. She charged forward, gathering chakra in her fist, and created a fissure in the ground as Kakashi leaped, causing the white Zetsu to fall into the crack. Kakashi unleashed a massive fireball jutsu, engulfing the trapped white Zetsu, their cries echoing as they were consumed. Sakura celebrated their success, but Kakashi pointed down the road, revealing another wave of white Zetsu approaching. Determined, she resolved to stand and fight alongside him. Shikamaru struggled with his shadow possession jutsu, while Ino and Choji braced themselves for the impending battle. They were attempting to draw Haiden into Shikamaru's jutsu, but their efforts were met with limited success. Team Kurenai had chosen to confront Kakuzu, resulting in a stalemate. Hinata's defensive jutsu kept Kakuzu at bay, while his masks prevented them from taking advantage of any openings. Kurenai remained back with Shino, strategizing on how to employ her genjutsu effectively. However, getting close enough to cast the specific genjutsu she had in mind would be a challenge. Kakuzu unleashed a powerful attack, warning them of the impending danger. Kurenai called out to Hinata, emphasizing the dire consequences of being struck by it. In another part of the battlefield, Madara reveled in his power as he swung his weapon down, but his wrist was suddenly caught by Danzo, who prevented him from using it. Madara struggled to break free, only to hear Danzo's unsettling laughter. Danzo revealed that he too had access to Hashirama's cells before activating his genjutsu. Madara felt his will begin to fade and fought against it with all his strength, desperately trying to resist the overwhelming force. Despite his efforts, Madara found himself staggering backward, dropping his weapons as he sneered at Danzo, who was coughing up blood. Danzo smiled, revealing a self-cursing seal that caught Madara off guard, causing him to feel the markings spread across his body, momentarily paralyzing him. In his disorientation, he realized he could not break free just yet as Danzo struggled to stand. With determination, Danzo unleashed a powerful sealing jutsu, causing black markings to rapidly spread across his body and envelop Madara and the surrounding area. Madara yelled in protest as the markings formed a massive sphere that imploded, sealing everything within it into Danzo's body. He collapsed to the ground, and everyone rushed to his side. As Danzo felt his life slipping away, he expressed his final thoughts, acknowledging his work was complete. Itachi helped Naruto to his feet, and they stood over Danzo's body. Naruto felt a surge of power as Kurama's chakra returned to him, grateful for the restoration. He vowed to protect the village with the will of fire, promising that Danzo's sacrifice would not be in vain. Lady Tsunade then rallied the group, giving orders for everyone to take their positions for the upcoming battle. They all responded affirmatively and moved to their assigned roles. Kisame approached the fight with a chuckle, observing Asuma and Kurenai struggling against their opponents. He stood still, a grin on his face as he prepared his jutsu. As he began to form hand seals, a powerful water dragon shot forth, only to be countered by another water dragon, resulting in a clash that momentarily halted their progress. Kisame's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly began to form another set of hand seals. Before he could complete his jutsu, a massive vortex of water struck him, sending him flying back. He landed with a thud but soon began to laugh, acknowledging that only one person could surpass him in ninjutsu Itachi. As he stood, he turned to face the Uchiha, who had drawn his katana, ready for battle. Kisame and Itachi charged at each other, their swords clashing with a powerful shockwave. The ensuing fight showcased their incredible swordsmanship, with both ninja moving faster than the eye could see. The sounds of their blades meeting echoed through the battlefield as they poured everything they had into the confrontation. Kisame called out to Itachi as he charged forward, swinging his weapon with both hands. Itachi met the attack with his katana, reinforced by chakra, allowing him to withstand the blow. The two ninja backflipped away from each other, preparing for the next phase of their duel. Itachi took out a kunai while Kisame drew a tanto, both holding their weapons at the ready. Itachi instructed Asuma and Kurenai to continue defending, emphasizing the importance of their roles in the battle. Haiden and Kazu were not engaged in battle. Instead, everyone stood by, watching intently as the two took their stances. Kisame's chakra surged as he prepared for the final confrontation, declaring it was time to end things with Itachi. Itachi responded by activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, readying himself for the clash ahead. Kisame shifted Samahata, positioning it for his charge, and Itachi mirrored his movements. As they charged at each other, Itachi felt a wave of sadness wash over him, realizing how far his friend had fallen. It was a painful truth, but he understood that he was the only one who could bring this to an end. The two ninjas collided with tremendous force, channeling all their power into the final attack. Their weapons were sent flying from their grasp as they struck one another. Itachi's vision sharpened, allowing him to see Kisame's face clearly. Kisame gasped as he felt a warm sensation in his chest, looking down to find Itachi's kunai embedded there. When he looked back up, he saw Itachi's Sharingan spinning before him. Itachi whispered a command, and a flood of memories washed over Kisame. Kisame coughed, feeling the weight of his impending fate. He expressed his sorrow to Itachi, acknowledging that this was the end. Itachi smiled gently as Kisame leaned against him, the genjutsu that had controlled him finally broken. In those final moments, Kisame returned to himself. As he fell backward, Itachi sank to his knees, feeling the pain from the tanto that had pierced him as well. He watched the light fade from Kisame's eyes and gently closed them with a trembling hand. Haiden and Kazu observed as Sasori and Deidara landed, taking in the sight of the fallen Kisa. They turned their attention to Itachi, who acknowledged that his time was also coming to an end as his breathing slowed. In a flashback, the third Hokage questioned Itachi about his decision, with Danzo standing nearby. Itachi insisted that it must be done, requesting that they protect Sasuke. The Hokage and Danzo agreed, promising that Sasuke would be safe. Later, Pain welcomed Itachi to the Akatsuki, introducing him to the other members, including Kisame and Orochimaru. Pain handed Itachi a robe and a ring, explaining their significance. He declared himself as God and introduced the others, including Tobi, known to the outside world as Madara. Kisame expressed his excitement about partnering with Itachi, commenting on the legacy he had created. Itachi dismissed the notion of legacy, stating that a ninja's worth is determined by their manner of death rather than their achievements. Kisame reflected on this truth. In another moment, Itachi found himself in a secret relationship with Konan. Despite the risks, their connection deepened as they shared NTMT moments together, even as Itachi worried about the consequences if Pain discovered their bond. As the flashback ended, Konan stood guard, using her healing jutsu while keeping an eye on Nagato. She monitored the battlefield with her paper creations, but her heart sank when she received a paper fan that began to disintegrate, signaling a dire message. Obito confronted the Akatsuki, expressing his frustration with their weakness. He revealed that he had placed explosive tags within their chests for such an occasion. As Kakuzu's heart was destroyed, Haiden screamed in horror, demanding to know what Obito had done. With a sinister smile, Obito explained his actions, watching as chaos unfolded among the Akatsuki members. As he turned to Kabuto, Obito outlined his plans, indicating that Itachi and the Akatsuki had to be eliminated before they could interfere. With his goals, Kabuto questioned the war's purpose, wondering about their intentions regarding Konoha. Obito sighed, explaining that his intention was never to cause chaos but to eliminate some major leaders. With Madara sealed, they needed to provoke the next battle. He decided on a withdrawal, believing that if they could draw out all the shinobi from each village, victory would be theirs, especially if Kabuto continued to utilize the Edo Tensei to its fullest potential. Obito's intense gaze made Kabuto flinch and look away. Tsunade surveyed the Leaf Ninja, grateful for the swift actions of Team Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma, which had saved many lives that day. Surprisingly, the casualties were lower than expected, thanks to the healing skills of Tsunade and Sakura. She announced that they would mobilize the next day to join the other Kage on the final battleground before dismissing them. As she turned, she noticed Konan crying into Nagato's shoulder, and soon the Konoha 11 approached. Sakura inquired about Konan's distress, while Kiba observed her, and Sasuke moved closer to Sakura, noting her growing bond with Kiba since she had gotten a puppy. Konan suddenly ran over to Sasuke, embracing him tightly and crying into his shoulder. She whispered Itachi's name, and Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as a tear slipped down his face. After a moment, Konan revealed her sorrow, sharing that she was PRGNT with Itachi's child. She took Sasuke's hand and placed it on her belly, asking him to promise he would be a father figure to her son, as Itachi would not be there. Overwhelmed, Sasuke agreed to help raise the child as his uncle. The others watched in silence as Konan and Sasuke departed. Once she deactivated her jutsu and stood straight, her baby bump became visible, a detail she had concealed well. As they reached the house where she and Itachi had lived, Konan expressed her gratitude to Sasuke for his support. He opened the door and helped her inside, concerned about her condition. She reassured him that she was not too far along yet, but her mood shifted as she saw Itachi's and her Akatsuki cloaks hanging on the wall. Pulling Sasuke inside, they embraced, allowing their tears to flow as they mourned together. Naruto called out to Hinata as he navigated through the crowd of Leaf Shinobi and civilians. When he reached her, he smiled and asked how she was feeling, referring to the recent turmoil as every village prepared for war. Hinata replied that she was alright, and they began walking toward Naruto's house. He mentioned that Kurama had grown a tail during the battle and was now on his fourth, speculating that Tsunade was stalling until Kurama finished growing all his tails. Hinata nodded and linked her arm with his, lifting her bag to let him smell the cinnamon buns she had bought, excitedly suggesting they eat. As they walked, they noticed Sasuke standing awkwardly in their path, shuffling his feet and blushing. Naruto asked what was wrong, and Hinata understood immediately, deciding to wait for Naruto at home. After she left, Naruto felt content, believing he had the most beautiful girlfriend in the world. Once Hinata was out of sight, Naruto asked Sasuke how he was holding up. Sasuke sighed, admitting he was fine, but they both knew he was still grieving Itachi's death. They had found a scroll on Itachi's body after the war, revealing that his eyes had been taken. Sasuke had felt sick at the thought of whoever had done this and was determined to make them pay. Naruto encouraged him to open the scroll addressed to him, but Sasuke hesitated, fearing the painful memories it might bring back. After some prodding, he reluctantly agreed to look inside. As Sasuke opened the scroll, he recognized Itachi's hurried handwriting. The message revealed that Itachi had left his Sharingan sealed within the scroll, explaining that Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan would lose its light if he continued to use its power. Itachi's eyes, now useless to him, could grant Sasuke the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan if implanted. The letter concluded with a heartfelt message of love from Itachi. Sasuke processed the letter with mixed emotions while Naruto waited patiently, respecting his friend's vulnerability. Sasuke unsealed the storage scroll, revealing Itachi's eyes in a glass container filled with water. Walking through the streets in a daze, Sasuke headed toward the hospital, knowing that if anyone could perform the transplant, it would be Sakura. Upon arriving at the hospital, he located the office, determined to take the next step. It was lunchtime, and the hospital staff were on break. Sasuke approached the first staff member he encountered and inquired about Sakura. The doctor informed him that she hadn't come in at all that day. Frowning, Sasuke decided to head to her house, the only other logical place she might be. As he arrived, he spotted Sakura with Kiba. His heart momentarily stopped as he watched them exchange a smile and a hug before Kiba left. After a brief internal debate, he heard Sakura's voice clearly, stating that she knew he was there. Reluctantly, Sasuke stepped out from behind the tree. Sakura asked him what he wanted, and they locked eyes, a silent battle of wills unfolding. Neither was willing to look away until Sasuke could no longer bear it. He quickly grabbed her shoulders and blurted out that he knew she loved Kiba. Confused and overwhelmed, he expressed his feelings, admitting he had loved her for a long time but had only just realized it. The sight of her with Kiba filled him with jealousy and despair. He needed to know if there had ever been a chance for her to love him. As he finished speaking, he dropped his hands and looked down. To his surprise, Sakura wrapped her arms around his neck, sobbing as she told him that she had always loved him. Sasuke felt her embrace and eventually returned it, though he was still troubled. He whispered his fears about the ongoing war, the loss of his brother, and the weight of responsibility he felt as he was entrusted with the care of Konan and Itachi's child. He didn't want to disappoint anyone. Sakura looked at him with shining eyes and reassured him that he would never disappoint her. Hayashi walked around the Hyuga compound with pride, observing the branch members practicing the gentle fist technique. They were divided into groups based on their skill levels and were being taught by Niji, his brother, and himself. With the impending war looming, Hayashi was determined to ensure the Hyuga clan could make a significant impact. The signal hawk flew over Konoha. He felt a sense of pride as the Hyuga clan formed up in lines. He addressed them, stating that they represented all Hyuga as they marched into what could be their last war. He urged them to make their ancestors proud as he led the way out of the compound. Though he didn't know where Hinata was, he felt reassured knowing she was usually with Naruto, the strongest ninja in the Hidden Leaf. Turning to Hanabi, he instructed her to stay back, emphasizing that she was not old enough to participate in the war. He reminded her that if anything happened to him or Hinata, she would be the new leader of the Hyuga clan and needed to look after the women and children. Meanwhile, Lady Tsunade observed from the Hokage Tower as the Hidden Leaf shinobi assembled. She noted the absence of one of her most promising ninjas, Kakashi, but she had to proceed regardless. She addressed the assembled shinobi, announcing that she would lead them into battle, flanked by her greatest leaders who would command the squads. She emphasized the unity of the Sand, Stone, Cloud, and Mist villages as they prepared for the war to end all wars. As she donned a forehead protector without the leaf symbol, but instead with the kanji for shinobi, she declared their unity as one great ninja army and rallied them for battle. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata lay peacefully asleep in his bed, his arms protectively wrapped around her. Hinata's forehead protector, adorned with the leaf symbol, lay beside them. The sound of knocking went unnoticed as Hayashi entered the room, smiling down at the couple. He felt a swell of pride seeing Hinata with someone who would cherish her. Determined to protect his family, Hayashi formed a seal and quietly executed the 4 pillars formation jutsu, creating a barrier around the house. He approached Hinata, kissing her forehead and wishing her happiness. Then he turned to Naruto, awakening him with a special seal. As Naruto struggled, Hayashi expertly immobilized him with precise strikes. He activated the seal, ensuring Naruto's chakra tags disappeared, and bestowed his blessing for Naruto to marry Hinata. Hayashi whispered a solemn request to Naruto, urging him to look after his daughter, a treasure beyond the wealth of the Hyuga clan, before he left without looking back. Naruto struggled to move, his major chakra points disabled. Suddenly, Kurama shouted in his mind, urging Naruto to act. With a burst of chakra, Naruto reopened his blocked tenketsu and leaped out of bed, racing after Hayashi, only to find him standing on the other side of a barrier. Hayashi instructed the ninja from the Hyuga clan to ensure no harm came to his daughter. Naruto protested, insisting they could fight, but Hayashi shook his head, explaining that a new vision from the Great Toad Elder warned against it. He emphasized the importance of their survival in the war and bid farewell as he walked away, the Hyuga clan ninja following him. In the war room, Tsunade inquired if everything was ready. Hayashi nodded, while Lord Fukasaku and Lady Shima expressed their concerns about Jiraiya student and godson. Lady Shima insisted that Naruto could not be allowed on the battlefield given the Great Toad Elder's vision. Tsunade sighed, realizing the loss of Naruto's power would significantly impact the upcoming war. She hoped for victory despite the challenges ahead. Tsunade emerged from the war room, addressing her senior leaders about the imminent march to meet the other Kage. Just as she was about to leave, a messenger hawk burst through the window, landing roughly on the floor. Tsunade quickly read the unencoded message, her eyes widening in alarm. They needed to act fast. The Mizukage and Reikage had been ambushed, and the leader of the Akatsuki had been sighted. It was a full-scale war, and they had to move immediately. Tsunade vowed to end the conflict once and for all as she crushed an uneaten apple in her hand. Everywhere Hayashi turned, he witnessed the devastation of war through his Byakugan. He saw countless ninjas from all villages falling, while the enemy's white Zetsu clones relentlessly attacked like an unending tide. He heard Lady Tsunade's voice rising above the chaos as wounded ninjas were evacuated to the Leaf Village, designated as the medical center. Spotting several white Zetsu attempting to sneak up on him, he swiftly dispatched them with precise palm strikes, watching as they fell. As he turned back to the command center, he noticed flags signaling a recall. Hayashi instructed Hizashi to hold the line while he and Niji made their way to the tent where the leaders were gathered. A and Tsunade were deep in discussion, and as the last commanders reported in, A declared it was time to take the offensive. The masked ninja had yet to reveal himself, and they needed to force his hand. Tsunade emphasized the critical nature of this moment in the war, urging everyone to maintain their positions. The shinobi formed lines and charged at the white Zetsu, weaving hand signs in rapid succession. Hayashi ran alongside Niji and Hizashi, staying behind the ninjas using long-range techniques. Watching from a distance, Obito laughed, confident that the shinobi had walked into his trap. He commanded the Zetsu to clear the battlefield, and as they fell to the ground, their life essence reabsorbed, Obito teleported to the center of the battleground to confront the Kage leaders. With a loud proclamation, Obito performed a summoning jutsu, causing the ghetto statue to rise ominously from the ground, towering over the battlefield. The Kai noted that it had 7 of its 9 eyes with pupils, indicating that the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails and 8 tails were still free. Obito unleashed a scroll, and a tentacle emerged from the smoke, followed by 2 reanimated ninjas leaping into the statue's mouth. A shouted in fury, questioning where Obito had obtained them. Obito smirked as the statue began to shake, letting out a demonic roar. With a sweeping motion, it sent several hundred shinobi flying away, leaving them motionless on the ground. Another swirl of energy appeared as Obito summoned Kabuto, who grinned with anticipation. Kabuto performed a summoning jutsu, and dozens of coffins rose from the earth, releasing old, deceased shinobi from all villages. The sight stirred emotions among the living shinobi, who hesitated, unable to strike down those who had once fought alongside them. Surveyed the surroundings before turning to Tsunade, Gaara, Inoki, and Mei. He expressed the urgency to lead the charge immediately. Tsunade cautioned him, emphasizing the need to analyze the situation first, as rushing in could be dangerous. Just as A was about to respond, a sudden surge of chakra silenced them all. A menacing voice echoed across the battlefield, announcing the return of Madara. His long, spiky black hair and piercing red eyes were unmistakable, along with the red samurai armor he wore. The unsettling realization that he was no longer a reanimation added to the tension. Obito acknowledged Madara's timely return, a smirk evident as he addressed his former mentor. Madara declared it was time to complete Project Tsuki no Mi, intending to eliminate the ninja and capture the remaining Jinchuriki. As he raised his fists, a potent and vile chakra radiated from him, visibly solid in color. He then turned his gaze to Kabuto, instructing him to dispose of the reanimations, deeming them a hindrance to their plans. Naruto sat quietly in the center of the house while Hinata washed the dishes, lost in thought about her father's recent words, relayed by Naruto. The mention of their marriage and future children made her blush, and she found it difficult to meet Naruto's gaze. Meanwhile, Naruto felt Kurama's tail growing and entered a meditative state, acquiring nature energy and transitioning into sage mode, where he felt minimal discomfort. As he connected with the nature energy around him, he sensed every living thing within the barrier. His sensing abilities had improved, allowing him to almost detect even the smallest insects. However, he noticed something unusual. His chakra was pushing through the barrier, which was not supposed to happen. Focusing harder, he gasped in realization. He called out to Hinata, startling her as she rushed into the room. He excitedly revealed that he had found a weak spot in the barrier, a crack they could exploit to escape. Hinata nodded, and Naruto took her arm, leading her toward the crack. Hayashi observed as the 5 Kage stood united against Madara in the battleground. Tsunade stepped forward, flanked by A and Inoki, with Mei and Gaara bringing up the rear. Shouted that they would confront Madara while the others focused on the other threats. Madara smirked, suggesting they relocate to avoid any unfortunate incidents, compelling the Kage to follow him to a more isolated area. Hayashi, using his Byakugan, monitored their movements before turning his attention to Obito and the ghetto statue, which roared as many arms formed around it, lashing out at the shinobi. One of the arms swung low, targeting Hayashi. Desperate, he called out to Niji, who quickly joined him. Together, they executed the familiar defensive technique, stopping the arm and repelling it away from their comrades. The shinobi army surged forward, determined to confront the Uchiha and the ghetto statue. The ghetto statue was not defenseless. It began to spawn creatures that advanced toward the shinobi to protect its main body. Hayashi charged alongside the other shinobi, witnessing their coordinated efforts to defeat the monsters one by one. Madara taunted the Kage, claiming they were no match for his true rival, Hashirama, and dismissed Tsunade's abilities. He watched as she healed her comrades, mocking her efforts. Tsunade, undeterred, recited the 4 rules governing medical ninjas, asserting her commitment to her duty. As she stood defiantly before Madara, she emphasized the final rule that allowed those who mastered the strength of 100 technique to break the previous laws. With her seal glowing and black markings spreading across her body, Tsunade charged at Madara, breaking through his defenses and striking him. Madara staggered back but quickly transformed into wood. Tsunade gasped as a sharp object pierced through her body, realizing too late that it was Madara's doing. His laughter echoed around her as he proclaimed her the first to fall. Tsunade growled fiercely and, in a swift motion, removed the object from her body. Miraculously, the wound sealed itself immediately. She was determined not to let Madara think that she was so easily defeated. For those who haven't watched Angel Beats, it comes highly recommended. Iruka addressed his class of half-asleep aspiring students, sharing a profound thought. He mentioned that even the strongest individuals, like Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, sometimes felt weak. Just as he spoke, the classroom door burst open, and Naruto rushed in, holding Hinata's hand. Iruka stared at the unexpected duo, puzzled by their presence. He wondered why they were there, thinking they were supposed to be engaged in the war. A stunned silence enveloped the classroom as the students recognized the legendary fox sage standing before them. Naruto urgently asked Iruka where the battleground was, with Hinata nodding frantically behind him. Iruka, momentarily mystified, dashed over to the giant map of the ninja world on the wall and pointed out a location roughly half a day away from Konoha. With determination, Naruto looked at Hinata and declared they should go. They ran from the classroom hand in hand, their minds racing with thoughts of the challenges that awaited them on the battlefield. As they approached, the smoke that had shrouded the battlefield began to lift, revealing a tense scene. All the shinobi who had been resting immediately stood up, sensing a powerful chakra. When they spotted Naruto, shock turned to relief. The fox sage had arrived. However, the leadership team remained on edge. Some shinobi expressed their concerns about the prophecy, their voices filled with anxiety. In an instant, Naruto vanished and reappeared beside them, assuring them they had misinterpreted the prophecy. The crowd parted as Hayashi stepped forward, eyeing Naruto and Hinata critically. Hayashi remarked on Naruto's unexpected return, and Naruto, holding Hinata's hand tightly, vowed to protect her at all costs. Hayashi continued to scrutinize him, but Naruto, determined, raised a hand and formed a hand seal, summoning a shadow clone to his side. It disappeared upon summoning, and everyone watched as Naruto's eyes were surrounded by an orange band. He expressed his readiness to Hayashi, who nodded in response. The Kage were engaged in battle with Madara, and they needed to address the Geto Mazo. Kurama, speaking through Naruto, instructed Hayashi to create a distraction so they could approach the Geto Mazo. If they could extract the other-tailed beasts, the Geto Mazo would revert to being a statue. Hayashi agreed to launch a full frontal assault. Naruto turned to Hinata, asking her to stay with her father and Niji while they prepared for battle. Hinata, filled with concern, whispered for him to stay safe and expressed her love for him, pressing her forehead against his. Naruto reciprocated her feelings before breaking away to prepare himself outside the tent. Hinata sat down, quietly sobbing, feeling the weight of being left behind while her father and Niji were part of the command team. Sasuke and Sakura were together, enjoying a moment of peace amidst the chaos of war. Sakura listened to Sasuke's heartbeat as he gently stroked her hair. Their tranquility was interrupted by Naruto's familiar voice, prompting Sakura to sit up excitedly. Sasuke also turned to greet him, questioning why Naruto was not in the barrier in Konoha. Naruto sheepishly explained that he and Hinata had found a way to break free, eliciting smiles from his friends and a quiet chuckle from Sasuke. Curious about Itachi's eyes, Naruto asked Sasuke how they felt. Sasuke replied that they were settling in and he no longer felt discomfort. As they shared a moment of silence, a bell rang, signaling Hayashi's call to action. Naruto stood up, and Sakura and Sasuke joined him as they made their way back to the command tent. Hayashi announced that the plans for the final attack had been finalized, with all focus on eliminating the Zetsu and remaining reanimations. The Fox Sage was assigned to confront the masked ninja and the Geto statue, with a strong emphasis on preventing any interference from the reanimations or White Zetsu. The crowd erupted in approval at the mention of the Fox Sage. Hayashi commanded the captains to move out, and they saluted before leading their squads out of the camp, ready to strike the final blows in the war. As Naruto watched everyone depart, he felt a moment of stillness. Kurama asked what their next move would be. Naruto explained that they would wait for the battle to commence before sneaking out to confront the Gedo Mazo, with the primary goal of extracting the bijou. Kurama then requested a fist bump, and despite his initial hesitation, Naruto complied. A surge of Kurama's chakra flooded Naruto's body, and he was surprised to see his hands glowing yellow. Kurama explained that this was his tailed beast chakra mode, enhancing his ability to sense emotions and chakra. Naruto felt a rush of excitement and gratitude before dashing out of the empty camp toward the Gedo Mazo. Meanwhile, Madara observed the current Kage from a tree branch, noting their helplessness. Just as he prepared to strike, Tsunade managed to muster the strength to speak, prompting Madara to laugh at her pitiful state. Suddenly, a ninja landed in front of him, throwing a dead body at Madara, who easily sidestepped it. The ninja, with long black hair, addressed Madara, asserting that he should not be in the land of the living. Madara, intrigued, asked for the ninja's identity, to which he replied that his name was Orochimaru. Madara, amused by the challenge, disappeared and reappeared behind Orochimaru, launching a powerful kick. Orochimaru skillfully sidestepped and unleashed a jutsu that summoned multiple striking snakes. Madara countered by slicing through them with his kama and then unleashed a fire technique, catching Orochimaru off guard. The flames engulfed Orochimaru, who let out a twisted scream. However, Madara's grin faded when he saw Orochimaru emerge from his own body, proving his resilience. Orochimaru, with a confident grin, indicated that he was not easy to kill. He then prepared his own attack, summoning the reanimation jutsu. With a sinister smile, he revealed that he had freed some souls from the Reaper Death God's grasp. Madara's excitement grew as he recognized the names of the summoned figures: Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, Minato, Kushina, and Itachi. As the lids of the graves opened, the ninjas stepped forward, ready for the confrontation ahead. They glanced at themselves. Tobirama muttered that they were witnessing the Edo Tensei. Hiruzen sighed, questioning if Orochimaru was up to his old tricks again. Orochimaru responded, assuring them that he was not, and urged them to look ahead. They saw Madara standing before them. Hashirama gasped in shock at the sight of Madara. Itachi explained that Madara and his companion were attempting to control the world with an eternal genjutsu reflected from the moon. The gravity of the situation sank in for Hashirama, who realized the seriousness of their predicament. Hashirama called out Madara's name dramatically, to which Madara responded in kind, prompting facepalms from the others present. Tobirama questioned Hashirama's foolishness, and they then noticed the blonde and red-haired ninja standing next to Itachi. Hashirama asked who they were, and Itachi introduced himself. Kushina introduced herself as Minato's wife and a former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Minato proudly declared himself the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru, exasperated, reminded them that they had already introduced themselves during a previous summoning. With a serious tone, Orochimaru urged them to defeat Madara and his companion to restore peace to the ninja world. He expressed his intention to assist the current Kage in their recovery. Orochimaru approached Katsuyu, inquiring about the Kage's condition. Katsuyu informed him that they were slowly recovering within her slugs. Orochimaru questioned why the healing was so slow, and Katsuyu explained that her healing powers were tied to Tsunade's strength. Orochimaru frowned at this, noting Tsunade's grave condition. Hashirama declared his intention to confront Madara alone while instructing the others to head to the main battlefield to deal with Madara's companion. Tobirama urged Hashirama not to waste time, sensing the chakra of the tailed beasts nearby. He offered to teleport Hiruzen, while Minato volunteered to teleport Kushina and Itachi. Kushina expressed her excitement about finally meeting her son, and Itachi reassured them that Naruto had grown strong and would make them proud. With a determined spirit, Minato and Tobirama initiated the teleportation. Orochimaru observed as Hashirama drew Madara's attention away and the others vanished. A gleam appeared in his eyes as he prepared to summon. He performed the summoning jutsu, declaring his intent to reanimate. Katsuyu protested, alarmed by the thought of using the Kage's bodies as sacrifices, but Orochimaru only grinned as a coffin appeared before him. When the lid opened, a long-haired ninja emerged. Jiraiya. Orochimaru greeted him, requesting assistance. Jiraiya, surprised, reminded Orochimaru of his previous intentions to fight against the leaf. Orochimaru explained the urgency of the situation, needing help to aid Tsunade's recovery. Jiraiya, realizing the truth of his demise, asked about Tsunade's condition, and Katsuyu revealed the extent of her injuries. Meanwhile, Naruto stealthily approached the Geto Mazo, confident that no enemies were nearby due to his Kyuubi chakra mode. He sensed Sakura and Sasuke on the other side of the battlefield, heading toward the Geto Mazo. He sought guidance from Kurama on how to extract the other-tailed beast's chakra from the statue. Kurama instructed him on the necessary hand signs and the process to latch on to and pull out the chakra. Naruto prepared himself, creating shadow clones to assist in the extraction. Kurama explained that they needed a total of 7 clones to extract all the chakra at once. Naruto and his clones formed the required hand signs and placed their hands on the statue, but just as they were about to complete the extraction, a sudden explosion interrupted them. Naruto jumped back, frustrated as the chakra he had grasped returned to the statue, leaving him bewildered by the masked Uchiha's interference. The masked Uchiha laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the air. He raised his hands, and Naruto turned to see a group of reanimated shinobi approaching him. The Uchiha introduced them: Yujito, Yagura, Rashi, Han, Utakata, and Fu, all fellow Jinchuriki. Fu murmured Naruto's name, while Yagura noted how different he looked. Yujito explained that it must be his tailed beast mode, but the masked ninja corrected her, stating it was merely the Kyuubi's chakra cloak and that Naruto had not yet achieved his tailed beast mode. He commanded the group to capture Naruto alive and bring him to him. The 6 nodded in agreement, ready for the challenge. As they charged, Naruto grinned, unsealing a katana and resting it on his shoulder. He formed a half-tiger seal with his left hand and closed his eyes, calling out to Kurama. With a shout of Shadow Clone Jutsu, 5 shadow clones appeared, mirroring his stance. The masked Uchiha watched with a grim expression as Naruto and his clones effortlessly took down the former Jinchuriki hosts. He observed as Naruto sealed them into a scroll and then charged at him, katana drawn. The Uchiha laughed, claiming that Naruto could not defeat him, and walked through Naruto's body as if it were nothing. Naruto frowned, sensing something was off. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his stomach, and he gasped, staring at the Uchiha's mask. The Uchiha laughed, explaining that Naruto could not sense what was not there. As he felt Kurama's chakra being pulled from him, Naruto shouted that he could not lose. The Uchiha retorted that Naruto would surely lose and unleashed a powerful gravitational force, sending Naruto flying backward as Kurama's chakra drained away. The Uchiha laughed, watching as Naruto's Kyuubi chakra mode deactivated. He taunted Naruto, saying he would witness his bijou being absorbed by the statue. Naruto's vision blurred, but he could see the Uchiha moving toward the statue. He felt despair wash over him, whispering that it was over. Suddenly, a loud slash broke through the air, and Naruto opened his eyes to see a new figure with a kunai raised above his head. The masked Uchiha stumbled back, his mask shattered, revealing one eye with the Mangekyo Sharingan and the other with a Rinnegan. The newcomer, Obito, was also cloaked in Kyuubi chakra. As more reanimated ninja arrived, Naruto recognized Hiruzen, his mother Kushina, Itachi, and Tobirama. He closed his eyes again, feeling exhausted and numb. He sensed someone shaking him, but he was too tired to respond. Kushina cried out for her son, desperate to see him alive. She shook him again, identifying herself as his mother. Minato, also in tears, joined her side, looking down at Naruto's still form. He suddenly declared that he could save him, revealing that he had half of the Kyuubi inside him. Minato began weaving hand signs and placed a hand on Naruto's stomach. Slowly, a warm glow drained from Minato into Naruto, reactivating the seal on his stomach. Minato panted from the exertion, but he was a reanimation and immune to the usual consequences. Still, he needed time to recover. Kushina wailed in despair, fearing it was too late. Itachi knelt beside them, acknowledging Naruto's strength as a shinobi, while Hiruzen approached, agreeing with Itachi's sentiment. Tobirama remained focused on the battle, having dealt with many Uchiha before. He swiftly confronted Obito, who underestimated him, leading to a quick defeat. Meanwhile, Madara, inside his Susanoo, called out to Hashirama for a final confrontation. As he performed hand seals, a giant meteor began to descend from the sky. Hashirama glared at Madara, knowing the collateral damage would harm the recovering Kai and his granddaughter, Tsunade. He countered with his own technique, creating a massive statue that dwarfed Madara's Susanoo. The two ninjas unleashed their jutsu, causing a tremendous explosion that obscured the battlefield in dust. Orochimaru and Jiraiya watched as Tsunade stood, having been healed by their combined efforts. As the dust settled, Orochimaru cleared the area with a powerful wind technique, revealing Hashirama standing over Madara, who was slowly reforming. Hashirama began weaving hand seals again, and a tree grew around Madara, sealing him away for good. Hashirama turned and walked toward them, instructing them to set fire to the tree so that Madara could never be summoned again. Orochimaru nodded in agreement and performed a fire technique, creating a small ball of flames. The tree ignited, and they all watched as it slowly burned down into a pile of ash, erasing Madara's presence from the world. As the battle raged on, the sudden cessation of all the reanimated shinobi caused a stir across the battlefield. Konan and Nagato approached the other commanders who were gathering in the center. Hayashi observed the scene and remarked that their enemy seemed defeated. However, Nagato shook his head, pointing out that the Geto-Mazo was still a threat. Everyone turned to look at it, recognizing its massive presence despite its distant appearance. B, with his enigmatic demeanor, encouraged the group to move forward. The allied shinobi forces followed the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, while Sakura and Sasuke joined Hinata and her father as they rushed toward the Geto-Mazo. Hayashi activated his Byakugan and gasped, warning them of strong chakra signatures near the base of the statue. He urged everyone to be cautious, and the ninjas acknowledged his warning. Kushina cried out for Naruto, who gasped that he couldn't breathe. She immediately released her tight embrace, looking down at him with relief. As he sat up slowly, he asked what had happened, taking in the smiling faces of the ninjas around him, including Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, Minato, Kushina, Itachi, and the 5 Kage. Tsunade leaned down, offering her hand to help him up, and congratulated him on the end of the war. Minato and Kushina beamed with pride, while Jiraiya, who had just arrived with Orochimaru, noted that Naruto had surpassed his teachings. Jiraiya acknowledged his own fate but expressed satisfaction in having helped Naruto learn Sage Mode. He looked at Tsunade, who turned away, unable to face him. Jiraiya reassured her that he did not blame her for the past, and she relaxed slightly at his words. They all fell silent, watching as Kushina fussed over Naruto, showering him with motherly affection, which brought smiles to the onlookers. Meanwhile, Obito struggled for breath, his body protesting as he clawed at his throat. The loss of blood and oxygen was overwhelming, and he knew he was nearing the end. With his vision fading, he glared at the scene of joy before him. Desperately, he used what remained of Hashirama's DNA to plug the wound in his throat, knowing it was too late to save himself but hoping to prolong his life long enough for revenge against Minato, who was already gone. Gathering his chakra, he activated his Kamui and vanished, reappearing behind the statue, hidden from view. Niji, with his Byakugan activated, gasped as he noticed a swirl of chakra. The formerly masked Akatsuki member had appeared and collapsed behind the statue, out of sight of Naruto's group. Niji shouted out to warn them, but he was still too far away for them to hear. He watched in horror as the man, with his throat slashed open, glared at the unsuspecting ninjas and shakily formed a hand seal, the tension in the air palpable as everything seemed to slow down around him. The Uchiha struggled to speak, his sheer hatred and willpower allowing him to utter a few words, even as it cost him dearly. The Geto-Mazo raised an arm, and Niji watched as sharpened wooden stakes began to form, ready to launch a concentrated attack aimed at Naruto, the Kage, and the other shinobi who had arrived. Niji activated his Byakugan, feeling a surge of determination. He thought of his father and resolved to protect his friend, vowing to break free from his past. With a powerful leap, he positioned himself in the path of the incoming attack, closing his eyes in acceptance of what was to come. His Byakugan detected the imminent danger from the statue's fingertips. Suddenly, a voice called out, and Niji was propelled away from the attack just in time. He turned to see Naruto and the others reacting to the threat. Naruto grimaced, stepping forward and activating his Kyuubi chakra mode, but it flickered and vanished, causing him to collapse to his knees. Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, apologizing for the depletion of chakra. In that moment, Inoki unleashed his special jutsu, disintegrating the incoming attack upon contact. A wave of relief washed over the onlookers as they turned their attention to the fading Uchiha. Obito's glare remained fixed on them as he took his last breath, the light in his eyes extinguishing. Years later, Orochimaru grinned in the shadows of his underground laboratory, surrounded by the bodies of Zetsu he had gathered for his reanimation jutsu. Checking the calendar, he knew it was time to proceed with his plans. Hyuga Hayashi stood before a mirror, adjusting his clothing with pride. He heard a knock at the door and welcomed Niji and Hisashi inside. Niji informed him that Hinata was ready, and Hayashi smiled, eager to proceed to the Hokage's tower. Outside, Hinata awaited them, adorned in a beautifully handcrafted white kimono, her hair elegantly styled with flowers. Ino stood beside her, smoothing out the last creases. Hayashi gently reminded them that Naruto was waiting, and they made their way forward. Inside the tower, Tsunade whispered sternly to Sasuke and Naruto, who were both dressed in traditional black kimonos. Naruto's outfit featured a fox imprint, reflecting his unique status. The excitement of the double wedding hung in the air as the two brides made their entrance. Hinata, escorted by her father, and Sakura, accompanied by hers, paused as the music began to play. Just then, Orochimaru appeared, announcing his arrival with a flourish. He performed a hand seal, and several coffins rose from the roof, revealing reanimated ninjas, including Itachi, Jiraiya, Minato, Kushina, and Hiruzen. Tsunade watched dryly as they looked around in confusion. Itachi's gaze fell upon Sasuke and Naruto, both dressed for the occasion, and he stuttered in surprise at the sight of the wedding. As the music played, Hinata and Sakura proceeded down the aisle, their fathers proudly accompanying them. The after-party was a lively affair, with the four newlyweds engaging in various activities. Ino seemed to be subtly encouraging Sai to draw closer to her, though he remained oblivious to her intentions. Sasuke led Itachi towards the Uchiha clan compound, now a shadow of its former self. Tsunade had allowed Sasuke to rebuild a house there, and beside it stood another home. Upon entering, they were greeted by the delightful aroma of food and the sound of a blue-haired woman humming in the kitchen. Itachi froze at the sight of Konan, who sensed his presence without turning around. She greeted him warmly, and as she turned to face him, tears filled her orange eyes. Sasuke quietly excused himself, not wanting to interrupt their reunion. Konan lifted their baby and offered him to Itachi, who smiled sadly. He explained that as a reanimated being, he could not remain in the world of the living. Despite his longing to stay with her and their child, he felt that his existence should not tarnish his name. Konan cried softly into his shoulder, pleading for him to stay with her for just one night. Itachi closed his eyes and wrapped his arms around her, agreeing to fulfill her wish for just one night. Kushina and Minato watched over the sleeping forms of their daughter-in-law and son, with Hayashi standing beside them. Minato expressed his disbelief that their son was finally married, while Kushina had fussed over the couple throughout the day, both feeling grateful to witness such a moment. They turned to Hayashi and bowed slightly, thanking him for looking after their son. Hayashi returned the gesture, expressing gratitude for their son, who had brought true happiness to his daughter. The two reanimated parents smiled sadly as they gazed down at the couple, acknowledging that this would be their final meeting before disappearing in a flash of yellow. Tsunade embraced Sarutobi and Jiraiya one last time, with Orochimaru standing beside her. Jiraiya remarked philosophically that it was time for their team's chapter to conclude, prompting a chuckle from the group. Orochimaru noted that all the reanimated shinobi had arrived, asking if they had said their goodbyes. Itachi nodded, telling Konan to cherish their child with their love as he prepared to leave. Konan cried and hugged him tightly, whispering that she would never forget him. Jiraiya and Hiruzen nodded in agreement, while Minato and Kushina smiled sadly, and Orochimaru offered a wistful smile. He formed a snake hand seal, preparing to release the reanimation. Suddenly, Naruto's pained cry interrupted the moment, and everyone turned to see him and Hinata standing there, Naruto's eyes filled with tears. He expressed his sadness that they hadn't said goodbye to him. Minato and Kushina approached, embracing both Naruto and Hinata, assuring Naruto that they would always be with him in his heart. Kushina placed her hand over his chest, encouraging him to look deep within to find them, emphasizing that it was never truly goodbye. Orochimaru finally declared the release, and pillars of light enveloped the reanimated shinobi, their faces reflecting contentment and gratitude as they departed. The sixth Hokage sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the mounting paperwork. Despite his diligent efforts, the workload continued to pile up. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes for a moment before glancing at a family photo that brought him comfort. The vibrant pink hair of Sakura and the adorable expression of Sarada motivated him even in moments of doubt. Next to that photo was one of him and Naruto before they parted ways, with Naruto eager to continue Jiraiya's legacy by traveling the world. Hinata had chosen to accompany him, a decision that both Sakura and Sasuke had accepted. The sound of running feet approached the door to his office before it burst open, revealing his 12-year-old daughter, Sarada. Sasuke watched, relieved as the piles of paper remained undisturbed. Sarada excitedly asked if it was true that the fox sage was returning, her enthusiasm evident. Sasuke smirked, knowing how much she idolized Naruto since learning about him and his decision to pass the Hokage title to Sasuke. He confirmed that Naruto would be returning that day, prompting Sarada to jump for joy before running off, presumably to the gate. At the busy gate, crowds gathered in anticipation of their hero's return. The Hokage stood with his wife and daughter, waiting. Soon, two figures crested the hill, laughing and catching their breath as they approached. The blonde boy declared his victory, while the lavender-haired girl protested. Sasuke could hardly believe his eyes as he recognized a young Naruto and Hinata. An older blonde man rushed in, reprimanding the children before noticing Sasuke and smiling warmly. Naruto, dressed in long black pants and an orange shirt with a sage cloak, greeted Sasuke, who was momentarily taken aback by how much Naruto resembled a Hokage. Hinata stood beside him, wearing a long white dress adorned with flower pins. Sasuke asked if they were his children, still in shock. Hinata confirmed, and Naruto grinned upon spotting a little girl peeking shyly from behind Sasuke, identifying her as Sarada. Sakura pushed through the crowd, joyfully reuniting with Naruto and Hinata, while Hayashi rushed forward to embrace his grandchildren with overwhelming affection. Hanabi frowned at the display, finding it uncharacteristic for a Hyuga. Sasuke remarked that this was it, and Naruto assured him that their children would surprise him with their abilities. Sasuke acknowledged that they were always destined to impress him. Sakura and Hinata approached their husbands, suggesting they celebrate with a feast. The three children looked up eagerly, and Sasuke agreed, leading them all to Ichiraku's for a meal together. Once again, gratitude was expressed, even if participation in the poll was not chosen. The options presented were intriguing, with themes of medieval aristocracy, nobility, peasantry, and romance, alongside modern high school scenarios featuring popular students and romance. The author acknowledged a fondness for romance stories.